Hello, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for being here with us today from across Asia and the Pacific, and perhaps the rest of the globe. We're gathered all here under the United Nations Forum on Business and Human Rights. And our topic for this session is organized by the International Labour Organization and United Nations Development Programme to discuss the business responsibility for the future of youth employment in the Pacific. But we may have a question here. Why youth employment today is more important than ever before? Well, young people face a lot of serious challenges. Uh, for some of us may know that it's often a larger share of unemployment represent young men and women, and compared to adults. Young people also tend to have limited set of skills relatively to a short period of experience, which makes them quite difficult for them to access the labor market. Very often we report that their skills even or the kind of experience they have do not match the demand side, what the job market is asking for today or even for the future. In addition to all of that, we see that the largest number of young people usually is concentrated in the informal economy, which makes them often in a very vulnerable situation, have less secured wages, secure jobs, and also lower productivity employment. We also see that young people have limited access to legal rights or even social protections. Across Asia and the Pacific, the rate of young people not in employment, education, or training, which we call NEET, is in South Asia and the Pacific in particular, represents around 30%. And three quarters of that are actually represented by young women. So this tells you a lot about why young people face a different type of challenge from the rest of different age brackets. Now, to engage business or to invite business to step in is basically more important than ever before, because business has the expertise, the knowledge. They know exactly what the future is going to look like. If business has adopted environmental sustainability strategy, or if they are undergoing a digital transformation, they actually tend to shape of the kind of skills that we need today for the next generations. And that's why we have decided to invite our esteemed panelists who are going to participate in this discussion. Allow me to introduce our panelists. We have here our guest, Mr. Faisal Khan. Mr. Khan, he's the director and registrar of cooperatives. He's also the acting director of MSME program in Fiji at the Ministry of Commerce, Trade, Tourism, and Transport. Mr. Khan has an extensive experience working with public enterprises and state-owned enterprises. He has also experience in MSME policy development and project implementation for cooperatives in MSMEs in Fiji. Our second guest here, Ms. Lotte Lima. Ms. Lima is the Member Services Manager of Samoa Chamber of Commerce. She is currently managing a membership of over 450 businesses and organizations. She has developed an extensive knowledge of Samoa's private sector. Ms. Lima also worked as the national coordinator of the internship program in Samoa, which has been running for the last 5 years. Our third panelist here, Ms. Mirarai Vatier. She's a lawyer by profession, and she's a young trade unionist. She's currently working as the Senior Industrial Relations Officer for the National Union of Workers in Fiji. We also have here our fourth guest speaker, Ms. Millicent Party, who is the social entrepreneur, educational designer, and an advocate for entrepreneurial pursuits to empower youth and women from Solomon Islands and the Pacific. Ms. Party is also a member and a formal chair of the Young Entrepreneurs Council in Solomon Islands. And last but not least, we have Mr. Avanit Narayan, who is a young entrepreneur and a founder of Suva-based enterprising Pacific consultancy. He works in the area of youth entrepreneurship and entrepreneurial ecosystem in the Pacific. Thank you very much, our speakers for today. Allow me to, moving on with our session, to start with a 5 minutes opening statements by each one of you. I will invite Mr. Khan to proceed.
Thank you very much for this warm welcome and introduction to our colleagues connected virtually, and to the ILO and UNDP. Thank you very much for facilitating this virtual meeting, and I think it provides a essential platform for us to can discuss policy developments relating to young entrepreneurs. Um, I would like to also, on behalf of the Honorable Minister for Commerce, Trade, Tourism, and Transport, it is my pleasure to be here to discuss matters related to young entrepreneurs and the policy development. And as the government arm, we understand the critical role that youth play in entrepreneurship. And in our nation, that is why under the national development policy that we have, our national framework, we have got a strategic objective in promoting entrepreneurial culture through sustainable micro, medium, and through sustainable micro, small, medium enterprise practices. Ladies and gentlemen, pre-COVID time in PG, the MSME sector contributed close to 18%, close to 60% towards the labor force. Therefore, our policies needs to be in the two elements together. If any disconnect, the business, the ministry responsible for development and growth of MSMEs in PG, we have developed various policies in this in MSME framework with various policies implemented relatively young and small nation with a young population. We need to create an enabling environment for our youth to thrive. We understand uh, we understand that one of the major challenges that businesses or young entrepreneurs face is obviously access to finance, and in recognition of the fact, in recognition of this fact, the Fijian government has paid close to 90 million out of this 25 million has been invested in entrepreneurial programs. Especially the government, as earlier mentioned, the government recognizes the fact that with our youth ambassadors, these are we need them to be job creators instead of job seekers. So there is a paradigm shift in the way we look at our youths, and in our efforts of supporting youth, and ministry has developed a funding program called the Young Entrepreneurship Scheme. This is obviously targeted to young entrepreneurs who have a unique and innovative idea. And since its inception, we've received close to 500 applications already. Obviously, this is not the only program that we have. There is other programs such as the National Strategy, the Northern Development Program, and also these are in addition to a number of other various livelihood supporting schemes that's run by other ministries as well, because we understand the need for access to finance is a very big impediment for them. But I guess we understand that much more needs to be done. Much more. It's not about just giving finance. It's also about handholding, monitoring, and mentoring. It's about advocating for sustainable business practices. Therefore, creating a right environment is important. In order to create the right environment, we need to have policies that is innovative, that is flexible, and that is forward-looking. Ladies and gentlemen, our youth are our agents of change. We need to change the way we do business. We need to change the way we think. We need to readjust to the new normal. We need to adapt new protocols and operate in a COVID safe manner. we need policies that is effective. Obviously, as policymakers, before as policymakers, we hold a number of engagement and consultations with the private sector. And we believe that there is no use in having a policy that does. Just to conclude, uh, our consultations has now taken a new way of doing consultations. Whilst we do have traditional ways of doing consultations for policy meetings, such as letters and emails, but we have also taken on the virtual approach, such as holding various dialogues through virtual meetings that we have right now. We also take feedback through our Facebook pages, and we've got a dedicated helpline, a MSME helpline, where people can call and tell us what is working, what is not. Because eventually we want the burden of ease of doing business to be lifted. We need to have a enabling environment for businesses to thrive, especially for young entrepreneurship. But I believe a lot more can be done, and therefore, using this platform, we are here to hear you out. We are here to learn from you, and we are here to take back any suggestions that can be used to improve the work that we are doing. With those said, we look forward to fruitful and collaborative discussions. Gunaka.
Thank you very much, Mr. Khan. Now, moving to our second speaker, Ms. Lotte Lima. May I ask you to take the floor? Ms. Lotte, can you hear us? Ms. Lotte. Yes, can you go ahead?
Hi there. Hope you guys can hear me well. Yes, yes.
It looks like there is a connectivity problem. Let's give it another try. If it doesn't work, maybe we come back to Ms. Lotte later. We cannot hear you. We cannot hear you. I'm sorry. Can our technical team figure out the problem? And if we to save the time, I will go ahead now. We'll come back to Ms. Lotte. I hope that the technical team will be able to tell her that we will move to another speaker. Please, may I ask now Ms. Mirarai Vetier to step in, please, and to give her opening statements.
Thank you, Mr. Albenazi, and Bulavinaka to all the my fellow panelists present here this afternoon. I'm so glad for this opportunity to be a representative from the workers' side of things as a chairperson of the Fiji Trade Union Congress Youth Committee. And allow me to just elaborate a few things on the needs of young people to find productive and decent employment in the Pacific. First and foremost, the rights of workers should be upheld or promoted at all times to ensure decent jobs. That is why we have trade unions in place. Unions provide a mechanism for workers, particularly young workers, to raise their employment issues, employment grievances. Hence, employers need to be accommodative of union presence within the workplace. The other thing that I'd like to mention is that the need for investment in training and skills and retraining due to innovative forms of doing tasks. The pandemic has really changed a lot of things, and we believe that employers must invest to enhance productivity during this crisis. Work forms have changed. Many are working from home. Many have switched to alternative working conditions, and the office is no longer the official work site. So the question is, how can employers ensure that young workers adapt to these changing circumstances? I look forward to having a very great discussion with the fellow panelists here this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, moving on, I'll ask our guest, Ms. Millicent Party, to give her opening remarks.
Good fella afternoon, Olketa from the Happy Isle, Solomon Islands. Tagetumas moderator for this fella opportunity to share on how young people working in the informal sector are mostly affected by COVID-19 pandemic. While our country, by God's grace, has managed to contain and prevent community spread of the COVID-19 to date, there is no doubt the pandemic is still having major impacts on the everyday life of young men and women here in the Solomons. Just for context, we may or may not be aware, but in the region, in the Pacific region, more than half the region's population, some 10 million, is under the age of 25. For the Solomon Islands, our population is over 700,000, where 70%, so over 500,000, is made up of young men and women under the age of 35. With one of the highest birth rates in the region at 2.5%, the rapidly burgeoning youth population, coupled with very limited employment opportunities in public, private, and informal sectors, present a serious need to harness innovative approaches to provide socioeconomic opportunities to empower our young people. Unfortunately, we don't have great employment statistics like in other countries, but to begin understanding our domestic context, I would like to reflect on the 16,000 to 4,000 reality ratio. It's worsened now with COVID repatriations of thousands of students returning home, but every year, 16,000 youth enter the job market only to be dispirited by the reality of less than 4,000 jobs available to them. Between the 6,000 to 8,000 of this 16,000 are dropouts, or as I prefer, pushouts of our education system. A system where the current education curriculum does not prepare students with the appropriate levels of skills, knowledge, and attributes for the labor market. In general, limited employment opportunities in the private sector and government. Mind you, the public sector is the largest employer here, makes it difficult for the rapidly increasing young labor force to find formal or informal employment. Entrepreneurial opportunities are also limited. Young people have no access to capital or credit. Where these are available, stringent regulatory requirements make it incredibly hard for youths to access these opportunities to start their own businesses or be self-employed. And with our traditional norms and practices that are predominantly patriarchal, young women and young persons with disability are the most vulnerable. Also in our context, an absence of micro and small enterprises, MSCs, in the informal economy to lack the capacity to generate sufficient transitioning from the informal to formal economy to create jobs. As we're experiencing without my fellow participants, panelists here today, connectivity here in our region remains a huge barrier for young people. And for the Solomon Islands, with 80% of our population living in rural areas, despite the newly introduced undersea cable, connectivity remains inaccessible to most. So To escape the traps individuals are facing trying to make a living from subsistence farming and fishing, with the current disruption in international trade of our agri-commodities, many young people are venturing to Honiara, the capital, where I am, and this is contributing to an increase in urban drift, informal settlements, and unemployment lines. Now, combine these pre-existing vulnerabilities with our proneness to natural disasters, threats of climate change too, if I may add, plus the COVID-19 pandemic, where detrimental impacts on our economy have been experienced from the closure of our tourism sector, market disruptions, and the diversion of donor public funds from infrastructure development and construction, where most young people are active in informal employment, and other roll-on effects of the global pandemic. Hands down, young men and women are currently the frontliners to job losses, heightened stress and tension, which has also increased family violence and displacement. A first-hand example that I can share is just over the last 3 months alone, more than 20 of my young friends and relatives who had decent employment from cross-cutting sectors, a handful of them lawyers, carpenters, teachers, a lot from the tourism sector and government, they've all left our country to join the 3-year seasonal workers program in Australia. I myself had to diversify to even hiring out my vehicle as a means to survive the impacts of COVID. On that note, my dear friends, consistent with youth unemployment challenges across the region, we are standing at a crossroads with 2 pathways ahead of us: a demographic dividend or a demographic time bomb. With COVID-19 impacts, we are headed towards a demographic time bomb. Our work, no matter how big or small, I would like to remind us all that it must contribute to transforming the youth bulge into a demographic dividend so we can diffuse the impending demographic time bomb with innovative solutions. Our future depends heavily on the critical decisions that we make today. Thank you, Tomas.
Thank you very much, Ms. Party, for this opening statements. Moving to our second guest, but before I ask Mr. Narayan, I want to see if Ms. Lima seems to be back on the stage online. So may I ask you to give your remarks, and hopefully now the connection would be fine. Ms. Lotte, can you hear me? Okay, I think there's still a problem. Yeah, no, she's disconnecting again. Okay, so let's just go to our fifth guest for today, Mr. Avanit. May I ask you to step in, please?
Thank you for that. Hello, everyone. What I was asked was in regards to entrepreneurs being an inspiration for youth in this particular situation. So I just wanted to start this off with saying that during crisis, lockdowns and restricted movements are being a norm. However, dealing with issues as an entrepreneur that is created by these activities is a totally different thing on its own. Most importantly, as an entrepreneur, you're not just a self-employed and a breadwinner for your own family. You're also indirectly responsible for your team as your business enables them to be breadwinners as well. You're an employer, hence you are a team. You have a team that trusts. You have a trusted team of employees that look up to you for directions, emotional support, financial support during these trying times. So how do you become this person and set your own personal issues aside, with this pandemic, simply put, you do what all entrepreneurs do best: find solutions and move forward. My entrepreneurial journey is quite long. Started in 2007 as a 24-year-old who started a franchise restaurant, and then this venture for me personally was a failure due to a number of factors, and I took from it and learned to embrace failure and to know when to let go, which is very important. Fast tracked, I currently have two businesses running in PG. One is basically an essential service provider. We provide water tanks, water carting facilities around the country. Luckily, since we're in essential services, we were allowed to operate during lockdowns. However, due to the demand of the service, we are currently, unfortunately, operating at 40%. The second business, which is Enterprising Pacific, as mentioned by the moderator, deals and works in the space of youth entrepreneurship in the Pacific. Pre-COVID, we were fortunate enough to be part and to establish Young Entrepreneurs Councils in 7 Pacific Islands under the private sector organizations. During COVID, during this time, I could travel, and unfortunately, during COVID, I was grounded, and therefore, all my contracts were on hold for 6 months. Therefore, zero income for that particular venture. But we have turned that into a positive by going digital. So we're doing digital training and trying to work online and doing certain contracts via the internet. Again, connectivity is also an issue here for most Pacific Island countries. The other things that I also had looked at was the opportunities, which is I'm looking into new startup possibilities, again, problem solving with current situation, and education. As entrepreneurs, we're always learning. And I think going and ensuring that you do take certain courses along the way is very important for your overall mindset. During this 1 year, I realized I became more closer to my staff, and we continuously shared situations and on a daily basis, and we found solutions together. I was fortunate that we didn't have to let go of some of the staff, although some did venture out to look for other opportunities. But the fact of the matter is that we had to go and reduce pay and reduce hours for operations. Luckily, I'm part of a national youth entrepreneurs coalition, the Young Entrepreneurs Council, which is under the Fiji Commerce and Employees Federation. And most of my support mechanisms came through these like-minded entrepreneurs who shared their situation, who shared best practices, solutions, and ensured that we worked together to ensure all of us stayed afloat during this time. This also included, we have an SME network and a small business networking community on Viber and Facebook that also contributed towards my peace of mind in regards to this. As a member of Fiji Commerce and Employees Federation, the other facilities and enablers that I was also able to tap into was the Business Link Pacific programs, also the business continuity plan that was offered straight after COVID hit us last year, which basically helped during the second wave of this pandemic. I'm still learning, as most of us are during this pandemic. It's more trial and error, but I know for a fact, one thing is certain: we need to collaborate, we need to diversify, we need to be in consultations with key stakeholders, and this is the only way we can move forward in this situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Avanit. I'll try to give now Ms. Lotte one more chance to see if she can come in. Can you try, please? Let's hope it works now. Obviously, she cannot hear me. Yeah. Okay. All right. Something obviously is going wrong here. Miss Lotte
Can you hear
Lima,
me?
she is. Oh, there she is. Yes, yes. Go ahead. Oh no, no, we lost it again. No, we
Can
lost it
you hear
again.
me?
Sorry.
Can you hear me
Yes.
now?
Yes, we can hear you. Something, I don't know. It seems like the connection is breaking up or something. Yeah. Let's try. Okay. We lost the screen. Yeah, she's back. Go on. Okay, I'm not sure if our technical specialist can figure out this problem, but obviously we do have connection issue. Let's hope that Ms. Lotte Lima from the Samoa Chamber of Commerce will be able to connect back. Um, I will now move to our second part of the discussion, which is questions addressed directly to the panelist. Mr. Khan, you spoke about the enabling environment, and you've also talked about how essential that we create an effective environment for young people and also for entrepreneurs to thrive. So this is definitely an important. We've heard also about the very important initiatives that the ministry now is undertaking. Now, my question to you is how to shape an environment, enabling environment for businesses, like established businesses to invest and contribute more in the design and implementation of youth employment interventions. By this I mean, like, where we talk about policy on a policy level, what kind of environment we need, like, to engage those businesses to come in and talk about their challenges, to talk about their also future activities, to see how we can make this policy driven toward both sides, business and job seekers, or even youth interests. Over to you.
Thank you, Kinan, and thank you, moderator, for this for the question. I think that's a very critical and important question as well. There's various things that we can do to enable businesses to thrive in an enabling environment. Obviously, the most basic one is collaboration. I think we should be open to undertake or listen to the private sector, what they're telling us, because whilst we as policymakers, it's the private sector who takes the policies and implement them and operate within that particular framework. So a lot of dialogue is needed, a lot of discussions is needed. Even when we introduce any changes to policies, obviously there has to be a reasonable basis for making changes in those policies, how it's going to affect those businesses, whether positively, negatively. So what we, like I earlier alluded to, what we normally have done now is we connect with the key apex bodies that's operating in a business environment. While for example, we've got the Fiji Chamber of Commerce, we've got the Fiji Chamber of Accountants, we've got the Fiji Employees Federation. We also reach out to the other apex bodies such as the cooperatives. We also engage a lot with the YEC Council as well, the Young Entrepreneurs Council. Beyond that is the LOPC as well that's there. So these are various groups or agencies that forms that voice for different business segments in the business environment. And that's where we get our feedback from. That is how we consult. We also do online consultations as well. As Mr. Narayan also had mentioned earlier on, there's Viber groups as well, which the ministry is part of. We also got a Facebook feedback page where people send us messages or engage us on our page. So these are some of the ways that we hope to get more feedback. We're also in the process of undertaking reforms in our ease of doing business. So, for example, right now, through feedback from the industry, we have reduced, like for example, the need to have a business license. So right now we don't need a business license. We have gone online in terms of business registration. So if you need to register a business, you can go and do this online. I understand connectivity issue also remains. So what has happened is that there is through our various government agencies, they double up as um, agencies that can also do business registration. So it's all scattered all over the main business areas instead of previously it has been into just the capital of Fiji. So this is now also all available all over Fiji. Those services, access to legal as well. The legal aid that we have in Fiji. I understand in open remarks they was talking about how there is lack of access to the judicial system. So that's also available through the legal aid system. All these, all this, all these key players create a environment that is needed for business to thrive. And what connects them all together is the policy. And policies obviously needs to be innovative. They need to be forward thinking. They need to be flexible as well. Um, just thought this to through this platform, we'll be working on creating and developing a MSME Act and also amending our Cooperatives Act. So this is probably through those legislations, we hope to get more feedback, particularly from the private sector and maybe the youth and the women entrepreneurs. So that's something that we can look forward to. Vinaka.
Vinaka, thank you. Well, that's obvious. Yeah, that's very good. Actually, that we do provide this type of platforms or at least a space for businesses to come in and to contribute because as we noted earlier, that businesses do have a very good experience. They have resources. They could actually really help to shape the future skills of the young people. So I think, and when it comes to policy design and development, having them on board and dedicating their time and effort and even resources to implement those policies would be quite essential as well to ensure that that the policies have been implemented in favor of everybody. Thank you very much. I'm not sure now how is the situation with Miss Lotte. I hope that. No, we cannot hear you. Okay, I'm sorry. There's probably we need to change the internet connection on your side, I guess, or yeah.
There, is that better?
Yes, yes. Now it's better. Hopefully,
Okay.
it remains like this.
Third time's the charm,
Okay,
so
go ahead.
hopefully. Yes, so did you
Okay.
want me to speak from my opening remarks first?
Yes, yes. If you can just briefly tell us, yes, give us a bit of the opening
Okay.
statement, and then I will move to the question as well.
Okay, so just in regards for policy making, coming from a private sector organization, we do note that it's very vital, and being able to contribute and have a seat at these discussions, it's so important because these are the changes that are being made right now, especially with government. So businesses share a lot of important information that assists policymakers just to help them understand the current situation, the business environment, and also changes across different sectors. In particular, with the COVID-19 pandemic right now, it's very important for us as the Samoa Chamber of Commerce to have that dialogue with government. The Samoa Chamber, we're actually quite fortunate to be involved in policy making through our representation on government boards and also committees. This also broadens out to our qualifications authority. We have representation there. This is something we have voiced for the need to have private sector there. It's allowed us to build better partnerships and networks with government and also reestablishes our public-private partnership. There's a lot of information that businesses hold, and it's usually collected through the use of surveys, ongoing dialogue with businesses, as well as other platforms that we use to have that exchange with the private sector. all our policy submissions to government are done within our organization. So it's just a representation of how our businesses are feeling with the current economy and the business environment. And all these issues are then voiced through our policy submissions for change. Social value, it's quite broad, but what businesses can generate is social and economic development. Just by engaging policymakers, we can create jobs, decent work, new industries and sectors. There's quite a lot of opportunity out there, but the current issue right now is just this COVID pandemic, this limiting of how to do business. So that's one of the things we're struggling with right now. But it really is something that businesses do without realizing it, that they are, building the economy and driving social and economic development. So, we do note that the importance of that connection between policymakers and also businesses as well. So yeah, just briefly on my opening remarks there. Thank you.
Excellent. And I'm glad that we managed to speak with you. So I'm going to actually continue, if you don't mind, and ask you the question right away, just to make sure that the connection now is doing well. So Ms. Lima, let me ask you this. Now, as you said, like obviously the business believe in the importance of youth and also believes in the importance of creating jobs for young people. Now, but my question to you is that what motivates, by this I mean, like, what are the challenges today and opportunities that businesses could do to collaborate with government and other actors to promote youth employment? Like, other than the type of business activities that they do, can they just do beyond the normal and to step in and to align forces with the government and with other collaborators as well in the country, other international organizations as well, to actually come in and do some serious work on promoting youth employment?
Yes, I think, being a responsible business is kind of like a norm now, it does take a while for some businesses to kind of grow because, they don't realize they're doing it. But there's always that factor of wanting to give back to the community and address any issue that they feel strongly about. And youth unemployment in particular is one issue that the Samo Chamber with its members is working really hard to address. And then an example of some of the work that we do is we run internship programs. Currently now, our internship programs is just for youth who have little to no qualifications. So, high school dropouts or things like that, just because, we want to give them that opportunity to be in the work environment. We understand graduates come back, they have that degree and things like that. We're just trying to work with that target of youth. However, we are looking at broadening it. We are looking to work more with universities and also some of our trade sectors to kind of get them involved as well. We have a youth collab. That's something, innovation thing we have working with young entrepreneurs. It's just a forum for those who have, a startup idea or want to scale their business up. Just providing that training and capacity building, just to help and help develop them as well. Right now with COVID-19, we've pushed for assistance for the private sector, in particular with the economy right now. So we were able to work with the Ministry of Finance. We have good relationship with our government ministries. So we are able to collaborate with a lot of activities that look at these kind of issues, in particular youth unemployment. Promoting youth employment, I think the link here is not only reducing risk and liability, it's about improving sustainability. And that's the important linkage there, because for a business to be sustainable, there needs to be a market, there needs to be customers, there needs to be consumers. And this in turn creates jobs because, businesses need that manpower within their business to carry out their affairs and things like that. So it's just the need, we know that there's a lack of some opportunities, but businesses are motivated to give back where they can and provide that assistance as well.
Excellent. Thank you very much. We've managed to have your contributions so far. Great. Let's move on to our third question, Ms. Mirarai. Now, as a unionist, I mean, you're representing here the voice of young people, and you did share earlier that young people do go to a hardship, especially when in the time of graduation, the time of looking for a job, and you talked about all sorts of barriers as well. Now, so what can business do? Now, this is the question to you. What can business do to help those young people, to safeguard them from this labor market vulnerabilities that has been really exacerbated now because of COVID-19 pandemic? Over to you.
Moderator. Thank you for that question. As I mentioned earlier in my opening statement, one of the biggest needs for young people right now is investment trainings and investment in skills and reskilling training and those kind of programs. Now, the pandemic, the crisis has really undermined the growing economic development in Fiji within the region. That's a given. It has exposed a lot of things, especially for young people. Young people were the most affected, were the very first to be made redundant, to lose their jobs. When major industries, for instance, here in Fiji, when the tourism industry was affected by COVID, when COVID hit last year, most of the young people in the tourism sector lost their jobs, the airline industry as well. So when this happened, it exposed a lot of issues for young people. Social security. Social security is not only important nationally, it is also important at an employer level. Now, the question that we got to ask is, how can employers ensure that for the period of lockdown or the period that the workers have been made redundant or lost their jobs, how can they ensure that he has a place to live if he does not have a house? He or she does not have a house of his own, is on rent. How can he ensure that he continues to pay for rent, to put food on the table, to pay for utilities? We know of some good employers here in Fiji who have provided one-off fortnightly cash allowance, food packs to their employees who have been badly affected during this crisis. This is just to ensure that workers are not being displaced. The other thing is that employers, the business community, can provide retraining opportunities. Like I've mentioned, when COVID hit, when workers are made redundant, there are roles within the company, roles within the organization that have been made redundant. So what employers can do is provide retraining opportunities for these workers to be able to take another opportunity within the organization, or train them for roles available outside of the organization. Emphasis on reskilling workers who are still in employment, who may be on reduced hours, reduced pay, who may be on leave without pay, whatever the arrangements may be. So reskilling programs for them, and also for those who have just recently lost their jobs or have been made redundant. Now, the other thing that I'd like to mention is employers can also provide opportunities to workers who have been locked out of their place of employment, say, for example, who are in containment zone, who are in lockdown areas. And if, for example, the office or the place of work is within the containment zone and the employee has been locked out, is outside of the lockdown area or the containment zone, how can the employer ensure that the employee continues to get paid, or what arrangements the employer has done for the employee? The other thing is employers can also assist young workers to learn and acquire a new set of skills while still on the jobs, like I said, reskilling or upskilling whilst in employment. For example, teaching them about green concepts of production, environmental sustainability. These are some of the things that we, the employers, can assist young people, young workers in, especially during this crisis. Now, the other thing is employers must ensure that they take appropriate measures, steps based on humanitarian grounds, and not treat young workers as a number, or as they say, labor is not a commodity. So these are just some of the things that we believe the business community can look at to support young people today who have been badly affected by the current pandemic. Now, the other thing is collaboration. Say, for example, last year, the Fiji Trade Union Congress, together with the Fiji Commerce and Employers Federation and the ILO, partnered together to conduct transition to business training. This is something that can also be done. They can continue to do this to assist workers who have been affected by the pandemic, who have lost jobs and have transitioned into SMEs, small, medium business enterprises. So this emphasis on training, business training for these workers who have ventured into small businesses. And yes, like I mentioned, collaboration between the key partners, employers federation, the workers organization, to help the workers during this difficult time. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much for also a very interesting contribution. Now, moving on, our question to Ms. Party. Now, as a youth leader, you were the former chair of the Young Entrepreneurs Council in Solomons. What do you think about the role of youth organizations, playing a role to raise awareness around the issues of youth employment, and also to support collaboration and coordination among different actors, in particular the business community?
Thank you so much for the question. In my opinion, raising awareness on issues affecting young people and employment is crucial, and our efforts regionally have been adequate. But due to the urgency of addressing youth unemployment, raising awareness alone now just presents as not enough. Sure, we can do more with the dissemination of information to make sure that it's far and wide reaching, particularly leveraging of technology today. And particularly also in promoting entrepreneurship to rally more support. But I believe our collaborative efforts need to be coupled with tangible outcomes in infrastructure, market access, and policy and legal frameworks, as other panelists have mentioned. Our shared vision and common collective goal of creating opportunities for capacity building and enabling environments for young people need, as I mentioned before, more innovative approaches to enhance employment and entrepreneurship opportunities. And as a youth leader, and also part of the ecosystem, this nascent entrepreneurial ecosystem, it must be central to governments, all stakeholders, public and private. Youth development and economic empowerment must be central in all our efforts. But at the end of the day, at the end of the government of the day, actually, it is also the political will to prioritize youth development, creative, conducive environments, and better labor market access that is really needed to address some of the issues at hand. And I can share an example of where, you know, as the former chairperson of our Young Entrepreneurs Council here in Solomons over the last 3 years, this public-private partnership model as our establishment in terms of coordination has been quite effective, particularly as part of our advocacy work. So we have this advocacy agenda themed under Ample Period for Growth. And this looks at how best we can support the nourishment of new businesses, as well as entice informal businesses where most young entrepreneurs are participating in, to transition well into contributing to our formal economy. Now, one of the ideas under this agenda is pushing for a special license with our Honiara City Council for a grace period of 3 to 5 years, enough ample time for new businesses to grow, because this has been experienced by young entrepreneurs that expensive business licenses are a huge barrier to the startup phase of their business. Whilst that coordination has been undergoing with other actors, the collaboration aspect of it, particularly with public sector actors, have been quite challenging. I mean, it's been 4 years now, and this is still in the works because we just don't have that lobbying power or political will to get support. But yeah, I think everything needs to cohesively work together in order to, you know, truly promote youth entrepreneurship and, you know, access to employment. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thanks a lot. Now, our question now to Avinit, as an entrepreneur. Now, you're obviously now going through a very difficult time, you know, because of the COVID-19 pandemic. So we would like to know more about some of the opportunities and challenges that are actually this pandemic itself has brought to young people. And in what way this could actually be seen also as let's say, a light of hope for a new job opportunities for the youth. Over to you. Avinit?
Thank you. Youth unemployment was always an issue and a challenge for the Pacific pre-COVID anyway. We are not landlocked. We're a small-sized nation with limited growth in new industries. Creating a youth bulge, as Millicent had mentioned in her opening statement. We already have situations where some of the challenges with COVID that has introduced is we've lost industries such as our tourism industry, which is our massive industry for most Pacific Islands. And the first people to go are unfortunately the lesser skilled, lesser experienced young people. To add on to that, we have these unemployed skilled workers adding on to the youth bulge, pushing the youth further down in the employment possibility line. There's another component which I want to mention is a lot of these youths are now returning home as well. So bigger family communities are building up. There's a lot of social dynamics happening. There's a lot of family violence that's occurring, as Millicent also mentioned. And no one is hiring, to be honest, because there are no new jobs. There's a lot of people who are losing jobs, existing jobs. And it's very difficult for unemployed youths and young people to meet basic needs. Now, we could say entrepreneurship, which pre-COVID was one of the alternatives to unemployment. And a lot of progress in the Pacific has happened. in that space, promoting entrepreneurship, policy changes, the traditional aspects of things when it comes to SME training and dialogue and advocacy. And as Millicent mentioned, we can only do that so far. With COVID, we've created, and we have to have a different approach to this whole scenario and situation where we can actually, yes, we're doing good training, we're addressing some of the policy issues, we're having dialogue, but what's the next step? What are the next steps forward? What are we doing differently? So say, for example, if we're looking at entrepreneurship, there's limited to no opportunities right now to have startups. A lot of young people or a lot of persons who have lost their jobs have started small businesses, home delivery systems, food and also other aspects of creative industry has started. But where is the sustainability component? What are we doing about this? How are they going to sustain this livelihood of this? The other thing is all the other businesses, when we're talking about either small business or industry, they have done cutbacks. They have to survive. So everyone's on survival mode. Even the SMEs are. So how do we enable an environment for these SMEs and these business holders, who are job creators, by the way, to once again survive, stabilize, grow, and then also provide that creative job space that we're all talking about. Something that was mentioned, I think, by Lotte was also looking at the traditional approach of internship and apprenticeships. Pre-COVID, these programs were running perfectly fine, but now, because a lot of businesses have lost employees and it is costing money, they will tend to go into these schemes. But my question is this going to be a decent work environment for the employee? Is it just going to be for the period of the COVID space? And then will they get what's the sustainability component for that? Will they get a position in the company? Or are they just going to, what unfortunately is getting used and then left behind, and then somebody else takes the position later on? So all these questions need to be addressed. The other aspect, now we have to look at solutions here. So the importance right now is to have intermediation services available for both SMEs and youth, unemployed youths and the youths as a whole. So what we're talking about here is the focus should be on the psychosocial impacts that COVID has happened on these individuals. What are we doing about it? Are we having counseling separately for these young people? What is the public employment services doing about it? And how are we looking at existing businesses and their financial structures? How are we assisting the loan aspects that they already currently have, so they can stay in business and therefore continue employing the staff and retaining the staff that they have? Because if the business dies, so does the jobs with it that it created. So we have to, and then you have one more business person who used to be an entrepreneur adding on to the unemployment list as an employee. So you have to consider those aspects as well. Now, firstly, these businesses need to stabilize, as I mentioned before. If we're looking at this entrepreneurship as a solution, as an opportunity, then we definitely have to look at it as an holistic approach where all parties are involved. There is continuous collaborations. There is a conducive environment for businesses to grow, to stay afloat. Yes, we still have to comply with certain COVID restrictions and abilities, but then tap into other aspects, like we have digital platforms now. One of the things that's currently in conversations is the global market. We have access. This is an opportunity. Global market is an opportunity. However, with digitization comes certain costs. So infrastructure costs we have to look into. We also have to look at policy changes, because we have some old policies that needs to reflect the new changes. And then the ease of transition from traditional way of doing business and going digital. And how are the banks playing the role in here? Because everyone wants to go, we're all advocating about going online, doing our business online. But in order for me to run a business online, I need mechanisms. I need support mechanisms from certain stakeholders, such as banks, to provide me with payment services, credit card payment services, and so forth. Are these being looked at carefully and in detail to ensure that an SME who can only make 10,000 or 20,000 a year, can they actually afford to run these activities? So yeah, so in a nutshell, I think a lot of people have mentioned in regards to the opportunities and the challenges. I think that working together as a collaboration, having consultation, doing ensuring that we constantly micromanage the dialogue component of it in an inclusive environment where the private sector is heavily involved, because remember, this is where we need to have our voices heard and the policies to change accordingly, so we can actually be part of the change. Sustainability is a huge issue with a lot of these activities that we might be doing, and the only way we can do it is through having consultations and making the change properly. Thank you.
All right. Well, yes, indeed. Thank you all very much for all of the answers. Let me now share with you one of the questions that we've received. So basically, I mean, this is going to be an open for anybody who would like to come in and answer it. Now, we have now some of these economic sectors in the Pacific. They're obviously absent, you know. Predominantly, tourism has been one of the major sector, as been mentioned already. Now, this does not seem to be very promising, and even if it is, it remains to be quite of I would say vulnerable sector in a way, where it's not securing you know, sustainable job opportunities, especially for young people. Now, so it's the time, Avanit mentioned dialogue, and he emphasized on the importance of this. So now comes the time where we actually really need to chart the way post-COVID, you know, what can be done now to look into this area and see of how we can create a new economic activities, not to be overly depending on a sector that has been perhaps been quite good at some time, but it's also been quite vulnerable either to the crisis, to the pandemic, or to the climate change that periodically hits the region. So any thoughts or ideas of what can be done? Why business now, their role is important to kind of chart a new economic prosperity in a new activities? Anybody would like to jump in? I will go, Mr. Khan. Do you have any thoughts on that, since you're here representing the ministry?
Thank you for the question. I think it's a very relevant question given the times that we are in. Apart from the policy and legislative framework side, I think PG, we are lucky that we have a broad economic base. So when tourism did hit, yes, it did take a substantial hit on our economy. Close to 40% of our GDP just got wiped out. But I think we've got enough entrepreneurs. We've got manufacturing sectors, whether TCF, food manufacturers. We've got active construction sector as well. So we've got a very strong wholesale and retail sector. We've also got agriculture sector. So basically, what we've noticed is that a lot of people went back to agriculture. While people have been planting and producing, I think then one emerging sector we can also look at is moving these farmers or producers into value adding. So you move them up the supply chain, you make them manufacturers as well, so they can do add value. Packaging increases our exports, create more employment. So the multiplier effect is also realized there and then. I think another sector that we can probably look at, I think, given our relatively young population, is the BPO council. Our BPO sector, the business processing outsourcing. So in Fiji, we relatively have got a young workforce, a good English speaking workforce. With our connectivity levels are quite strong, and I think would be one of the best in the region. So it creates 24 hours and it's a very essential service. And given our position in the region, I think this is a potentially a sector that needs to be explored more, and probably a bit more investments in those areas needs to be made. So I think those are the top five sectors. I think with the exception of tourism, I think that's the sectors that I would look at for economic activity and job creation: construction, manufacturing, for BPO, agriculture, and probably diversifying our manufacturing into value adding for food manufacturing. Thank you.
Okay. Uh, Anyone else would like to comment on this question? I mean, the sustainability aspect. Thank you. I mean, what you've mentioned, Mr. Khan, is very important. How we actually really look into what are the emerging opportunities that have been happening now during the crisis, and try to equip the current and the upcoming generations to kind of meet the demand on that. Any thoughts from from Samoa, the Chamber of Commerce, on what can be done to create more of a resilient economic sectors that that's not going to be affected by similar crisis in Samoa? You need to unmute yourself.
Oh yeah. I think resilience, it's a word that you hear quite often now, but it's still taking some businesses time to adapt to that kind of business environment. But I think what we can do from the private sector is kind of just have more awareness, have more training. It actually goes hand in hand with establishing a business. Is that you have to make sure for continuity purposes that there is a plan in place for that. So I think to help sustain businesses, especially with becoming more resilient, that's our role, is to advocate, provide more opportunities for learning, any training that we can have to assist businesses and young entrepreneurs, especially. That's one service that we really want to push towards the private sector. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Moving to Mirarai. Now, you talked about also decent work, and you said that now young people are aspired to have a good working conditions. Now, what happens when young people are offered a good working conditions? Like, what is the return, to the business on this? What value does this generate to the business?
You, moderator. When young people are offered decent work, you'd see an increase, an enhanced productivity level at the workplace. If young people are offered a decent work, and it's something that we hope that employers are offering or are going to offer young people who will be venturing into the labor market. Enhance productivity.
Mm-hmm. It enhances productivity. Okay, yeah, that's a very good point. Uh, because, and also loyalty. Like usually turnover rate is quite high among young people, especially when they are confronted with a reality that does not really meet their aspirations. So they try to move on to another business, or perhaps they even seek moving to another country for a better working conditions. And this has been quietly recognized across the globe of why people usually consider mobility. Now, a question has come up on basically that a lot of young people do have an idea to have a concept to get started with as a business model, but they never really receive the support. And here in particular in our session, we need to look at what's the role of the business, to help out those young people. I mean, there could be also an opportunity for business here to gain out of the support to young people, especially if this idea feeds into their supply chain or value chain, or their operations. So, Millicent and Avinit, any thoughts on that? On young entrepreneurs not being able to find the skills, and what's the role of the business to help them?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I think if you look pre-COVID, this was a situation, pre-existing situation before COVID, and I think the whole reason why we have young entrepreneurs councils in the Pacific is solely based on this aspect, where a lot of young people who have great ideas, they're at ideation stage of their business, and they need that extra support to ensure that they can actually make this into a reality. And now, financial aspects aside, and the registration aspects aside, and all that, the support is what's important. And being part of a private sector organization enables young people to do so. So now, most of the private sector organization members are business owners, as per the Young Entrepreneurs Council members. But aspiring entrepreneurs can actually link themselves with these young entrepreneurs and learn from their best practices as well. So we have a Facebook page, we have members who are constantly in these kind of platforms advocating for young people to voice out their concerns regarding entrepreneurship, and tapping into business development services that our membership has access to. And also, there's a lot of accelerator programs that are out there as well. One that we are at FCEF have got as well is the FEE program, which is with the MDF. So getting in touch with these programs is very important. A lot of times, young people have this one particular bottleneck, and I have gone through this as well, is because we have a great idea, want to keep it up to ourselves. We don't want to explore it because somebody might steal it. At the same time, you need to be able to do your research about your product, see where you can get your startup capital from. Family and friends is the best avenue to start off with, and then explore from there. Test it out, do your research and development. Now, during COVID, you can still do that. I know it's going to be more difficult to establish startup because you don't have any known support mechanisms in terms of the financial structure of things, but you can still explore. You have so much. Lockdown gives you so much space and time to explore these businesses, and I think if you come up with 3 business ideas every day and then do your research and development, you will be able to pick and find one that works for you. And again, approach young people in business for their advice. It's a simple, no-cost activity, and trust me, the networking aspect of just that alone is inspiring itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Millicent, you spoke about this is my question. Actually, we've run out of questions from colleagues and the audience. A question to you. You've talked about private-public partnership, and I wonder how important this is in our time now to create joint youth employment programs. Lotte talked about internships, or also apprenticeships were brought in to the discussion. That to what extent in the Pacific the public-private partnerships are popular, and what can we do about it to promote it? As we've now been emphasizing on the importance of bringing both parties together, government, workers, and business. Over to you.
Thanks very much. I'm quite new to public-private partnerships, but I can speak of the
Okay.
experience of the establishment of Young Entrepreneurs Council, Solomon Islands, in the sense that because we also tailored the model to the context of, you know, the challenges young entrepreneurs here face, or even aspiring entrepreneurs, that co-sharing of, you know, carrying that weight together has been quite efficient in the sense that, you know, oh, just for background information, the public-private partnership for the Young Entrepreneurs Council here in Solomons is through the Solomon Islands Chamber of Commerce and Industries, as well as the Ministry of Women, Youth, and Children Affairs. So these are the two key partners. And for YEXI, you know, it's because we have that, we feel this sense of support from both sectors. I think it's particularly important for young organizations, particularly working in youth development, because it's such a huge issue here. It does set precedents for a great model. I think the only sort of challenge that we face, I mean, through YEXI, we have come up with our own locally tailored incubator programs, Innovation Blayumi, as well as recognizing the need for to introduce entrepreneurship to younger people, particularly those who are just coming into Form 5, 6, and 7. So that's, you know, the last 3 years of high school, noticing that our education curricular system doesn't promote, you know, being a business owner as a career pathway. You know, we are seeing these gaps and filling them in. And I think being a PPP establishment allows us, I guess, ease in order to do that. However, the scalability of our activities through this model, because for Solomons geographically, we are faced with one of the most challenging terrains, with 5,000 villages spread across 992 islands. So, you know, I guess the next step is to, you know, after a 3-year experience of this establishment, is to now review it and see how best we can scale it, not only just for entrepreneurship, but, you know, youth in agriculture, fisheries, yeah, and so forth. I hope that answers your question.
Great. Yeah, well, that's no, it does actually. Thank you very much. We just received also another question from the floor, and it's about regulations. So, what regulations should states come up with, other than existing initiatives in the panelist home countries, to further support young persons during this pandemic economic uncertainty? So, any regulations that would actually support young people during this time? Maybe Mirarai, since we're referring here to regulations to support young people as a unionist, or also Mr. Khan can have something to say on that.
Thank you, moderator. I'd let Mr. Khan answer first.
Okay. All right.
Thank you. So yes, I guess we had to take a number of reforms and regulation changes in order to make it very conducive to the environment that we are in, whether it be at policy level or whether it be at legislative level. We, for example, I cannot speak on behalf of other countries in the Pacific, but for Fiji, as I said earlier on, like one impediment that we got rid of was the business license. So that is the first step. The other things that we can probably consider and look at, such as having more tax incentives to entice businesses to operate, say, in regions that they will not operate in, other regions or in areas that they may not be, where it's traditionally not looked at. So, for example, in Fiji, we have got tax-free zones. So outside the CBD areas, which is normally in the rural and the other part of Fiji, and then the maritime islands, it's a tax-free zone. So maybe people need to capitalize on such opportunities. There's tax-free zones out there. We can probably get tax incentives for employers. So if they're hiring, say, youth, or if they're hiring people who from the informal sector, they could give you some tax brackets or something of that sort. Some tax benefits can be also provided. I think there is a lot of that, a lot of such regulations is out there. It's just that people are not aware of it, and I guess it comes down to us as policy makers. It's our job to probably make people aware of such incentives that's out there. Um, there is probably other incentives that we can look at to entice or boost exporters in the export sector. If there is probably any impediments that's there, we could probably relook at it. In Fiji right now, we are undergoing our budget consultation process. So this probably will be a good time for private sector. I'm sure most of them have done the budget submission. Um, and there, so this can be considered. These policy changes and regulation changes can be considered, and as part of our budget consultations in the new budget. I think apart from that, we also need to look at regulations that will attract investments, probably foreign investment as well, or for probably for say Fijians living abroad to come back and work or invest in our country. There's a lot of Fijians who stay in abroad and who would like to come invest in our country. So look at our policies, look at our regulations that will capture that particular segment or that particular market. So yeah, I mean, it's open for discussion, and we look to get some feedback. Naka.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for this. This obviously, I mean, it's interesting to see that there are some initiative, but he also talked about that areas where young people still or people they're not even informed about these things, and I think this is part of the responsibility of members of the union here is to raise awareness about all of these regulations and to guide young people to be in a way to protect themselves. You know, to be more knowledgeable about how they can receive support and how they could actually be protected in a vulnerable situation. So, by this, I would like to conclude our session for today. We have completed the session perfectly on time. I would like to thank you all once again. Mr. Faisal Khan, the Director and Registrar of Cooperatives at the Ministry of Commerce, Trade, Tourism and Transport, Ms. Lotte Lima, Member Services Manager of the Samoa Chamber of Commerce, Ms. Mirarai Vatier, a lawyer and a young unionist at the National Union of Workers, Ms. Millicent Party, an entrepreneur and a formal chair of the Young Entrepreneurs Council in Solomon Islands, and finally, Mr. Avanit Narayan, a young entrepreneur and a founder of Suva-based enterprising Pacific Consultancy. I'm Kinan Al-Bahnasi. Thank you all very much. It was a pleasure to have you all, and I wish you a very lovely afternoon. Bye-bye.
Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where in the world you are joining us from today. My name is Ida Hillestedt, and I'm the Regional Child Rights and Business Manager at UNICEF's Regional Office for East Asia and the Pacific. I have the great pleasure to be moderating today's conversation on the state of child rights and business in East Asia and the Pacific. For this, as you can see, we're joined by a great lineup of speakers and experts who will help us shed light on the ways that business impact on children's rights in this region, how the understanding of business responsibility towards children's rights have evolved, and we'll also have a chance to discuss the role of different duty bearers and stakeholders in addressing and mitigating the negative impacts on child rights. I will be introducing the speakers as we go along, but before I hand over to our first set of speakers, I'd like to place this session in the context of the overall theme of this year's Forum on Responsible Business and Human Rights. The celebration of the 10-year anniversary of the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights and the next decade of action, both in relation to the UN Guiding Principles as well as the Sustainable Development Goals. But next year we have another big anniversary coming up, that of the Children's Rights and Business Principles. In the same way that the UN Guiding Principles have changed so much in our understanding of business accountability for human rights, so has the Children's Rights and Business Principles been instrumental in changing the way we conceptualize and articulate child rights issues and impacts in the context of business policies, processes, and decision-making. Businesses impact on the full spectrum of rights defined in the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, as well as other relevant international standards. And it links to issues such as product formulation, sales and marketing, environmental impacts, land acquisition, employment practices, the way employees behave, data mining, investments, and so forth. However, so often these impacts are a blind spot for business, and instead only the issues that are perceived as creating a risk for business, such as child labor or trafficking, is on the business radar. In this session, we want to take a look at the wide range of business impact on children and young people in this region and make the link to what responsible business conduct looks like, including the role of companies, multi-stakeholder initiatives, and government policy in creating lasting change for children. But now let me turn to our two first set of speakers in this session, who will help us set the scene on child rights and business specifically as it applies to East Asia and the Pacific. We have Larissa Isa-Udidi, an associate partner with Dalberg Advisors, the global economic development and social impact advisory firm. And I've recently had the great pleasure to work with Larissa as part of a research collaboration on the impacts of COVID-19 on business in Asia Pacific that also focused on the direct and indirect impacts on child rights. And our second speaker is Nina Volmer, who is the research manager at Global Child Forum, the non-for-profit organization established by the royal family in Sweden to advance children's rights. And Nina oversees the benchmark studies published by Global Child Forum and Boston Consulting Group. And she's most recently been leading the work on the Southeast Asia benchmark report, which we're going to hear a lot more about now. So to kick us off, I'm going to invite both of you to tell us a little bit more about those research projects you've been involved in, and also your main findings in terms of how business in the region have been impacted by the ongoing pandemic and the implication for children and their families. Nina, let's start with you. Can you tell us a bit more about your work and the benchmark study for East Asia? Over to you.
Of course. So just to clarify, do you want me to, because we have two studies actually, one on COVID-19 and one on the benchmark. So which one would you like me to go first on? So I follow the...
You can start on the COVID study on the pandemic, and then we can deep dive into the benchmark. Thank you, Nina.
Excellent. Sorry about that. So yes, we actually did a study together with Elevate in a conjunction with our Southeast Asia benchmark to understand more about what the impact on children from the pandemic has been, because the data that we collected with the benchmark naturally was a little bit older, and we were very keen to understand this dynamic as well. So basically, from that study, we found mainly three things in terms of the impact on children and connection to large businesses in the region. So one of the main impacts is, of course, the loss of jobs for parents, and that coupled with interrupted education because of school closures, we see, and this is actually from UNICEF and ILO numbers and research, that there is a tangible risk for rise in child labor as a consequence of this. But also, of course, that there is a generation of children now that has been out of school for very long, and many of these children might never return. And where we see the company can support in that is by supporting education initiatives, providing education to vulnerable groups among children, but also access generally to the internet, which we have seen is one of the factors that children have not been able to receive education, and access to schools, depending on what type of operations you're running. The second impact that we see has to do with workplace closures, and the fact that many young people in the region get their work life experience from apprenticeships and internships. And with workplace closures, industries and offices closing down, many of these have been interrupted. So as an example for a figure is that in the Philippines, 3/4 of the internships and apprenticeships were interrupted last year because of this. And here companies, of course, then can work to, as soon as possible, resume these kind of training programs, and also ensure that maybe give a little bit more space for youth as we go forward. Because youth employment, we have seen that already has had a greater impact on youth unemployment than on adult unemployment, if you say. And finally, with the economic downturn, we also see that there is a risk, and this is something that happens usually, is when finance is scarce for companies, what usually goes first are the charities and the programs, which sort of lose funding. And we see that, and we'll come back to this, but in the benchmark, we see that this is something that a lot of Southeast Asian companies are doing, is actually supporting children in the community in different ways. And we haven't been able to collect this data yet, but there is a risk that some of these programs have been affected.
Thanks so much for this, Nina. And so let me hand over to Larissa, who's been focusing specifically on micro and small and medium enterprises as part of her research. So can you complement what Nina mentioned in terms of way that companies are impacted and implications for children and families? Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ida and Nina. It's interesting to complement, and part of why we chose to focus the study on MSMEs was really to highlight where are we seeing similarities in terms of the impact that's happening through larger companies and smaller ones, and where is the situation a bit different in terms of the impact and also in terms of what you would expect in terms of a response. So I'll first say that when looking at MSMEs in Asia, they've certainly been hit disproportionately hard from a size perspective. The surveys came out sort of mid last year for Asia, showing that half of the MSMEs surveyed foresaw losing half of their profits that year, whereas only a quarter of large businesses felt the same. So definitely a large correlation between size and the economic impact. In the short term, of course, I think fairly similarly to what Nina said, the disruption to products and services was quite acute, and we saw that. But as lockdowns have been released, but also countries have learned how to deal with the situation, the long-term impact that we found really was from the wages and the layoffs, and especially important on the MSME side, given that a majority of the population is employed by these small businesses. So I won't go into the details of sort of the data and the economics of losses across the businesses, because I think we all sort of saw and felt how serious that was. In terms of the translation to impact on children, though, when we think about that, one that we saw fairly clearly in the evidence was around nutrition. So seeing sort of millions of additional children being pushed into food insecurity as a result of the economic stress. Also sort of millions increased in terms of suffering from wasting. Education we've already talked about, so increases in inequality and access, and also quality of education given the need to shift online, combined with the economic stress. And then an interesting one is mental health, where there's been sort of less comprehensive data, but certainly evidence to suggest that the added economic pressures are leading to increased incidences of issues there. And maybe the last thing I'll just say, again, the comparison between MSMEs and larger companies is that, I think we all know most MSMEs are not already offering their employees extra benefits, and most MSMEs are not engaged in any kind of corporate social responsibility, as one would expect. And so those natural places where you would usually trim down if you were a larger business are not really open as options to MSMEs. And so the economic impact is really just directly passed on with very little buffer to the families and children of the employers.
Thank you so much, Larissa. And it's great to have these two complementary studies that has come out at the same time. And so coming back to the work of Global Child Forum, and particularly the benchmark study, Nina, can you tell us a bit more about how the largest companies and what you've seen in the benchmark study in terms of how the largest companies are addressing children's rights in their operations and communities?
Of course. So the benchmark that we did, just to give you a little bit of a background as to sort of what we know anything about, is we looked at the 270 approximately largest companies in the region. And when I say region, I'm talking about Thailand, Indonesia, Malaysia, Vietnam, the Philippines, and Singapore. For size we use revenue. And so across these largest companies, we use 27 indicators based on the children's rights and business principles to look at how companies disclose on how they address their impact on children's lives in different ways. And we score those disclosures. So we cover a range of child rights issues, child labor is included, but we also go quite beyond that. And just finally to say that we measure company disclosures, but we don't have the possibility of actually measuring the impact on children through this. So we're looking at what companies say they do. And then when we look at the bulk of Southeast Asian companies, something that really stands out, I think, is in what I mentioned before, is that we see that 83% of the companies in the study actually do have some kind of program or support charities that benefit children, which is a lot higher than, for example, the global averages that we see. So we really see that Southeast Asian companies do consider children as important and sort of spend both communication resources and economic resources on children in the community. What we might not see as much, though, is the more integrated perspective that you might want to see in terms of actually considering how is my company impacting children's lives with what we do in our day-to-day operations. And particularly that comes across when we look at issues such as responsible marketing or product responsibility, which have quite low scores all over. This is, however, also reflected in the global study, so it's not something that is particular for the Southeast Asian companies, but it is also present here. If we look at different sectors and compare them, what we also see is that companies who have a more direct or more natural interaction with children tend to score higher. Sometimes these are also companies that have a higher risk of a negative impact, such as palm oil companies. And it's also been in discussions, or sort of there has been quite a lot of spotlight put on these kind of companies for child rights impacts in different ways. We also see that, for example, telecommunications companies are quite good overall, although of course within the sectors there's quite a big spread. So there are leaders and laggards within each of the sectors that we have looked at. And there are also, in the report, we have some case studies of particular companies that one can look at if you want to see sort of what these companies have done particularly. What we also see in trends in terms of, because we did a similar study back in 2016, is that we see that progress has been made in the region. So the average score has almost doubled, which is a really positive finding, we think. What we see, however, is that we started out from a pretty low starting point. So even if the score has doubled, there's still some really important points to keep on working on, and that has to do with what I mentioned before in terms of actually thinking about how the business impact children in terms of risks for child labor, community impact, sort of our children's environment impacted in different ways. For example, their possibility to play, or risks around logistics and sites, and of course then products and marketing. And we see, for example, to take child labor as the example, because that is where we see the most reporting from companies still. There is also the tendency that companies report quite a lot on what they want to do and policies and sort of commitments. But as we sort of go further down the implementation of that, we see less and less reporting. So even if you have a policy, we don't know how you're actually having that come into play within your company. How are you putting that into practice? And even less in terms of reporting on whether that was a success or not. Or, for example, one of the GRI reporting requirements, or sort of within one of the standards, is to report on whether you found instances of child labor or if you see a risk of child labor. And this kind of reporting is really low, both globally, but even more so in the region. So this sort of commitment reporting gap is something that we would really encourage companies to take a look at.
Thanks so much, Nina, for this comprehensive overview of the benchmark report, and so interesting. And I really appreciate the findings that you highlight as well, and the need to maybe to move the needle a bit in this region in terms of going beyond the community investments towards addressing your child rights due diligence, and really making sure that adequate steps are taken to understand, address and mitigate child rights impacts by company policies and practices and operations. I just have one quick follow-up question, because when I was looking through the report just the other day, I was very curious about this one specific finding that's also been highlighted on your website, in terms of that you're seeing this correlation between companies that are reporting on child rights and those involved in human rights violations or controversies. If you want to add a few more thoughts to that, that would be really interesting for us to hear.
Sure, and it is, as you say, a sort of a very interesting finding, and something that might feel a little bit counterintuitive, that if you get a high score in the benchmark, you should probably not be involved in these kinds of controversies, as they say, sort of reported human rights violations. So what we did was that we took data from an external party, from Sustainalytics, who report on how companies have been involved in violations in different ways, and using secure sort of third-party sources for that. And we correlated that to the benchmark scores. And what we found is that, as you say, not on an individual company sort of basis, but if we group the companies into scoring groups, we can see that the group with the highest scores are also the group that has the most violations reported to it. What we think this has to do with really is, and this is something that can be seen in benchmarking generally, that we measure what companies report, as I said. And the data on violations usually comes in a little bit earlier. So the data on controversies that we used was between a year and 5 years old. And then when we correlate that to the most current reporting, what we think happens is that we sort of capture that companies have actually started talking more about these things when they have been highlighted as problematic in different ways. So just sort of putting it out there and calling companies out also makes them act more and report more on this. And this is what we capture with the benchmark later on. This could, of course, the risk is that this is only reporting and not actually action. But what we do see when we talk to companies who have high scores and have been involved in these kinds of things is that you're usually quite wary of starting reporting on things that you can't actually corroborate. So what we see generally, and of course there might be sort of bad apples among the bunch, but what we see generally is that a company does not report on things that they're not doing. So this is sort of an attempt to explain these relationships, which are of course very complex, and also I think needs a little bit more research, which we plan to do as well.
Excellent. Well, we'll definitely be looking forward to following that research, and thank you so much for sharing this. So I want to take a step back or move into the realm of the micro, small, and medium enterprises, because they of course don't have the same means as the large companies to address some of the impacts that they may have. But Larissa, I would be really keen to hear from you. What do you see are some viable options for MSMEs in this region to address children's rights in this current pandemic context?
Yeah, thanks, Ida. And I think you hit the nail on the head, right? It's a tricky question because as important as MSMEs are to the economy, they are in much less of a position to do the things that larger companies can, right? They have less cash savings, and especially post-COVID, lower capacity for business continuity. And then even from an influence perspective, right, your average individual SME isn't as powerful as a company, though groups have certainly managed to achieve big things. So all to say, I'll be very honest up front and say that anything MSMEs do is going to require quite a bit of support from other actors. To think that MSMEs will be able to tackle this on their own is a bit unrealistic. And so, without going into the details of the economic support that is being provided for MSMEs, that is absolutely critical. I think beyond that, though, we're thinking about what SMEs, and I've kind of taken the micro part out of that because I would actually set them aside as not a place to start. But thinking about SMEs as employers and then SMEs as providers of services and products. So on the employer side, we really did double down on this concept of family-friendly policies, because even if SMEs can't control the economics that they find themselves in, what we all need, quite frankly, at this time is a bit more flexibility and care at work to deal with a range of issues happening both at work and at home. And so I think it becomes even more important to really crack this idea of what does it look like to do this well as an SME? What is realistic? So I think we have a fairly broad sense of what some of these policies look like across companies, but really translating that into what are the sort of 2 or 3 things that an MSME can actually action. And then alongside that, what kind of technical support is required, what kind of government standards are required, and in fact, government incentives to adopt some of these. So that's a big one that we focused on in the report. And then maybe I'll just quickly speak to the idea of SMEs as providers of services and products. I think there are some really exciting areas where SMEs can actually be a bit more forward-leaning in terms of finding new ways to serve underserved populations. And I'll be the first to say this won't apply to all sectors, and even within relevant sectors, it will not apply to the majority of SMEs. But the few who are able to do this and sort of drive this innovation can have a really outsized impact from a child rights perspective. And so I think some of the sectors or areas that we thought about in this are food and nutrition, education, and mental health, which actually overlap quite nicely with the areas that we saw impacts on. So, in the education space, certainly seeing EdTech, a lot of those are SMEs driving that innovation, and we're going to need to see more of that going forward. And even some really interesting things coming up in terms of mental health and digital services as well, typically driven by smaller businesses. So it is the more forward-leaning, ambitious aspect of what a subset of SMEs can do, but I think it's important to think about those businesses as part of the broader solution in that context as well.
Thank you so much, both Larissa and Nina. This is excellent and really sets the stage for us and the following conversation. And all of what you touched upon will come back again Also, as we hear from Professor Surya in terms of government, public policy and action and regulation and the work of multi-stakeholder initiatives such as RSPO. And we'll also hear from Delta Electronics Thailand, which is one of the companies that was benchmarked in the GCF report. So a lot more to continue along the same thread. But for now, I'd like to zoom in on some of the impacts and experiences on the ground. And of course, this is such a diverse region that we are in with so many different issues and impacts, but we're fortunate today to be joined by 3 women with very unique knowledge and insights about the situation of children and young people across different industries. And our speakers are Ms. Ines Kempfer, the CEO of the Center for Child Rights in Business, a very seasoned and passionate child rights advocate who brings more than 10 years of experience in CSR supply chain management with a strong focus on Asia's manufacturing industry. And I'm especially pleased to welcome Ms. Hung, who is a young worker in a furniture factory in Dong Nai, Vietnam. And Ms. Hung will tell us more about her journey from being involved in a hazardous work situation to being part of a youth development program in a factory. And last but not least, we will have Ms. Kamini Vistabhanathan, human rights consultant with Insight Consultancy. And Kamini was until recently the human rights and social standards manager for RSPO, the Roundtable for Sustainable Palm Oil. And Kamini led the development of RSPO standards, policies, and guidance related to human rights from 2016 onwards. She's recently left the RSPO, but we're so fortunate that she can join us here today and also speak to all the work she did with RSPO. But so Kamini, let me start with you. You have a lot of experience working with different stakeholders in the palm oil sector. Can you tell us more about your work in this sector and the ways that you have seen children and young people being impacted in this sector? Over to you.
Sida. It's actually really interesting because the session before, as you pointed out, really set the background for what's happening right now. And with us, like in the work that I've done in the RSPO, you would have seen like we started off, our point of departure was back in 2014 or 2016, where the focus was really on child labor and, you know, what are the impacts around child labor. But thanks to a study that was done by UNICEF, which looked into the impacts of the palm oil industry on children in both Malaysia and Indonesia, we've identified that, you know, there's so many other root causes that goes into the situation. So a child doesn't end up, you know, working, or a young person doesn't end up working because they want to, right? There's so many issues that leads towards it. And, you know, there were 7 impact areas that were discovered, and those were child protection, child labor, of course, education, maternity protection and breastfeeding, childcare, health and nutrition, and finally, water, sanitization and hygiene. So that was the point of departure for us, because we figured out that, hey, if we don't want to see children on plantation or children working in dangerous and hazardous conditions, what we need to do is we need to take care of the family first. We need to see how are the mothers being protected. We need to see how the family is being taken care of. So using that as a point of departure, what we did was we identified, or we zoned in into those areas as well to see, you know, what are those impacts. And we realized that, you know, having issues of wage discrepancies, looking at situations where there's just not enough childcare to go around, opportunities for women to work. And we saw that these root causes were very important to address. And because of that, I think we went down and we started looking at, you know, where should our energy be focused in when we were looking at the RSPO or looking at the interventions that RSPO can work with. And that's when we realized that, okay, if we were going to do something about this, we need to look and address the root causes. So yes, of course, you know, RSPO has a no child labor policy, but beyond that, what could we do further? And I think that was a very pivotal point, or a very important moment with the RSPO when we started looking at the principles and standards that RSPO members need to comply with in order to be able to produce sustainable palm oil. And we looked at our principles and criteria in a very holistic manner. And we saw that, okay, there were so many aspects that we needed to identify, which you wouldn't see the word child rights or child safety or you know, or child labor imprinted on it, but it looked into issues like no discrimination, what kind of benefits are being provided to the workers? Are they being provided a decent living wage? Because if you are provided a decent living wage, then the assumption is that you do not need another source of income, and therefore children do not have to be at work. What are the access to education? What are the companies doing in order to be able to provide these benefits? So it was a very holistic approach that the RSPO had taken, and that had resulted in the RSPO Principles and Criteria 2018 that you see today. And I think what's important to mention here is that although it's not a perfect solution, but we do see that the companies are taking very inserted efforts towards making the environment of the workspace or the plantation environment sustainable for children to work and thrive. Sorry, not to work, for children to thrive in. And as we've seen or we've heard from the previous studies, the efforts are reflected in the impacts that are being delivered right now.
Thank you so much, Camino. So interesting to hear this experience specifically from the palm oil sector. So I want to invite Ines to complement that with all her work in the manufacturing sector and specifically also the garment and footwear sector across the region. If you can further complement and elaborate on some of the impacts that you see on children and young people and their families from your work.
Thanks so much, Ida, and thanks for this interesting input report. And I'm saying one big difference when we look at manufacturing and
there's a problem
agriculture.
with your audio. Sorry, I don't hear you. I don't know if the others can hear you.
Work all the time. Let me try to take my head. Can you hear me now?
No, it's a distorted voice coming through.
I'm so sorry.
No, don't worry at all. Why don't
Is it?
I would suggest, why don't we see if we can get the tech people to support you, and you may have to re-log in for this. And then instead, what I'll do is I'll move to Huang to talk about her journey, and then we can come back to you. Is that okay?
Yeah, you want to continue with Armenia, and then
I will continue with Huang, and if you can log out and re-log in, I think that's what's needed. I'm so sorry. So we'll hear a lot more from Ines shortly, but I'll ask her to log out and log back in because it's a distorted sound coming in my end, and I assume that may be the same for the audience as well. So let's jump straight to Tuong, who can help us shed light on the experience of being a young worker, but also someone who's gone from a journey of being in a hazardous work situation and now working in a young worker program that's safeguarding her rights. And Huang has been able to go on this journey through the support of the Center for Child Rights in Business, who started this work in Vietnam. So Ines will be able to tell us more about that when she rejoins as well. But for now, I'll hand it over to Huang, and I will just want to thank you so much to you and your employer, because I know you're joining us from the factory setting right now. We'll also have a simultaneous translator who's going to join us now and to support the translation of what Huang have to share with us. So if we can get Tang on the screen as well, so then we can have the two of them. Over to you, Huang.
Xin chào, em tên là Phan Thị Mỹ Hường. Xin chào, em tên là Phan Thị Mỹ Hường, năm nay em 19 tuổi, đến từ Long An, Việt Nam. Em đang làm việc tại một nhà máy nội thất và đã làm việc ở đây từ năm 17 tuổi. Công việc của em là công nhân canh chỉnh cỡ. Ngoài giờ làm việc, em dành thời gian để nấu ăn, chăm sóc gia đình. Và sở thích của em là nghe nhạc và đi chơi với bạn bè.
Oh, my name is Hương. I'm 19 years old and from Long An, Vietnam. I'm working for a furniture factory and have been working here since I was 17 years old. My job at the moment is a trick setup worker. Outside working hours, I spend time to cook and take care of my family, and my hobby is listening to music and going out with my friends.
Trước khi vào nhà máy á, thì sau khi học lớp 9 thì em nghỉ vào năm 2018. Vì gia đình không cho phép điều kiện. Sau đó em chỉ học ở nhà phục vụ gia đình. Những việc lặt vặt khác, em cùng cha mẹ làm nhiên trong một khoảng thời gian kinh tế gia đình. Công việc khá vất vả, thường xuyên ngồi xuống đứng lên nhiều lần và làm từ sáng tới tối. Nó đòi hỏi phải làm cẩn thận, tỉ mỉ. Nếu làm sai phải làm lại từ đầu. Ngoài ra khi làm em cần tiếp xúc với bụi nhang. Khi hít phải thì rất khó chịu. Em rất mong có được công việc ổn định và phù hợp với bản thân cho gia đình cho phép. Em ở nhà làm nhiên được 1 năm rồi xin vào làm tại nhà máy.
After finishing my grade 9 in 2018, I dropped out of school because our family could not afford it. And then I just stay at home to support my family with house chores and other stuff. And I also help my parents to do incense sticks to make our family finance better. And this job was quite hard because I usually swatted on the ground and work from the morning to the evening every day. It required a lot of carefulness because I had to start over again if something went wrong. And besides, I had to break in the incense powder and it was very irritated. I really hope for a better and safer job to support my family. I was doing the incense sticks for 1 year and then applied to the current factory.
Sau khi vào nhà máy em được cha em là công nhân tại nhà máy nội thất, giới thiệu vào đây làm giữa năm 2019. Khi cha em nghe đến có chương trình hỗ trợ cho thanh thiếu niên ở độ tuổi của các em được thực hiện tại nhà máy. Khi đó em 17 tuổi, em được sắp xếp và làm việc ở bộ phận đóng rối và làm những công nhân việc nhẹ nhàng với độ tuổi của em. Em được làm với thời gian hợp lý và có thêm thời gian để dành cho gia đình và bạn bè. Tại nhà máy em được làm quen với những người bạn mới trong chương trình và được các anh chị công nhân quản lý lớn hơn bảo nhiệt tình. Ngoài việc được các anh chị chỉ dẫn về kỹ năng và cụ thể công việc, em còn được học thêm những kỹ năng mềm, chăm sóc và bảo vệ bản thân, quản lý chi tiêu mà em thấy rất bổ ích cho cuộc sống hiện tại và sau này của em. Hiện tại vì em đủ 18 tuổi nên được sắp xếp làm một công việc đòi hỏi kỹ năng cao hơn và em vẫn đang học để làm tốt hơn. Em cảm rất biết ơn nhà máy và chương trình vì tạo điều kiện để cho em một công việc ổn định, được đào tạo có định hướng nghề nghiệp. Như ngày hôm nay, em sẽ tiếp tục phấn đấu để trở thành công nhân tốt hơn trong tương lai.
I was introduced here by my father, who is also a worker here in mid-2019. And when he heard about a youth development program for youth at my age implemented at the factory. I was 17 years old back then. I was arranged to work at the packing department and work on suitable jobs for my age. My working hours was reasonable, so I had more time for my family and my interests. I had a chance to meet new friends who also participated in the program at the factory, and I was also instructed by other idle workers and supervisors. Besides the work skill, I also learned the soft skills such as my personal health protection or personal finance management that was very useful for my well-being. And after reaching the age of 18, I was arranged for another job which required higher skills, and I'm still learning to do it better. I feel grateful for the factory and the youth development program for creating an opportunity for me to have a stable job, being trained, and being well-oriented. I will keep trying to be better in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Wong, for sharing this wonderful journey that you've been on and to hear about the opportunities you now have through this youth development program. It's fantastic to hear that this is possible. Of course, it requires the investment of the factories and of the companies. And I was listening to one of the youth employment sessions just before this session as well. And this, need for more of these kind of programs is something that comes through very loud and clear. So it's great to hear about your experience. I want to ask if we have Ines back, and we do. And can we hear you, Ines?
Hi, can you hear me?
We hear you perfectly. So thank you for rejoining us. I was worried. So
yeah, me too. I don't know why. Okay, so sorry, go ahead, Rita.
Huang has shared her journey with us, and I also mentioned how this was a program that was initially supported by the Center for Child Rights in Business. But I want to come back and for you to tell us more about what you've seen in terms of impacts on children and young workers and the families in the manufacturing sector and footwear and garment sector, and also the opportunities that exist for companies to support such programs that Huang has been on. Over to you.
Sure. Yeah, so what I tried to say a little bit last time is, I mean, obviously the one big difference between agriculture and the manufacturing sector is that it's more formalized, and that in certain areas at least, and particularly in the visible areas, does allow us a certain level of more visibility and control. So I would say, while it's not uncommon, it's definitely true that we have a lower number of children, for example, child labor happening in the manufacturing sector than what we see in agriculture. I think beyond that, to be honest, very quickly it becomes quite similar, because children are heavily impacted as well, often indirectly, by the working conditions of their parents. We have seen in multiple studies that we have been doing that if parents are, for example, if they have to migrate or if they have extremely long working hours, it affects children's well-being in terms of neglect or being able to be looked after. The parents' wage level have a direct impact also on children of factory workers, on their access to education, their access to healthcare, for example. So if wages are too low, children will not have access to some of those basic rights, and that obviously then has a strong impact on them. And then I think the other very important area where children are impacted, and that's where Huang's stories comes in, is the fact that it's very difficult for young workers, and that's children in working age, so somewhere generally between 15 and 17, to find decent work opportunities, meaning that they might have ended school for whatever reason, and they're looking for decent work, or they're looking for work, and ideally that would be decent work that protects them, etc. And we basically see, in the vast majority of cases, there's two options for those young workers. It's one, they either have to actually go into the informal sector, whether that's kind of subcontracting smaller workshops, homework, or agriculture, or they somehow manage to stay in the more formal manufacturing sector, but then they're unrecognized, meaning they have fake IDs or different IDs or no IDs. There's different forms, but they do not benefit from that special protection that they should receive, given that they are still children. And that is mainly the case because most of the formal manufacturing sector does either quite clearly exclude anyone under 18, saying, we don't want to have the issue to be accused of having child labor or having to deal with that, so we'll just stay away from it. I think officially I think community, that's often the same kind of structure that we see in palm oil, for example. And so these kids are being pushed down because they're out there. There's a lot of children who do not continue school, particularly in these regions, but actually all over the world. It has even become more children with COVID who do not go to continue schooling beyond the mandatory schooling. There's even obviously issues before that, but particularly once mandatory schooling is reached the age of 15, so many kids are out there and looking for other opportunities. And that whole internship vocational school sector in Asia is relatively underdeveloped. So there's not that many opportunities for kids like that, and they're looking for work. And so what the opportunity is for companies is really to proactively engage, such as Huang's factories did, right? And I think with the buyer that was involved in this program, we realized if we don't do something proactively, if the company doesn't go out there and say, well, we actually do have a youth development program, so the young people who apply who are under 18, they for one can really say, I'm under 18, and there's a specific program for them that has already kind of preset positions that we know are non-hazardous. The factories have taken a lot of effort in preparation when we did that the first year to accommodate the young workers, to ensure they're ready, and added on with training activities, etc. And obviously the great thing about that is that this needed some preparation efforts in the first year, but is now run by the factories themselves. And so they're basically contributing to youth development continuously, just on their own by offering opportunities. And as I think we've heard very nicely from Juan, thank you so much again for sharing, and for the factory for supporting this. So as we've just heard, really making a difference for children or young workers in their lives.
Thank you so much, Ines. And I just, while you're connected, I want to ask you a follow-up question, because I think there are some really great examples here of how companies are taking steps to do some very concrete projects of work or change working conditions to enhance workers who are either parents or caregivers or young workers themselves. But what motivates these companies to do this? Was it the buyers pushing? Was it because of investors looking? What do you see as some of the main drivers behind the companies that are taking that extra step?
Well, in most cases, it's a combination of many things. It certainly helps if buyers have those conversations. I mean, in this particular case, I think the buyer was concerned about discriminating against youth and feeling like, we being very kind of pro-youth in our communication, also back at home, and we feel like we have to be consistent in that approach throughout the supply chain. There is obviously advantages for the business. It's creating your next generation of workers. It's creating a highly skilled workforce, a highly motivated workforce. So I think once the first hurdles were overcome, the factories in these programs very much saw the benefits for their own business as well. And then in some cases, it's also realizing, well, I'm actually doing something really meaningful and really helpful. And we see that a lot of times when we do family-friendly workplaces, we always have to get in with a lot of convincing factors and also a lot of convincing numbers on why this is a good thing. And it is a good thing, and it does promote business. But we also see that there sometimes is a moment where people are actually realizing this is really the right thing to do. So they don't, like factory managers suddenly are like, yeah, it's fine. I don't need to know about the money that I'm going to make. This is a good thing I'm doing. And so we see a shift and we see a combination of value. And I think it's both, obviously it cannot destroy the business. It cannot negatively affect the business. But I think there is also an emotional value and just in just contributing to that. Worker retention, though, is a big one, and if you can, and worker satisfaction, and if we can increase that, I think it's a very beneficial kind of outcome for the business as well. Investors, there is some tendencies, but I still have to come across the factory managers who told me, yeah, the investors are on my back. I think I haven't seen that trickle down to that level. I've seen the discussions on higher levels, etc., and maybe sometimes with the buyers, but not so much with the actual suppliers and production facilities.
Thank you so much. And Camille, I'm going to come back to you when we talk more about specifically RSPO and the multi-stakeholder initiative. But for now, I think this is a nice segue into our next set of speakers. So I'll come back to you. I already see we have some great questions coming up. So I'll bring you all back in again to answer some of the questions. I just want to remind the audience that they can ask questions in the Q&A box that you see on the right side of your screen if you're watching this live on the platform. But since you spoke so eloquently now about the fact that sometimes it just makes sense for business to do and take steps in this way, Ines, it's not necessary that you need the business case always. So I think that's a nice segue into our next line of speakers, which includes a business voice and an expert and advocate for business and human rights accountability and action. So we have KK Chong, who's the head of corporate communication and sustainable development at Delta Electronics Thailand. And Delta Electronics has been engaging on child rights since 2019, and we look forward to hearing more about your journey shortly. And then we're especially honored to be joined by Professor Surya Deva, Associate Professor at the School of Law of City University of Hong Kong and the Vice Chair of the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights. So KK, I'm going to start with you. We've heard a lot of good examples from Ines and Kamini, and it would be great to hear from you directly as well about what are some concrete ways or steps that Delta Electronics have taken to better understand child rights, and how have you taken steps to integrate this knowledge into your ways of doing business? Over to you.
Hey, good morning and good afternoon to everybody. Very honored to be part of the panel today. Regarding the question, how how Delta actually approach this child right to integrate the knowledge into our ways of doing business. Basically, Delta has always been a strong advocate in terms of sustainable development. So we also know very well in terms of sustainable development, including child's right, it is an ongoing effort and it has been evolving. And fortunately, the company's mission statement is actually to provide innovative, clean, and energy efficient solution for a better tomorrow. And this very short statement itself actually encompasses the whole sustainable development principles, the ESG. So because we also know that these international best practices are always evolving, so we always been proactively seeking out the best practices in the industry, and this is why we voluntarily have been opening up our efforts to assessment like the CDP, DJSI, and recently to Global Child Forum. And just last year, we have an opportunity to join the workshop by UNICEF and Thailand's Sustainable Business Institute. And this workshop was called the Children's Right KPI Disclosure Mapping to GRI and SDG Principle. And in fact, it was through this workshop that we realized that Child's Right Business Principle Action Mapping into workplace, marketplace, and community and environment can actually, bring to surface a lot of the CSR actions that we have been doing and have already been addressing the children's right either directly or indirectly. So for example, our energy and environmental conservation education, which is done by our volunteers for the children in the community surrounding our factory, and our bursary for our employees' children. And we are also one of the first company to have 100% RoHS compliance products, which has both direct and indirect impact on the product safety for children. So all these areas, through the mapping, we realized that we have actually been doing a lot, and the mapping itself, if we could put this on an SD report, and also to align more closely our human rights policy with the CBRP, we could actually highlight all these efforts of children's right. What's the purpose of that? And apparently, it's not just for good business. First and foremost, it provides clarity to our vast amount of CSR action and SD strategy, and then the data and programs that is mapped actually provide impactful pictures to skeptics, both internally and externally, on CSR programs, on the differences a company can actually make for our children. It's not just it's not just a sole responsibility of organization like UNICEF. So from our CSR working team perspective, it actually makes our CSR advocacy voice that much louder and more convincing. And with the mapping on our SD report, we hope we can also be a role model for the local and even a regional industry in terms of the areas, again, a company can actually be indirectly or directly be involved as far as children's rights are concerned. So just now Nina mentioned earlier on that many companies are actually unwilling to report or to be accessed for things that they can't or they aren't doing. On the contrary, for us, from Delta perspective, we are more than happy to be assessed. Only through that we can see where our weaknesses are, where our strengths are, And without being assessed, again, going back to my earlier point, we won't know what are the best practices in the industry. So we will just have this, the Chinese saying, a frog in the well perspective. We think we are doing great, but we are only doing so much in comparison to the best practices in the industry. So in June 2020, last year, we officially included the disclosure of CRBP KPI in our SD report. Of course, along the GRI standards also. You guys can, if you're interested, you can see our SD report on our website. And then subsequently, as I mentioned, we have revised our human rights policy to align closer with CRBP. And all these efforts are definitely a very enlightening or rather a sobering part from our side to see that the efforts that we have been doing are actually in the right directions, and there is a lot more that we could be doing. Yeah. So I hope that answers your question. Yes. Yeah.
That was very powerful. I think it's really interesting to hear about your journey, and also I'm inspired by what you're saying in terms of yes, it makes business sense for you, partly because you also want to be a role model, but also because you desire critical feedback on your performance so that you can keep improving. And I think that mentality is a very powerful mentality. And I wonder, KK, if you just, for some companies, this seems overwhelming to begin even, they've just familiarized themselves with the UN guiding principles on business and human rights. And now there's also the children's rights and business principles. And do you have a message to other companies that may be struggling in terms of where to even start?
Children's right principle is very much, it's the epitome of what sustainable development is about. It's an ongoing effort. It's not just doing good, it's literally sustaining a business. If it is an ongoing long-term investment, you can't see, you won't necessarily see the tangible ROI. Yeah. It's very much like marketing. It's very much like advertising. It's you don't get an instantaneous result from it. And this effort is going to be ongoing. So the advice for companies struggling to get started, invest in resources. Yeah, I'm guilty of that also. I believe my team is on the call, so I do wish that I could have a larger team, and this will be happening. And of course, the board of directors in many companies, the shareholders, they are only taught maybe just revenue, bottom line, top line. I think, again, coming back to the principle of sustainable development, not everything is tangible, but if you want a long living business that can sustain for decades, 2 years, these are the little investment along the way you have to do. Yeah. If the only consideration is short-term revenue, then that's it. I think it will never get started, let alone that it is such a complex things to do. Yeah. And again, where to start? Join workshops, be assessed. Don't be afraid, to get bad results. I think if no one tells you that, then how are you going to improve? How are you going to know where you're lagging? And precisely, the team, I give the credit to my team that actually joined the workshop and have been paying a lot of attention to map out all this excellent work that they are doing on the SD report. This can only happen because they joined the workshop last year. If they had just think that, wow, I don't want to waste my time on this, I could just search online, Google some basics. I don't think the quality of that mapping can shed any lights that are actually that enlightening to the management, at least. Yeah. So yes, start with being assessed, go join a workshop, invest in resources. I think these 3 points should help struggling company to kick off. Yeah, but of course, determination. Okay, if all they are thinking about is to there's a SD term called greenwash, to greenwash their effort or whatever similar to that concept, then forget about it. Yeah, it will not happen overnight. That you're not going to see benefits overnight. It's impossible. Yeah, that's why it's called sustainable development, and child's right is a crucial part of it. Yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing that, KK. That's very powerful. So thank you. And I think so. Now we've heard from you about the power of individual business being determined and taking action. And so, Kamini, I want to go back to you and the work you've been doing with RSPO, which is a multi-stakeholder initiative involving so many different stakeholders. And if you can tell us a bit more about, what got RSPO started on this child rights agenda. You've referenced the research already, but you've also developed the standards and principles and recent guidance as well. So if you can tell us a bit more about the power of that multi-stakeholder effort, that would be great to hear about.
I think that plays a very big role. I think, as you've rightly pointed out, I think someone pointed out that, suppliers play a role, the markets play a role as well. And I think another important role is the assurance system that a multi-stakeholder organization or multi-stakeholder based organization like the RSPO can give adds more power to any of the initiatives that they're looking at doing, or if you're looking at doing. So to give everyone a general perspective, the RSPO is a membership-based organization which is made out of all the key stakeholders in the palm oil industry globally. So you have your palm oil producers, you have the financial institutions that support the industry, you have the processors and traders, you have the consumer goods manufacturers, the retailers, and finally the social and environmental NGOs. And how it works is that this entire set of stakeholders, they come together and they decide what is this thing called sustainable palm oil. And what happens is that one of the interventions that the RSPO has is via its principles and criteria that I've mentioned just now. How it's done is that we have a set of principles and criteria, and right now we also have a smallholder standard, and this is constantly reviewed every 5 years by the membership themselves, where they prioritize what are the sustainable goals that the industry needs to meet in order to ensure that the oil that is produced is sustainable. So you will see with the framework of the organization itself, the focus is very much from the industry itself. What is the pressures that's coming from the markets? What are the important factors that are being looked at by the watchdogs? They all come together, and it's done in a very participative manner. So in that sense, I think that the space that RSPO really provides, or a multi-stakeholder initiative like the RSPO provides, is it comes together and it prioritizes what is the importance of sustainability to the business. And zoning into the human rights aspect specifically, we have seen that there has been a shift, a great shift really, from the previous standards, the 2013 standards, to the 2018 standards, where in the 2013 standards, we didn't have much priority given to the human rights aspect as how we see it in the 2018. And then, taking that one layer deeper, we look at the children's rights aspect and how it was then integrated into the practices. But I think more importantly, I think we've seen the impacts and how the industry members have taken on to this initiative, or into this, looking into the aspects of the CRBP processes. And so I mentioned just now, like you said, how it was integrated into the standards, and how we've worked with UNICEF in the past. And I think one very important project that we embarked on was one where we started looking into a pilot initiative to look into the impacts and how the industry had integrated what they had found in the study into their systems. So I was quite, I think I was quite privileged, because I was able to follow one of these pilot projects where we had actually gone into a plantation and looked at what were the efforts that were already being done in the plantation. So the thing is, there are many efforts that are taken by a lot of the members. You see, like in Indonesia, you see schools being built, and education being provided. opportunities, scholarships being provided to the children. In Malaysia, for instance, where if you're familiar with the Malaysian context, you'll know that the issue of undocumented workers it's a real issue here. And in Sabah especially, what happens is that families come from Indonesia to work in Malaysia, wherein the worker brings along their families, or if a child is born in Malaysia, that child is then undocumented. So therefore, having access to education is a challenge. What we've seen is some companies, they've worked together with NGOs to build schools where children get educated and find means of how they can then carry on the process of legalizing the children or the family of the workers whilst the child or the worker, the child is in Malaysia, and whilst the family, the workers still remain working in the country. So these are quite interesting efforts that are being carried through. But what we also see is that there is a need from the markets. They're looking at things in a very strategic manner. We're looking at shared responsibility. We look at the aspect of it takes an entire village to bring up a child, right? And I think that led to the development of the guidances, which Ines is quite familiar with as well. We realized that it's not just the producers that has the responsibility, that bear the responsibility when it comes to safeguarding risks of the industry or the production of palm oil against the children. You need to look at this whole issue holistically. What are downstream players doing? How are they ensuring that their supply base is free of any risks against children? What should they be requiring from the supply base? With the producers, for instance, what are the efforts that you can look at? What is the risk-based approach that you need to take on? And also, another thing with the RSPO is that we have companies or producers at different scales of production. So you will have the big players, you'll have the Sandabis, you'll have the FGVs of the world, but you will also have mid-range companies which cannot afford to build schools, for children. So what do they do? What is their point of departure? So it is also very important to take into account what the businesses can actually provide and how can they meet the CRPP requirements within their own scale. So it was very important for us to ensure that we have these guidances that are already at hand for companies to take and look and see, okay, where are we along this journey and how can we start? Where's our point of departure? How do we make sure that we're giving children opportunities? We are not putting them at risk of continuous poverty. How are we putting these building blocks in place? If we find a child working on our plantation, inadvertently, how do we take this child out of this dangerous and hazardous situation? So these are very important factors that, looking at the standards alone, you will not be able to identify, you will not be able to react. And we felt that this was very important because, if you're having something that says no child labor, if you find a child that's on the plantation, you're going to be penalized. But what is the benefit? What's coming out of that? What are we doing to make sure that this situation doesn't occur again? What are we doing to make sure that the child is protected and taken care of? So I think that was the departure points that we were looking at, and I think it's gotten quite a good response. We see many companies now integrating this into their systems and seeing how they can make it work within their own operations to ensure that those impacts are being met. So it's been quite an interesting journey. It's something that I was quite interested in looking at, actually.
Thank you so much, Kamini. Thank you for sharing all this work of RSPO. It's really interesting, and several things that you mentioned leads me into our next speaker, because you mentioned the undocumented workers in Sabah and that it takes a village. And I don't think we can talk about any of this. We can't talk about business and children's rights without considering the role of government and the role of public policy, especially in addressing root causes. And in setting the tone and in regulating business behavior. So I'm very pleased that Professor Surya has joined us and as an expert and also as someone who I think is tracking the trends in terms of what are you seeing in terms of the government action on child rights in business. Please share with us, Surya. We'd love to hear from you.
Thank you very much, Ida, and I hope you can hear me. And it was very insightful sharing by different panelists. I would like to congratulate them as well. In terms of the government action, what I would like to highlight as a starting point is that we should not have an either-or mindset, that either the government action alone will suffice or the industry action or multi-stakeholder approaches alone will be sufficient in the field of child rights or generally in the field of business and human rights. We need all of this together. And I think that is what I call the integrated approach of regulation. So we need all the players playing their part in a cohesive manner. And if they cohesively act together, play their part, then perhaps we might be able to achieve some of these outcomes. And here we're talking about the outcomes in terms of the children's rights. I would mention 4 concrete examples of government intervention in this particular field. One is the national action plans. So in Asia Pacific, we have 2 countries adopting a standalone action plan, Thailand and Japan. Now, if you look at these 2 documents, they touch upon the rights of children. In particular, the Japanese national action plan, it takes child rights as a cross-cutting issue and tries to address whether it's trafficking of children or sexual exploitation or issues about child labor, promoting the dissemination of the children's rights principles, or looking at the rights of child in the context of sports activities, right? So a range of activities are being proposed by the government. So I mean, the real thing would be that to what extent the government will now translate these commitments into action. I think that is yet to be seen. Similarly, in the Thailand's national action plan, there is something which could be relevant. For instance, they talk about the rights of the children of the migrant workers. And in Thailand, of course, the undocumented workers is a major issue. So the rights of those children who are of these migrant workers, I think that could be a game changer if the government really acts on that. The second, of course, is the mandatory human rights due diligence legislation that are emerging primarily in Europe, but they would have global implications, including for child labor situations in Asia Pacific. We have yet to see the European Commission releasing this law, but of course, it is inevitable that something of this nature will come out later this year. And of course, we already have certain countries in Europe having those legislation. The third action that I would like to mention is that certain countries now increasingly imposing restrictions through customs prohibition and ban. US is a leader on this, so they have imposed customs ban on certain products and services if their child labor or forced labor is involved in those, right? So I think businesses would have to be very careful going forward because the burden is primarily on businesses to prove that there is no child labor, there is no forced labor involved in their production of services or products. So I think that is there. And the fourth and the last is the modern slavery legislation. I think they will also have implications in relation to child rights. And of course, we have already Australia and UK having those legislation. I think these legislations are far from perfect or ideal, but they're a good starting point. And it is very likely other countries in the region, New Zealand, there's a greater push, might enact those legislation going forward. So I think, Ida, I would like to say that government action is crucial. And we see that happening now more and more in recent years across the world. And of course, there's also a process to negotiate a treaty at the international level. So I think these are several thoughts that I wanted to share with you in terms of the relevance to the child rights. What is absolutely vital in my view is this point, that unless the governments act, the actions of other actors will not be sufficient. So the governments have a twin responsibility. One is they have to discharge their obligations under international human rights law. And second, their role of signaling to other actors, whether these are market forces, consumers and investors, or these are businesses. They need to signal to these actors in the marketplaces that, look, human rights are your business as well, and you must take them seriously. I'll stop at this for now.
Thank you so much, Surya. And actually, so we do have a question that's come in because I was going to ask you, what's your vision for how we can work towards a more powerful and transformational agenda for child rights in this region? But I heard what you said, right? It requires all different parties to come together, but most of all governments to take a leadership role in this. But I have one question that's come in specifically around this, so I wanted to ask it to you, and that is, how do we enhance or ensure that there's more accountability on the part of big business when it comes to children's rights? Because so even in Asia Pacific, many of the countries here do have laws and legislation in place, but there's a lack of political will. And there may be patronage politics that affects how the rights of workers, including children, are affected. How can we change that? That's a big question, I realize that, but if you had some thoughts on that in addition, that would be great.
Yes, it's a big question. A couple of thoughts. One is that we have to look at the child rights in a holistic sense. Unless we deal with the issues of poverty, inequality, unless we fix the issues of sexual harassment, domestic violence, unless we start paying living wages to the parents of the children, we cannot fix child rights issues in isolation. That is my submission. So first point is this: we need to adopt a holistic, integrated approach to protect the rights of the child. The second point is that we must involve children and the organizations working for their rights in the regulatory paradigms more. Children are not merely recipients. They can also be change makers if we give them the right opportunities. And I think the sharing by Hong demonstrate that. And of course, in other panels, I have heard from these formal child workers how they have been empowered if they were given right opportunities, right? For instance, how do we ensure that children have some kind of an association for collective bargaining, right? We talk about trade unions, but we talk about trade unions for the workers. So what about some kind of a collective platform for these workers? I think someone was talking about 15 to 17 years. They're looking for some decent work opportunities, right? But you need to protect your rights there, right? Can a typical trade union protect their rights? Perhaps no, right? So how do we support those workers to organize collectively and convey that these are the needs that we have, and these needs may be different from what the adults may have, right? So I think those issues are very critical. My last point for now is that we would also need to ensure that businesses go beyond this negative approach of just avoiding no harm. Doing no harm will not be enough. Businesses would need to protect and fulfill the rights of children. I would say for everyone, but this becomes more compelling when we're talking about children. You cannot leave these kids on the streets. Whether this is part of your legal obligation or not, you must be proactive on this, because those could be your future consumers. Those could be your future employees. Those are your future investors, right? And now the COVID pandemic has made thousands, if not millions, of children who are orphaned now. They have lost their parents. Who will take care of those? I think businesses would have to come up with some plans and packages to take care of the children who have been in a very difficult situation because of the pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Surya, and that's very enlightening. And now we have a few questions that's come in for everyone, so I'd like to bring in all the panelists into the one page again. Wonderful to see you all and have you all here. So we have time for a few questions. So the first one that has come in is specifically around benchmark studies that are telling a certain story about global businesses and how they're establishing more sustainable practices and operationalizing child rights commitments. But we still find that there's a lot of adverse impacts on children in the workplace, in the marketplace, or in the community, which remain unaddressed on the ground. But I think the person asking the question has a concern about whether or not we're recognizing these companies globally just for making commitments without actually conducting the impact assessments and due diligence or listening to the voice of the communities. And so the question is, how can we reconcile this understanding between the local and the global? and what needs to be done for better local corporate performance with regards to the rights of children who are invisible for big corporations. So maybe I could start by inviting Nina, if you want to start out, and then I'll ask others to chime in.
Sure, thanks. And yes, I think others might be more indicated to answer part of that question. But in terms of benchmarking and what we look at, because we do look at large companies, I would say one thing is that just a note is that we actually look at the largest companies within the region. So they might be multinationals, but they are based in the region, and their main sort of economic activity is within the region. But having said that, of course, the concern of the person asking the question is valid, because what we can do when we do benchmark is actually look at what companies are telling us, and it's not the whole story, of course. So what we usually do is we see the benchmarking as one part of the work that we do with companies. We also engage directly with companies to help them sort of see gaps and where they can address some of these issues more practically, and not just we measure the reporting, but what we're looking for is a change in behavior, of course. And we do see that combination of actions is what has a certain impact in terms of how these companies are changing. And maybe I'll just leave it at that and let somebody else fill in on the other parts.
Sure. No, I'm wondering if perhaps Ines wants to come back in. I see her smiling, and I know that means that she has a lot to say.
I nearly always smile, and I nearly always have a lot to say. No, thanks so much, Ida, and everyone. I think we're still far away from there. I think it's super important to do that, and we're still a bit far away from there. I think we do need to hold companies more more to account on their actual impact. I do think one way to do that is really to get more kind of bottom-up conversation, and not just necessarily from workers directly. Sometimes that's difficult. If where it's possible, it is a good way. We've realized that I think we need to have more bottom-up communication also with like very local grassroots NGOs, and they really ensure that they have channels to bring up information they have to the corporate headquarters somewhere, and kind of say, well, that doesn't really add up with your flossy or glossy annual reports, and that's the impact you actually have. So I think we need to become much stronger to kind of allow that bottom-up communication, and that we have different voices, and we don't leave it entirely to companies to tell us their story, because obviously they have their story, and sometimes they really do not know. We have had many examples, I think last year, where it was local staff who heard about issues arising through COVID, which the companies didn't realize. We had unions, very grassroots unions, who were the ones who were able to kind of come to us and say, we have an issue here, and luckily we could then kind of send this on to the people in charge. But that's obviously not always the case. That often it was just because we happened to be there a couple of months before. So we need to kind of institutionalize this and make sure that we are allowing different stakeholders to have a voice in that. I'm sure that would be helpful for you, Nina, as well, because then you can create more and more accurate benchmarking as well, because we would have this kind of bottom-up conversation. But to be honest, I do think there's grievance systems, there's some worker voice projects, etc., but we're still a little far away from making this kind of a scalable solution that really has a wide-ranging impact. So I'm ending more of a question, but I think that's somewhere where we need to go.
Thank you so much, Ines. I want to invite if there's any of the other speakers who wants to come in on this point. Larissa, yes?
Yeah, sorry, I had to change mics, but I'll just speak quickly because I know we're running out of time. But for me, there's sort of a question of how do you force the transparency? Because I think what Ines said about some companies not even knowing what's going on locally is a very real thing, and that forced transparency can happen, either consumers demanding that of companies, but really, I go back to government and policies that are forcing that. So I think of Australia's not necessarily in the region, but modern slavery has been enacted recently, and forcing those companies, everyone now is looking back into their supply chains to see what's going on. So I think we have some companies that are forward-leading enough to do that on their own, but that's the kind of pressure I would hope we can put collectively on them.
I think if I can add
Thank
to
you
that,
so much. Yes, Emily, go ahead.
Sorry. So I was just going to say, just to add to that, the whole element of transparency, I think it's very important, especially if you're looking at your impact evaluation system that you have. So as a company, if you are taking this step and if you are looking to be more proactive in terms of how you measure your human rights or impacts, especially your impacts on children, allowing that transparency and building a space of trust is very important, because that's when you will probably get feedback which is realistic and real, on the ground stuff. So I think that it is going to take some time, but I also feel that it really needs to come, the initiative really needs to come from the companies to see, to sort of evaluate what it is they want to see and what they want to measure, and look at means to see how they're getting that information in a very neutral and holistic way.
Thank you, Kamini. And on that note,
Ida, can I add
yes,
something?
go on, KK. Yes, there's room for you to add. Yes,
Yeah.
of course, go ahead.
Yeah, I think if we look at this question from a pragmatic point of view, from a corporation, there's always this question has been coming out of the media on a regular basis. This kind of question, like a lot of companies are exploiting assessments like DJSI. Yeah. They simply just answer question. Their efforts are never verified or audited, and of course, there's this assessment can only go so far, and I think the route, the only way that we can make sure a company is actually doing what they are saying, walking the talk, is when investors are involved. Yeah. So to have an organization like UNICEF to push this kind of effort, be it sustainable development or child's right, is a right step forward. And over the years, we can see for SD, it started out like a slogan, sustainable development. People are exploiting that terms and claiming to be green and whatever. And it was kind of like a hype just maybe say a decade ago. Nowadays, it become real effort by companies. This is because investors are getting more and more focused on one thing, on actually putting the money in companies that are really ethical. So like what the panelists have said, there's still a long way to go to really be able to see the truth of a company declaring it, and to reconcile with all the goals and targets that the organizations are looking for. But I think the root cause, the drivers, the change factors eventually for businesses will come down to the investors. And I think to influence the investors is as important as influencing the consumers and the companies. Yeah, the big players, people like Warren Buffett, I don't know, yeah, just to name a few. People like this, organizations like this, they play a very determining roles in this effort going forward. Whether a company is just making false claim, exploiting the assessment, exploiting a system, or are they really investing in making things better, especially in child's right? Yeah, and I personally feel that the child's right is very important, because I believe out there there are people, there are parents, bosses are parents, they are somebody's uncle, and all this. There is actually a direct relation, rather than we just talking about the environment, which may, people living in a good environment, they may not feel the impact as much. Yeah. So that's my take on this question.
Thank you so much, KK, and thank you to all of you. I certainly walk away both inspired and interested even in understanding more about what we can do collectively as part of an integrated approach to addressing child rights issues and impacts by business. And I want to thank each and one of you, Larissa, Nina, Kamini, Ines, Huang, Tang, who's been helping with the translation from the Center for Child Rights in Business, KK, and as well as Professor Surya. It's been absolutely amazing to have all of you on this panel, and I look forward to continuing the conversation. Thanks to all of you.
Thank you.
Welcome, everyone, dear participants, and thank you for joining us for this session on business responsibility and collective action to uphold environmental rights. We're delighted to have you here with us. This session is organized by the United Nations Environment Programme, UNEP, the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, and the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, OHCHR. We have some fantastic speakers with us today, and we encourage all of you in the audience to participate by sending us your questions in the Q&A chat box. Please keep your questions concise and also let us know who you are and which speaker your question is for. So before we begin, allow me to quickly introduce myself. My name is Natalie Harms. I coordinate the marine litter work in the Secretariat of the Coordinating Body on the Seas of East Asia, or COBSE, which is an intergovernmental body for the protection of the marine and coastal environment of the East Asian seas, and it's one of 18 regional seas programs. The COBSE Secretariat is administered by the United Nations Environment Programme and hosted by Thailand. So today's session explores business practices that protect both people and planet. We will discuss the responsibility of businesses to comply with international environmental and human rights standards. But why are we speaking about this topic now and at this forum? Human rights and the environment are intrinsically linked. Our well-being and health and our economic welfare depend on a safe and healthy environment. Alongside governments, businesses have a fundamental responsibility to protect these environmental rights. Improper business practices in our region threaten ecosystems that we depend on. They create hazardous waste and plastic pollution, and they contribute to air pollution and climate change. And these impacts are disproportionately felt by marginalized groups such as children, women, indigenous persons, and low-income communities. Responsible business conduct is also fundamental to building back better out of this pandemic. And UNEP advocates for human rights-based approaches to addressing environmental challenges. One example is the Regional Marine Litter Project Sea Circular that aims to prevent plastic pollution in Southeast Asia and is jointly implemented by UNEP and COBSE with support from the government of Sweden. So today we will discuss good business practices, the role of industry standards and policies to protect environmental rights. We will explore the causes and implications of non-compliance with international environmental and human rights standards, and we'll speak about collective action that businesses can take to meet these standards. So without further ado, allow me to introduce our fantastic speakers. I'm delighted to have Betty Yolanda with us today. Betty has been a human rights practitioner since 2004 and has worked on issues of transitional justice, civil and political rights, and economic, social, and cultural rights. Betty is the first ever Asia Regional Manager of the Business and Human Rights Resource Center. And previously, she directed the Asian Forum for Human Rights and Development and worked with public interest lawyers in Southeast Asia to engage in ASEAN human rights mechanisms. We also have Stephanie Benuti with us. She's a policy advisor and legal expert in the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, or OECD, in the Center for Responsible Business Conduct. And she leads the center's work on environmental objectives with a focus on climate change, and she works on promoting responsible supply chains in Asia. She's a qualified lawyer and she's worked with governments, private sector, and CSOs across the region on these issues. I'm also delighted to have Sarini with us, Sarini Achavanantakun. She's a financier by training. She's a Thai writer, social critic, and sustainable business researcher, and she writes about civic empowerment and sustainable business in various media. She's co-founded Thai Publica and Self Forest, and she's now she heads the research team of Fair Finance Thailand, which is an initiative that assesses policies of leading financial institutions, including on human rights, and advocates for sustainable development. And last but certainly not least, we also have Hemanta Witanage with us, who is the Executive Director of the Center for Environmental Justice in Sri Lanka, which is a member of Friends of the Earth International. And Hemanta is also the international convener of the NGO Forum on Asian Development Bank He's been involved in environmental advocacy, citizen science, and litigation over the past 30 years. So welcome to all of our speakers. And a kind reminder to our audience, please do send us your questions in the Q&A chat box throughout. Keep them concise and let us know if your question is for a specific speaker. So let me now turn to Betty to start this discussion. Betty, you work with businesses on human rights issues on a daily basis. And you're also working with us under this executive project to build capacity of businesses for rights-based approaches to prevent plastic pollution. So what current trends do you see around the interlinkages between business conduct and rights to a safe, clean, healthy, and sustainable environment? Betty, please, over to you. I think you're still muted.
So good day, everyone. I hope you had a nice lunch break and are ready for this session. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to be part of this important panel. As has been introduced by Natalie, I work for the Business and Human Rights Resource Center, which is an independent nonprofit organization that tracks the human rights impacts of over 10,000 companies in over 180 countries. Just wanting to reflect on the question posed by Natalie on the interlinkages between business conduct and environmental rights, particularly right to safe, clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. I would like first to say that a safe, clean, healthy, and sustainable environment is critical to the full enjoyment of a wide range of human rights, including the rights to life, the right to health, food, water, and sanitation. The human rights to a healthy environment is currently recognized in more than 150 states through national constitutions, legislations, or international treaties. Looking at the annex of a report published by OHCHR, I could see that the majority of countries in South Asia and as well as in Southeast Asia either explicitly guarantee the right to a healthy environment or have case law interpretations of existing human rights protections to include a right to a healthy environment, such as in Bangladesh, India, and Malaysia. What we are seeing today around the world confirms actually what the first UN Special Rapporteur on Toxic Waste in 1994 that stated that human rights violations lead to environmental degradations, and environmental degradation leads also to human rights violation. So a degraded environment indeed has far-reaching adverse human rights impact. Resource-rich countries, including many Asian countries, have attracted investments. In this regard, business operation impact human rights and the environment in many different ways. For example, polluting factories and environmental degradations have adverse impacts on one's right to a healthy and safe environment. Indigenous peoples or communities who have a distinct relationship with the environment and depend on it for their existence are at greater risk of suffering human rights violations due to environmental degradations. In 2020, Business and Human Rights Resource Center recorded 604 attacks against human rights defenders working on business-related human rights issues in 2020. More than a third stem from a lack of consultations or the failure to secure free, prior, and informed consent of affected communities. 40% indigenous land and environmental defenders actually killed, according to Global Witness report in 2020. So human rights defenders who fight for a healthy environment actually have been a target of strategic lawsuits against public participations or SLAPs by businesses. With the exceptions of the Philippines, for example, in Southeast Asia, there is no regulations in any Southeast Asian countries that define SLAPs. In Indonesia, for example, Article 66 of Law number 32 of 2009 on environmental protections and management protects against lawsuits brought on those exercising their right to a healthy environment. In one slave cases in Thailand, for example, the court ruled that by protesting or putting up signs against an operations of a company, the defendants were asserting their constitutional right to a healthy environment. The UNGP on Business and Human Rights expect businesses to carry out due diligence, meaning that they should identify, prevent, mitigate, address human rights risks relevant to rights holders on an ongoing basis and communicate about their efforts in this regard. So communicating how impacts have been addressed through proactive disclosures by company is key to ensuring a better respect and protections of human rights and the environment. Responsible business conduct is very much linked to the undertaking of human rights and environmental due diligence. For example, at the international level, the 2017 French Duty of Vigilance Law, for example, requires French companies to establish and publish a vigilance plan with measures to identify risks and prevent human rights and environmental abuses linked to their activities and those of their subsidiaries, subcontractors, and suppliers. And the recent development of the mandatory human rights due diligence legislations at the EU level, which requests companies to conduct environmental and human rights due diligence along their full value chain, will provide better human rights and environmental protection. I also wanted to just cite a report by the UN Special Rapporteur on the issue of human rights obligations relating to the enjoyment of a safe, clean, healthy, and sustainable environment in 2018, which he presented the framework principles on human rights and the environment. These framework principles actually provide 3 sets of duties that engage both states and businesses. So under principles 8 and 12, for example, the framework stresses the responsibility of business enterprises under the UNGPs. With regard to our work in the region in Southeast Asia, actually in 2019, we conducted a disclosure survey with 25 ASEAN agriculture companies, inviting them to share their company policies and statements on 3 issues. First, women economic empowerment, inclusive business, and climate resilience. So why we did this kind of survey? Because we believe that corporate transparency is key in driving corporate actions and behavior. So out of the 25 surveyed companies, only 7 companies actually have policies or statements on climate and climate resilience. Almost all these statements actually include waste management as a focus. One company from Thailand also include climate resilience statement, which also include the issue of recycle of plastic packaging. So as mentioned by Natalie in her introduction, I think it is also critical for us to look at different types of pollutions, including plastic pollution. So before I end my sharing, my presentations, I just wanted us not to forget plastic pollutions as one of the most serious environmental issues. So the plastics life cycle impacts the plastic life cycle actually impacts human rights at every stage, from extraction of plastic raw materials through their production, trade, disposal, and also their afterlife. So in this regard, actually businesses should change their business model that heavily relies on single-use plastic. Being transparent about their plastic footprint, for example, is the first step towards preventing plastic waste and pollution. And just one last comment from me is that solutions to tackling environmental issues require states and businesses to integrate not only transparency, but also the right to participation, access to adequate information, as well as the right to an effective remedy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Betty, for these fantastic insights. Let me now turn to our next speaker, and we'll come back to some of the issues that you've already raised. But I'd like to hear from Stephanie. You work with a range of actors on promoting responsible supply chains in Asia. So what tools and initiatives can help companies to identify good practices and uphold environmental rights? Over to you, Stephanie.
Thanks very much, Natalie, and thank you very much for the organizers of this this session for inviting us to come and speak today on this really important topic. So today my focus is going to be around the role of the OECD guidelines for multinational enterprises and OECD due diligence guidance for responsible business conduct, and the role that these instruments play in supporting environmental and human rights issues to be addressed by business, and particularly in the context of climate change. I'll also highlight some of our current and future work on this area and showcase some practical examples and policy trends that we're seeing. Some were already mentioned by Betty, that look at the intersection between human rights and environment in the context of responsible business conduct, or what we expect from business aligned with international expectations. So for those that might not be so familiar with the OECD guidelines for multinational enterprises, they're a policy instrument that enshrines recommendations from governments to business on how businesses should be contributing positively to sustainable development, but also at the same time ensuring that they're addressing their adverse impacts and risks on people on the planet. So it's an outward-looking expectation. Today, the guidelines represent international consensus on what is responsible business conduct, spanning all areas of business risk and responsibility, and they're backed by almost 50 governments globally now, including both OECD and non-OECD member countries, and have been informed and progressively developed by business, trade unions, NGOs, and governments. Importantly for this discussion today, the guidelines offer an international standard on RBC that's comprehensive, so that when I mentioned before that they cover all areas of business risk and responsibility, that means they include a dedicated chapter on environmental related expectations, as well as a dedicated chapter on human rights, which mirrors the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, but also a number of other chapters that are relevant to environment and human rights considerations, including chapters on consumer interests, science and technology, disclosure, and others. So the guidelines include, as I mentioned, recommendations across those different chapters that really highlight both substantive and procedural environmental rights issues or considerations that businesses should take into account. I'm just going to highlight a couple of examples from the environment chapter in particular. So that chapter references, it expressly references that the chapter should reflect the principles and objectives of the Rio Declaration, and also the Aarhus Convention on access to information, public participation in decision-making, and access to justice in environmental matters. Now, although the guidelines doesn't go into detail about how these conventions should apply necessarily to business, it is important that they are mentioned in terms of how national contact points may well then go and interpret and apply the provisions of the guidelines. And I'll talk to the role of the national contact points a little bit more shortly. Just another example taken from the environment chapter of the guidelines is that it highlights information sharing about business activities and their environmental impacts as a really important tool for building confidence, trust, and understanding of environmental issues with the public. And the environment chapter, in a similar vein, also promotes training and education to meet this responsibility. So the role of the guidelines also include an expectation that business conducts supply chain due diligence and in order to identify and address their adverse impacts. And the role of OECD due diligence guidance in helping companies identify good practice to uphold environmental rights is something that I will talk to a little bit more shortly as well. So before I quickly do, I want to touch on the national contact points that I mentioned earlier as a body in providing guidance for business on this topic, and also highlight a recent case that was handled by the Netherlands Court of Justice, handed down by the Netherlands Court of Justice just last week. So circling back a little bit, for those who may not be so familiar with national contact points or NCPs, governments that adhere to the guidelines also commit to establishing a national contact point, which has the dual purpose of promoting the guidelines, but also to decide alleged cases where a company may have breached certain recommendations of the guidelines. So demonstrating the nexus between environment and human rights recommendations, here, the majority of NCP cases filed that relate to environmental matters, in fact, almost always also cite the human rights chapter of the guidelines. So there's always that interconnection that's coming up when cases are being brought to NCPs. One example is a 2012 case regarding a Norwegian M&E, which had built a wind power plant on a reindeer herding ground in Sweden. It's also an example of climate and just transition considerations as well regarding renewable energy. But in this case, due to disrupting the habitat of the local reindeer population, the complainant stated that the company had not taken necessary steps to prevent the negative impacts allegedly affecting the traditional livelihoods of an indigenous group, which actually relied on reindeer herding for sustenance, and thus potentially displacing community members from their grounds. The NCPs of Sweden and Norway in this case noted that the company could in fact further improve its promotion of Indigenous people's rights and implementation of the OECD guidelines in this case, which then resulted in an agreement amongst parties following mediation. And as I mentioned, another example that I wanted to highlight here is the landmark judgment that was handed by the Netherlands Court of Justice just last week, ruling that Royal Dutch Shell must reduce CO2 emissions by 45% by 2030 compared to 2019 levels across scopes 1, 2, and 3. And requiring this emissions reduction obligation, the court found that Royal Dutch showed an unwritten standard of care to society in line with the Dutch Civil Code and human rights obligations with particular focus on the right to life. And in understanding the standard of care and how it should be applied by business in this case, the court specifically drew on a number of international soft law instruments, including the OECD guidelines, as well as the UNGPs and others, and found that Royal Dutch Shell, their current corporate policy was not consistent with a global climate target to prevent dangerous climate change for the protection of humankind and nature. So it's a really good example of bringing together those two, the two sides, so the environment and the human rights side of the climate and the human rights side. So in closing, I just want to note, in terms of what we're seeing at the OECD Centre for Responsible Business Conduct, there is still room to unpack and illustrate how these provisions that are outlined in the OECD guidelines, but also OECD guidance on due diligence, can be implemented in practice by business, particularly when they're looking at intersections between different areas of risk, particularly human rights and environment. We're actually working together now with a number of partners, including UNEP and UNFCCC, in developing what we're calling practical tools, which are for the purposes of helping business or to demonstrate to business how different steps or processes that are outlined in OECD due diligence guidance tools can be applied practically when a business is navigating these specific types of environmental risk with a particular focus on climate change. And importantly, these tools will also highlight interlinkages between human rights and those environmental risks that they address to help business understand what practical actions they might take in addressing those issues. And this is also becoming particularly critical in light of the recent policy and legislative trends that we're seeing to promote RBC or a comprehensive approach to RBC, responsible business conduct. And one example that I'll note quickly now before I finish is the EU Commission's initiative to introduce mandatory rules requiring companies now to carry out environment and human rights due diligence. So again, it's a comprehensive approach to the two areas of risk. And the European Commission, Parliament and Council have all noted that the future rules will be rooted in the OECD guidelines and recommendations of OECD due diligence guidance. So I'll end there, but happy to answer any questions, and it's our pleasure to be part of this discussion, and we look forward to working with all of you in taking this work forward. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Stephanie. Also for sharing so many examples. I think that really helps to make tangible that this is really an issue that is of importance globally, and hopefully also increase in importance in the region as well. So we'll get back to some of these issues, but I'd now also like to turn to Sarinini. You promote sustainable business practices and sustainable finance. So in your experience, what are some of the proactive steps that companies can take to protect vulnerable groups and their rights to a safe, clean, healthy, and sustainable environment? Over to you.
Okay, thank you, Natalie, and thank you, the organizers, for inviting me to share with my experience today. And I think the two previous speakers, Betty and Stephanie, already mentioned some very important points. Before going to what companies can do and some of what we have observed from Fair Finance Thailand work, I'd like to mention two, I think, very important reasons that we are seeing increased awareness of companies on human rights, especially in Thailand. So one is definitely a stronger or more focus on the legal requirements. I think that, as Stephanie mentioned, the Shell court case is very important. It's historical. I think the first time that company is basically being ordered to take into account their climate responsibility. So I think before, companies looked at their climate responsibility as more of a compliance lens. So, for example, many companies in Thailand and also banks, they say, well, whatever the government wants us to do, just mandate that as regulations. And so we will follow what the regulations say. But I think something like what the Netherlands court with the Shell case, I think made it clear that the importance of looking at human rights as a responsibility of companies. So I think this is something that will have repercussion. And I think this is something that companies in Asia will also be closely following. As well as that, I think in Asia, there's an increasing awareness of human rights as a key focus of responsibility of business. And in Thailand, for example, a few years ago, the government announced the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights. And that basically is, I think it's quite a high level kind of document, but at least it mandates some government entities like the Securities Exchange Commission to encourage listed companies in Thailand, including financial institutions, to carry out human rights due diligence. And so with this trend in Europe, where it seems that EU is moving towards a mandatory due diligence, that will have repercussion to Thai companies as well, because many of our companies export to Europe, or the companies are part of the supply chain in Europe. So I think these are kind of some of the legal requirements or trends that basically will force companies to look at human rights at the more holistic and comprehensive picture. I think before, many of the Asian companies only look at human rights as a kind of, they look at it through, again, I said, lens of legal compliance. They understand labor rights, for example, more clearly than environmental rights, which are, I think, more difficult for them to perceive. So I think that's one trend. Another trend is, I think that right now, especially in the banking industry, there are increasing talks about standards pertaining to environmental risk. For example, in Thailand, there's a lot of discussion now around ESG, environmental, social, and governance risk. Many countries are developing green taxonomy to basically standardize a lot of the green terminology. I think that they will move towards brown taxonomy as well to encourage companies to reduce the negative impacts. So I think that's another kind of development that will increase companies' interest. So I think together the two trends combined, both the stronger legal focus or legal requirements, as well as the more stronger kind of standards will push companies to look at human rights, including environmental rights. And so I think there are three things that companies can be more proactive in doing. And I think some of these will relate to the work we have done as Fair Finance Thailand. So number one is, I think the attitude needs to be changed. I think a lot of people already mentioned human rights-based approach to corporate strategy. I think there needs to be more focus on that. And especially now when companies talk about ESG risk, ESG risk and risk management, I think they should look at environmental rights protection as a kind of key minimum requirement or a necessary or integral part of their risk management process. And so I think that has to start at that level so that companies can make these linkages. In our most recent assessment of the policies of 8 financial institutions, private banks in Thailand, and 4 government banks in Thailand. So this is based on last year's data. We found that there are 5 banks that actually announced climate change emission targets, but we only give scores to 3 banks out of 5 because the other 2 we felt that their commitment was too low. They did not even announce to the level of the national commitment of the country. And so that's 3 out of 5. In terms of human rights, out of the 12 banks, there were 5 banks that we gave some scores. So all 5 banks, we scored them based on their announcement that they will adhere to the UNGP, the United Nations Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. But again, the scores vary because out of the 5 banks, they only basically score at the basic level. One bank scored a bit higher because they mentioned that they expect the suppliers of their clients to adhere to the UNGP as well. And then there's one bank that got almost half the scores in this category because they actually laid out the steps and the basically the remedy procedures and the complaints procedure that they expect the clients to have. And they also mentioned precautionary principle. So again, this is, I think, the challenge that we see, I think in Thailand and also many Asian countries is that even when companies are, now more aware that they have to put more effort, that they have to be more responsible to human rights, it's a question of how much is enough and what exactly are the steps they can take. So I think, to us, I think the first step needs to start with really looking at environmental rights protection as a key part of the risk management strategy. And following from that is the importance of protecting and engaging stakeholders, especially the vulnerable groups in the areas of businesses, seeing them not as a group to protect, but also as important stakeholders who can advise on potential environmental risks that the companies may have. I think, as Betty mentioned, it's unfortunate that in Asia there are still many SLAPP cases, basically human rights defender being prosecuted, being sued. And I think that has to be very clearly, basically had to be seen by companies. They have to make very strong statement that they will not, prosecute human rights defenders, and they will accord respect to human rights defenders as important stakeholders that will, give very strong and very good advice to the company's ESG risk management process. So I think actually in Thailand there's a SLAPP law, but it's very difficult to use as I understand from our lawyers, and it's also still not possible for you to sue government officials, for example. So I think there's still a lot of gaps in implementation. So I would say stakeholder protection is key, another key area, but needs to be elevated to proactive stakeholder engagement to see them as, an important part of the whole ESG process. We have discussed with a few companies in Thailand who have begun the human rights due diligence, human rights impact assessment process. And I think one challenge we found, this is what they told us, is that oftentimes they were afraid of the potential legal liabilities or ramifications. So they would kind of prefer to keep this process as in-house as possible. And so they did not reach out, to as many vulnerable groups or the stakeholders as should be the case. So I think this kind of hesitancy, this kind of reluctance is something that that businesses can and should actually join forces, with the competitors, with the other companies in the same industry, to go to the Human Rights Commission and other human rights experts like BHR, for example, to basically, find out how to do proper human rights due diligence and how to draw up like a kind of a transition plan, doing it like a step-by-step process. So I think my second point is really about the importance of involving stakeholder, but not only seeing them as vulnerable groups to protect, but also key inputs in the whole risk management process going forward. And I think the last item that is, I think, a must for companies to do now is around the idea of better disclosure. Because I think in our experience, one reason companies are not sure about how or what they should be doing in terms of human rights and environmental rights is that they're not sure what the expectations are. So I think in that regard, I think companies can basically push for better disclosure and better standards. For example, in Thailand, several groups, the civil society already advocating for Clean Air Act, as well as PRTR, the Pollutants Release and Transfer Registry disclosure. In the banking industry, I think the Bank of Thailand is soon going to study the climate change disclosures, the standards made by the task force on climate-related financial disclosures, as well as the various green taxonomies and potential brown taxonomies floating. So I think that these kinds of standards, these kinds of disclosures need to be linked, need to be basically involving human rights defenders and environmental rights activists to make sure that they are based on very real and actionable points. Just a last example before I finish. In Thailand, a couple of years ago, the Thai Bankers Association released this document called the Responsible Lending Guidelines. And so this is signed by all the banks in Thailand. In that document, it sets out high-level 4 principles that banks have to adhere to. And so one principle talks about engaging stakeholders on what they call key ESG issue. And then the other item in that talks about integrating, proper standards and plans and procedures in the bank's own operation. So I think the word, engaging stakeholders on key ESG issue, this is an opportunity for businesses to reach out to environmental rights activists and lawyers and vulnerable groups to make sure that they understand the impacts of the business. Because a lot of the environmental impact, I think, are quite complicated as well. Like in Thailand now, there's transboundary haze issue and air pollution, whereby it's not just the source is not inside Thailand anymore. So I think the more complex the issue becomes, and the more basically wide-reaching the impact, then it's more necessary for businesses to collaborate with many different actors and human rights defenders and activists, as well as their own competitors, instead of kind of keeping everything in-house.
Great. Thank you so much also for those fantastic examples and highlighting those steps that companies can take. Let me now turn to our last speaker, to Hemanta. So Hemanta, in a recent case you were involved in Sri Lanka that I heard of, a court had ordered to send back waste containers with waste imported from the UK. So it sounds like, in your many years of environmental advocacy, you've gained a lot of experience. So what role would you say does civil society have in calling for business responsibility and collective action to uphold these environmental rights? How can civil society organizations really engage with businesses, as Harinita had just mentioned? Over to you, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Actually, we are suffering a huge environmental damage these days because of the ship fire just in the Colombo Harbor. That's only about 9 nautical miles from Colombo Harbor, and more than 200-kilometer coastal stretch is already filled with a lot of plastic pellets. And there are many chemicals, including nitric acid, methanol, and sodium methoxide, and some environmentally harmful substances have been carried in this ship. Of course, Sri Lanka is located in the Indian Ocean, next to the one of the most busiest shipping route. There are a lot of ships moving with a lot of waste. And in 2019, we have found that there's a lot of containers found in one of the terminal in Colombo Harbor with waste imported from United Kingdom. And it was initially identified as 130 containers, but lately they also found there are other containers in another location, which is in an industrial park near the airport area. So altogether, so we knew that there are 263 containers which were imported during 2017 and 2019, and all of them seems to be carrying waste mattresses, carpets, and which are the post-consumer waste under the Basel Convention. So when we found that, so we thought that the government processes are very, very slow. So therefore, without having a civil society intervention, it will be hard for us to take legal action and send them back to the origin. So that's the point we have decided to file the legal action in the Court of Appeal. And one of the issue was that some of the companies who imported, they say it's a genuine business and they want to do the recycling, and they want to sell them in some other countries like India or other countries once they value add to these items. But we found value adding is not possible because these are like they were doing the junkyard process. So in the court we have asked the court to intervene and send all of these containers back to the United Kingdom. Fortunately, the Basel focal point in Sri Lanka, the Central Environmental Authority, and the Basel focal point in the United Kingdom, so they both agreed to take them back, and so therefore we have withdrawn the case with the conditions that they have to take legal action against those companies involved behind the illegal importation of these waste, and also send all these waste containers back to the origin. So as far as we know that part of these containers have been already repatriated to the United Kingdom, but still some are available, and there so far we haven't seen any legal action filed. So this brings me to the issue about human rights when it comes to the business sector, and to my understanding that human rights in the business sector is not very much spoken subject in Sri Lanka until very recent, because Sri Lanka was in a civil war more than 30 years, and always the human rights is related to the war-related human rights. But in the recent years, we have been listening about how the human rights issue has been taken in the business sector as well. There's one incident that when the people start demonstrating against one of the factory, which they think that the factory got involved in polluting their drinking water, and the pH level was like below 3.2, 3.2, and there was a police shooting, and three people died, and several others got wounded. And this is one of the clear occasions that how the human rights violations have happened. But in other cases, like the normal procedure for us to make sure that the industries are respecting to the health, environmental and human rights conditions are the environmental protection license procedure. In one example, the Kalandi River, which is flowing to the ocean near Colombo, so there are, according to the Auditor General's report, there are at least 10,518 industries are located, but recently they did a audit with 2,946 industries, and they found there are 41 category A industries also there. And they found out of these factories, there are 205 industries are operating even after cancelling the environmental protection license. So that means they're not respecting to the human rights, environmental rights, or the health rights of the local communities. What, as a civil society organization, we have been engaging in the last several years, almost last 2 decades, how citizens can engage in making sure that industries respect to the national standards, respect to the laws, and also to the international standards. So we have started doing this citizen science program, which we voluntarily test the various products. For example, with the support of the International Pollution Elimination Network, IPEN, so we have conducted various research on lead levels in paint, mercury levels in hair samples, and also mercury levels in certain products, including this whitening cream. There are many number of products we have tested, and we filed the legal action in the court of law, asking the government to intervene to bring the lead paint standards. When we done this test in 2009, we found one of the paint sample had 135,000 parts per million lead in just a wall paint. It's an emulsion paint. So when we filed the legal action, we were able to bring it to down to the WHO standard. The Consumer Affairs Authority and the Health Ministry, they all agreed to gazette this new standard, putting 90 parts per million for the emulsion paint and 600 parts per million for enamel paint. So since then, this case was filed in 2011. In 2013, the law was enacted. So all these years until 2017, annually we have tested more than 100 paint samples from the market, and we have realized that the level of lead is going down. And after 2015, we didn't find, except 1 or 2 samples, we didn't find lead in the market paint. So after that, we have initiated this third-party certification process. At least at the moment, one company got involved in the third-party certification, where annual testing is done in the United States. So we collect samples and send them all the samples, preparated samples. So that way we keep monitoring on the industry. So that's one good approach. I don't know how many industries, how many products we can keep doing this kind of citizens engagement, but this is a very good example. The unfortunate thing is that some of those industries are producing goods for the European market and the US markets with all the strict control, but when they produce the same product into the local market, they have a double standard. So I think when it comes to the human rights issues in this business sector, definitely we have some tools. Of course, as a developing country, we are more trusted on the law enforcement, but these certifications and the various guidelines are very important. Unless we have a strong law enforcement, it's very hard to keep that. So we still trust on the democratic institutions, like the government agencies, as well as the court of law, to make sure that the businesses are respecting to the human rights. Thank you.
Thank you so much again also for these rich examples from Sri Lanka, and for explaining also how consumers and all of us can help to hold businesses accountable, and to also nudge governments to do more and to improve their law enforcement. So thank you so much for that. We do have quite a few questions coming in, so let us now turn to you, our audience, to hear from you and what is on your mind. We had a question coming in asking what the level of awareness is of businesses and corporations in the Asia Pacific region, awareness for tools that are available to support them to address their environmental and human rights obligations. So this is actually something that you spoke about briefly, Sarini. So maybe you could answer this question over time, what awareness maybe has changed to tools that are there.
Okay, sure. Thank you. I'm not sure if I can speak for the other countries because mostly our experience is just for Thailand and maybe the neighboring countries that Thai companies have invested in, like Myanmar, Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam to some extent. But I would say that as I mentioned, there are the issue itself or the human rights. I think many businesses now are aware that they have to pay attention beyond the lens of legal compliance or just adhering to the laws, and that's partly because of the promotion by the Stock Exchange of Thailand and the Securities Exchange Commission of Thailand as well in trying to promote the UNGP, and also attempts by OACHR as well as UNDP and many of the multinational agencies to increase this awareness among companies. But as far as what tools are available to them, I think this is still something that they are very much trying to tap into. As someone who has conducted a few training sessions to companies on human rights due diligence, we ourselves have had a hard time, I guess, finding the toolkit or the due diligence handbooks that are easily digestible for Thai companies. And I think I would say two challenging issues. So one is that many companies feel that only the largest companies, only the most kind of well endowed can afford to do a kind of comprehensive human rights due diligence. So I think now there's a discussion. I think there needs to be more, we need to do more discussion and think of ways how can SMEs or the smaller companies in the supply chain of larger companies can take part, and basically be be more responsible without them feeling that this would be very detrimental to their business in some way. How can we allocate, so to speak, the resources to get companies, of different sizes in the supply chain to improve? I think this is something that needs to be more discussed, and I think tools need to also be more, maybe tools need to be more mindful of the differences in the company resources and awareness as well. So that's one thing. I would say the second challenge, I would say, is the complex nature of environmental damage. I think to a certain extent, companies in Thailand understand that we have to basically take care of the welfare of communities around the factories or around the workplace. I think this is something that basically companies, when you talk about that, they kind of pretty much know what to do, or at least they know how to engage. But when we talk about more complex issue like transboundary haze, or climate change, for example, or like waste, impact of waste downstream, I think that is something that needs to be a lot more clarity, I think, at the policy level as well, not just from the business level. The issue of waste that Hermanta mentioned is also a very big problem in Thailand. And I think some companies want to do their part, but they are frustrated of the lack of kind of the coordinated policy approach. Because if you just allow some companies to be more responsible out of their own willingness, then it basically creates a kind of unlevel playing field. So I think that this is something that needs to be discussed both at the policy and the business side. Just one last example I want to leave the audience with. I mentioned the Clean Air Act as a kind of example of something that Thai people try to push for. Interestingly, we have several drafts of this law floating. One draft of the Clean Air Act is actually being proposed by the Thai Business Association. So I think this is basically the first time that I see that business association together proposed kind of a legislation, a social piece of legislation. So I think this is how aware I think people are of some of the more pressing environmental concerns, so that even businesses are willing to step up. Yeah, so I think there need to be more tools that again take into account the different sizes and resources, and also more clear, I guess, sector-specific standards for them to follow. Yeah, because many people told me the UNGP isn't an easy document to use. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for raising this issue, and just to mention that we are actually working with UNDP, OECD, OHCHR, and also regional partners, including Betty and colleagues, to develop a better toolkit that has this information on human rights and environmental rights, and also to develop capacity building and training that makes this, as you said, more digestible and more action oriented for businesses and also for governments. So this is coming up this year as well, led by UNEP. So we're happy to share more information on that as well. Thank you for highlighting these points. We do have quite a few questions, so I might move on. And there's been a question, how disclosure requirements have enabled greater compliance with human rights in Southeast Asia, and if there are maybe any examples, and where pressure or incentives for companies really do also create change. I'm wondering, maybe Betty, whether you would like to take this question, but any other speakers also very welcome to chip in.
Yeah, thanks, Natalie. So one way that we, push companies to disclose, their human rights policies or statements is through, various means, and also including through our, mechanism, what we call company response mechanism, where we push company to respond to allegations of, human rights and environmental violations. And actually, the idea of this mechanism is for us, as an organizations, to take up allegations of abuse and seek remedy to companies. And through this mechanism, actually, we push company to be more transparent and responsive to human rights allegations. But I must say that the results really vary in terms of whether victims that shared the allegations with us really receive the results of the remedy from the companies. But what I want to say here is that while a response from companies when it comes to policies or statements on human rights, or their responses to allegations of human rights violations, although such response does not always lead to action, but it does indicate the company's willingness to engage publicly with concerns raised by human rights advocates, or civil society, and provides a public statement that the company can be held accountable to. So in terms of the disclosure requirements, whether that have enabled greater compliance with human rights in Southeast Asia, again, it really varies, and also to us, pushing companies to be more transparent is the first step to ensuring actions by companies. And just wanted to also, if I may, to respond to the first question that has been answered. So in terms of the level of awareness of business and corporations in the region, I think one thing that we need to also take into consideration is that many countries in Asia, particularly in Southeast Asia and also in South Asia, are currently developing their national action plan on business and human rights. And one process to see and also to check on the level of awareness of businesses and corporations in the region when it comes to tools available for them to address environmental and human rights obligations are through the development of the baseline assessment, national baseline assessment, prior to the development of the national action plan. I could say this because, for example, we were involved in helping to put together the national baseline assessment for the development of the National Action Plan for Bangladesh. And we could see, from the survey that we conducted, at least we could see, the level of awareness of, local companies, local corporations, as well as industry associations when it comes to the issue of business and human rights. And I think, baseline study will also contribute to increasing awareness of topics involved in the new and the developing areas of business and human rights. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Betty, for that addition. And I think that's really valuable as well to see that transparency is the first step towards accountability. And thank you for raising again also these national action plans, which are very important. We have a few more questions coming in. There's one specifically for Stephanie on whether the national contact points also cover issues around multinational enterprises or how transboundary cases can be addressed and resolved. Is this something that you could provide a bit more information on?
Yeah, sure. Thanks for the question. So as I mentioned briefly in my remarks, the national contact points they're a state-based non-judicial grievance mechanism that can handle complaints with relation to alleged breaches of the guidelines. Now, the guidelines apply to M&Es, but they also apply to all business of all sizes. So in that sense, in fact, the answer is yes, they can handle a case relating to M&Es, but also businesses across all sizes. And in terms of the transboundary nature, so NCPs inherently have a transboundary component to what they do, because you can bring a case to an NCP if a business is operating in or from the country where the NCP is located. So then, as I mentioned, the NCPs are established by all governments that have committed to adhere to the guidelines. So they're located across the world. There's many of them now, but in the region, there's Korea and Japan, which are OECD adherents to the guidelines and members. So they each have a national contact point. And if I may, just while I have the floor, I just wanted to add to some of the points that were raised earlier about the speakers and from the speakers about building awareness and practical support for business on environment and human rights issues or environmental rights issues. And one point I wanted to make that we're seeing as well across our work in Asia under the Responsible Supply Chains in Asia program that we do in partnership with ILO and EU, but also in terms of our more broader work that we're seeing across other regions, is a need for business to understand the integration between environment and human rights due diligence, rather than just human rights due diligence, but thinking of it more as a comprehensive approach to environment and human rights. And that's the way that we're seeing policy and legislative trends heading to. So I think that's something that there may need to be a bit more awareness building around that aspect and what those two due diligence processes mean. There's many similarities and synergies between the two. There are some points of difference, but there's also a lot of cross-learning and mutually reinforcing principles that are relevant to both practices that I think can be further highlighted and supported for business. And that's something that we're doing through our work in tracking regulatory developments that are happening, but also in terms of building those practical tools that I mentioned, which really illustrate how to implement each step of the due diligence process when you're looking specifically at through the lens of an environmental risk. And then, of course, through that lens, you need to be considering also the intersections with human rights as well. So I'll stop there. Thanks very much.
Thanks so much for those additions, Stephanie, for answering that question. We have a question also specifically for Hemanta on whether you have faced any challenges also from businesses when trying to initiate legal action. Maybe you can share a little bit some of the challenges and issues that you have faced in your work.
You mean like a SLAP suit? So we haven't got any kind of legal action against us at the moment, but there are a few other the people got similar cases. For example, one of our client, he was fighting against the mini hydro companies, and then he was unable to stop the project, although it was killing the river just behind their backyard. So the people involved in the mini hydro case. So they have filed the lawsuit against this villager, asking 15.6 million compensation for stopping this project. I had several letter of demands asking in one time 2,000 million from me, but there was no case filed. So so we are very careful when we are handling with the companies, definitely, because it's always we have to depend on a lot of science-based evidence, the facts-based evidence. Unless we do our campaign right, so then we will be in that sort of a trouble. I also want to add a little bit about the awareness. Recently, we conducted a project with the UNDP Sri Lanka to build the awareness material and also produce the policy material as well as some education material. And we come to know that the big companies, for example, the blue chip companies, have a better understanding about the various the requirements, and they do the due diligence. But at the same time, so we found certain big blue chip companies also so violate. For example, one of the companies got involved dumping their waste material into the ocean through a sewage pumping station. But the problem is also with the government, because the government has not provided a facility so far for dealing with the liquid waste. Even the solid waste handling is a real problem in Sri Lanka unless you have those facilities available. So we cannot also complain about the businesses. So the government has to do this infrastructure. But when it comes to the small scale enterprises, they don't have much understanding about the standards or the business and human rights or the UNGP angles. So they are very small companies, sometimes like 20-30 people are working. And also when it comes to the organized labor work, we found that only about 20% of the labor force is organized in Sri Lanka. 80% don't have any organized activity. So it's a fairly very different level of understanding, awareness between the small enterprises as well as the big companies.
Great, thank you so much, and also for highlighting that this is, of course, a shared responsibility between businesses and governments as well. You need to create an enabling environment, and for highlighting some of the risks that environmental rights defenders can also face when going up against companies. There's a related question also for Serini about what the challenges are that fair finance has faced when trying to obtain data or information from banks that you were collecting, as you mentioned, and what actual impact is of announcing ranking and scores. So has there been positive change, and what challenges have you faced when you were ranking these banks and getting that information? Serini, please could you share?
Yeah, thank you. Okay, thank you, Natalie. So Fair Finance Thailand uses the Fair Finance Guide methodology developed by Fair Finance Guide International in the Netherlands. So we're actually part of the 13 countries network. And I think one positive thing, or at least that makes it easier for us to use, is that the Fair Finance Guide methodology only assess the public disclosures, so public policies of banks. So in that sense, whether if we cannot find any data according to the methodology, we just basically give them 0 score. So I think in that regard, we don't really go and ask for any kind of hidden or non-public information. But I think the process that we work has really allowed banks to see us in a positive light, because each year we have done this for 3 years already. So each year we would go through the public disclosures and different reports, and then we would have a kind of hearing period where we send these draft scores to each of the banks. And then that would be the period where many banks would respond, and some banks would say we actually disclosed this already. Some other banks will ask about they want to know usually what their competitor, what their closest competitor is doing. So usually we don't disclose the names of the banks before we can announce the whole thing, but we can say, in this category, you are the one of the 3 banks that did not disclose any policies. And so that creates, I think, a kind of a positive virtuous cycle in a way, that banks, at least the top 5 banks that we see, are really trying to compete with one another in disclosing based on the fair finance methodology. Of course, the challenge is that, once basically banks have kind of stepped up the disclosure, but it's still, in the whole scheme of things, relatively low. Like as I mentioned, the actual climate change category and the human rights category, the overall score is quite low. So the challenge is how to get all these banks to kind of go further than that, because going further means developing real credit policies, and actually integrating human rights in their approaches. So this is really a work in progress, but I think one at least benefit we have in Thailand is that there's a national action plan already announced, and the Bank of Thailand is quite supportive in pushing for more disclosures and adherence with the responsible lending guidelines, because according to the guidelines, banks have to announce, every year their progress in doing it. And so we try to get them to see that Fair Finance Guide and our scoring results can help them, can be a kind of tool to help them plan towards better transparency and better human rights policies.
Great. Thanks so much for sharing that. I know that Stephanie has to run, so I'd actually like to give you the opportunity to say, a last sentence or two before you have to go. Stephanie, please.
Thank you so much, Natalie. And sorry, I have to jump off the webinar because it's been such a fascinating discussion and really interesting questions from the audience, actually. And I think we could have a whole nother session running through those. But I think just a couple of points further to what I raised before for us, and I think what the discussion has really highlighted is there is still a need to further integrate the 2 sides, so the environmental side of things and the human rights side of things, and then to understand the interconnections between the 2. And importantly, I think that needs to happen for policymakers, but there's also an integration that needs to happen for business in terms of how those linkages should be mainstreamed into their risk management processes, and actually integrated into the business decisions that they're making, both in terms of their direct operations, but also across their supply chain. So that's kind of the perspective that we take with responsible business conduct, because we do have a full supply chain approach, and we have the OECD due diligence guidance on responsible business conduct, which helps business understand, in fact, really key steps and practical steps that they can take to integrate broad RBC considerations into their risk management processes and frameworks. And I think there is further work that needs to be done there on mapping out and understanding what the human rights and environmental or environmental rights interlinkages look like, why it's important for business, and how they can be integrated into that broader risk management framework and the standards that are currently already available for business. So how the business can then take those forward to ensure that the interlinkages between the 2 areas of risk and impact are in fact not being forgotten or not slipping through the cracks, but are also being prioritized. And I have to say, I think events like this are really key in starting that process, or I should say continuing that process. It's not the first time, but I think it's important that we're coming together and discussing these issues and helping to raise awareness around it, which was one of the questions that was raised. In fact, this need to continue to build awareness. And from my side, I certainly do see that awareness increasing, and the interest and understanding of these issues is really increasing. There's a lot of momentum now around this. So I'm really happy that we're discussing this and looking forward to taking this work, to continuing this work with everyone on the call, on the webinar. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stephanie, for that brilliant summary and those issues that we still need to tackle going forward. Thank you so much for joining us. I would like to turn back to the other speakers as well and ask kind of a general question to all of you. You've already highlighted a few examples of specific steps that businesses can take to better uphold environmental rights and also to engage with stakeholders. But I'd like to, before we end, give you all the opportunity again to highlight, any specific examples, some very practical recommendations for businesses and what environmental rights really mean for improving business conduct. In light also of what Stephanie has just said, that we need to better integrate human rights and environmental issues. So what do environmental rights really mean in this respect? And do you have any very specific recommendations, practical way forward for businesses to uphold these rights? Let's maybe start with Hemanta, and then we'll go over to Betty and Serini. Please, over to you.
Thank you. I think it's a very good question. To my understanding, the industries are working on their own, so there's no disclosure happening except in very few cases. During the recent research we have conducted, even the government entities, the regulatory bodies don't have all the information about how the industrial practices, and they're using the legal tools like the environmental protection license or even the environmental impact assessment process, where the local people can engage in decision making. They're not using that as a tool to improve their practices, the human rights, environmental and health situations, but in fact they're using them as another approval for them to run the business. I think this practice has to stop. So definitely the civil society organizations can play a very good role of helping those industries or the businesses to understand what human rights issues, what environmental rights issues, or other health issues we are concerned when it comes to such practices. So I think that way, if we improve the communication among the three sectors, definitely we can help. So we cannot expect the businesses just run alone and respect to the UNGP. So therefore, I think this kind of relationship building is the very important aspect. So then the disclosure issues are really important. I think if that is the case, then so we can take legal enforcement as the last resort, but at the moment, because we don't have good communication, there's no disclosure, definitely. We first think about the legal approach. So I think so we have to turn it in the other way. I hope these kind of sessions will improve that relationships and businesses will understand how they can do a better job, especially because we are losing the resources and we are killing the earth in a very, very high speed. And this is not the way for the sustainable businesses or to keep the sustainable earth for our future generation. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Hemanta. Betty, would you like to share with us any practical recommendations and an outlook, maybe to sort of start wrapping up this session?
Thanks, Natalie. So I think I just wanted to emphasize on the last pillar of the UNGP, because we discuss about states' obligation when it comes to business and human rights, business responsibility to respect human rights. But as I shared earlier in my intervention, solutions to tackling environmental issues should integrate the right to participation, access to information, and the right to an effective remedy. So I think access to information is a necessary right to prevent and remedy corporate abuses of human rights. And if victims are to have meaningful access to remedy, they must be able to obtain all relevant information about processes and decisions linked to environmental harm. And I think this was raised in the plenary discussion yesterday by Dante. When state failed to fulfill their obligations, and then when companies failed to fulfill their responsibilities to respect human rights, what is left is the right to remedy, right? So I think in this regard, companies should also demonstrate the effectiveness of their grievance mechanisms, and also ensuring that positive outcomes for those whose rights have been violated to having a healthy environment, among others, should be the ultimate goal. So effective remedy should be informed by the perspective of rights holders who have been harmed, and ensuring that the harm and the root causes are appropriately identified and also addressed by both states and also companies.
Great, thank you so much, Betty, for highlighting these issues again, and also the step of access to redress and mechanisms for remedying situations. That is an important step that we also need to take. Serini, over to you as well, if you have any sort of final remarks, some final recommendations that you'd like to share with us. I think you may still be muted.
Yeah, hi, thank you. I'm trying to think about what I should say, that not to repeat what the other speakers have said. I think I can add maybe 3 suggestions to businesses. So number one, it is very important. I would like to stress again the disclosure. I think we are now living in the age of radical transparency. This is what the consumers expect. This is what civil society expects. So businesses that are very, I think, very focused on really making, being responsible on human rights should improve the level of disclosure. And this can be things from, for example, the environmental impact assessments. In Thailand, I think we are now about to move away from just seeing it as a kind of a legal document that nobody is allowed to see. I think some companies are already thinking about disclosing it to at least the affected communities, and kind of making sure that all the concerns are heard in advance. I think there are a lot to be done still on the principle of FPIC, the free, prior, informed consent, the process of public hearing, the process of listening to affected stakeholders. I think this is something that business can really step in, in the absence of clear regulations on this. In Thailand, businesses who believe they have the best practice, or they want to know what the best practice are like, can step in and form this kind of maybe a best hearing best practice, best practice in disclosing environmental impact assessments, draft reports, for example, push for regulations, legislation that will improve disclosures, that will impel, better environmental rights protection across the board, like the Clean Air Act, that already the Thai Business Association is backing, as well as PRTR and related. So I would say number one is about disclosure. Number two, I think businesses should take a very clear stance on protecting human rights defenders, and that includes the vulnerable groups. I think that in Thailand, it's very sad, but it still happens every year, where businesses invoke, the defamation lawsuit against the villagers, for example. I think this has to stop. And I think that leading companies can make a very strong statement on why, they see basically SLAPP case as basically a negative, it cannot help improve the human rights situation. So I think this is something that business can do as a one company or as a group of companies to make a stance against prosecuting human rights defenders. And I think last thing that business can do is just following up on what Betty mentioned about a remedy process. Right now, I think in Thailand and many countries as well, there is still quite a lot of distrust, between many companies and the civil societies and the human rights defenders. So I think the opportunity may be to explore alternatives like the mediation process, so that we don't go into this kind of a head-to-head conflict between the villagers on the one hand and the companies, to have this support of a medium brown mediation as a kind of one component to put in the ecosystem. So this is something, the mediation, I think, is something that's interesting. It has not really been done in Thailand. It has only been done in civil cases. But this is something business should also explore in improving their environmental rights and human rights protection as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we're almost out of time, but I think we've covered a lot of ground already in this session, and then thank you for those statements from your side as well. I just wanted to mention to the audience also, sorry if we weren't able to get to all of your questions. There were quite a few questions. I hope that we've been able to answer some of them at least, and the organizing team will post relevant links in the question and answer box as well. So if you're looking for some more resources and for further information, have a look in the Q&A box. So the organizing team will post a bit more information there to some of the resources that were also mentioned by speakers. So seeing as we're coming close to the time, I'd like to just quickly give a summary and wrap up. So I think we've heard some very important statements, and you've all raised very important issues on how human rights and the environment are intrinsically linked, and that human rights abuses and environmental degradation are mutually reinforcing. So we've heard also from Stephanie that we really need to further integrate human rights and environmental issues. There's a lot that's already been done, but we need to go further to look at how these interlinkages can be mainstreamed into business decisions, into risk management, and into how business handle their supply chains as well. And we've also heard that we need very practical steps in sharing of good practices and simple access to digestible tools to really understand these interlinkages and to take steps to improve business responsibility. A few of you have already raised that awareness has increased in the region, also with businesses, of human rights and environmental rights, but we need to continue creating this awareness and continue creating the capacity as well to address these issues. Serini, you also highlighted some very important issues, some very important steps. That first, the attitude needs to change toward human rights-based approaches as part of corporate strategies, as part of risk management strategies, that we need to move towards stakeholder protection and stakeholder engagement. So this includes engaging vulnerable groups and protecting environmental rights defenders, and also this push for better disclosure and better standards for the protection of the environment and human rights. And this issue of disclosure was highlighted by a few of you. Betty, you also mentioned how important it is to have transparency as the first step to action, and you mentioned that solutions that will be effective in tackling these environmental issues should also really include mechanisms like the right to participate and access to information and access to remedy. So these are all very important issues to keep in mind on this journey. And Hemanta, thank you as well for your brilliant examples from Sri Lanka, and for highlighting also the role of civil society, especially where maybe legal institutions or frameworks might still be underdeveloped. This need for better law enforcement, but also the important role that guidelines and certifications can play, and the role that civil society and consumers and all of us can play in calling out irresponsible business conduct. So let me just see if I have any more messages from my organizing team. All right. So with this, I would like to thank all of you. If there is any sort of burning final one last sentence that any speakers want to share with us before we go, please raise your hand and jump in. But we've heard so much fantastic information from you already and such great examples. So thank you so much for joining this session. Thank you also to our audience for joining us. We hope that you will continue and stay with us in the forum. There's a lot of fantastic sessions also coming up. There's one on safeguarding civic space for businesses and supporting human rights defenders to safeguard the environment, which is taking place on Friday the 4th. So if you want to hear a bit more about this issue, please tune in. There's also another session that looks specifically at the rights of children and how businesses and other actors can protect those rights and the rights of vulnerable groups, which takes place tomorrow. So go back to the website, have another look at the program, and we thank you for joining us today, and we hope that you will stick with us throughout the rest of the forum. Please don't hesitate to have a look at the Q&A box look at the resources and get in touch with us if you have any further questions. Thank you so much from my side. We'll wrap it up here, and we hope to see you all again soon. Stay safe out there and enjoy the rest of the forum. Goodbye.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this session at the RBHR Forum on mandatory human rights due diligence, a potential game changer in Asia. I am Kevin Lehman. I will be your moderator for today. I'll be presenting on behalf of UNDP B+HR Asia. I'm very much looking forward to the reflections of our panelists. We have a star-studded panel today. And without further ado, I'd like to introduce you to them. So in alphabetical order, we have Anita Ramasastry, member of the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights and professor of law at the University of Washington. We have Barbara Bielich, legal expert at the OECD. We have Lara Wolters, a member of the European Parliament and a rapporteur on the resolution on mandatory human rights due diligence. My apologies, mandatory human rights and environmental due diligence. We have Rachel Davis, vice president and co-founder of Shift. And last but certainly not least, we have Ms. Renwadi Suamongko, Secretary General of the Thai Securities and Exchange Commission. So before we start the question, I would like to make some general announcements. First of all the participants can pose questions in the Q&A function on the portal, the website portal. And moreover, the session will be about the impact of mandatory human rights due diligence in Asia. And a general disclaimer I would like to make is that when we refer to mandatory human rights due diligence laws, we are talking about those laws for the time being developed in Europe and later potentially elsewhere, which correspond to the due diligence steps outlined in the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights and the OECD Guidelines for Multinational Enterprises. So these are laws that introduce mandatory requirements for due diligence. And so this excludes laws, for example, that only introduce reporting requirements. Having said that, I would like to turn to our panelists and pose the first question to Lara. Lara, you have been the rapporteur for the mandatory human rights and environmental due diligence resolution in the European Parliament. Can you please explain the contents and the potential consequences of this resolution, should it be turned into law? Moreover, can you briefly explain the role of the European Parliament in this legislative initiative? And finally, do you want to comment on the recent news that reportedly the directive on sustainable corporate governance, which is now being taken forward by the European Commission, has been postponed and will be co-chaired by 2 commissioners? Lara, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you so much for having me today. Good afternoon to everyone listening in, or good morning if you're on my side of the world. Yes, my pleasure. So the reason that I'm speaking here today is that indeed I am the Parliament's rapporteur on the work that's gone on over the past year on due diligence, and the work that has gone on was work on an initiative, a legislative initiative that aimed to show the European Commission what the Parliament expects from it in terms of a proposal. And indeed, you said, should that be turned into law? Absolutely. The European Parliament has been very clear in its work that what we expect is an overarching mandatory due diligence law that is broad, that asks many companies to perform due diligence, to look at their value chains, and to hopefully prevent some of the abuses and the cases that we've been seeing over the years. So the European Parliament's role has been one of giving guidance or direction, if you will, to the European Commission. It's a stream of work that is political in the sense that we haven't tried to write a law that can directly now be applied and that companies can directly use as such. What we've tried to do is see together in the Parliament where majorities lie for the type of obligations that we can impose on companies and the type of progress that we would like to see. But the idea of the work is not to go through it with a fine comb and to directly apply this now. The idea was very much to give the European Commission, whose role it is to formally propose legislation, to give them the guidance and the direction of where European citizens, at least the citizens that a big majority in the European Parliament represent, because the initiative was adopted with a large majority, what they would like to see. So maybe that in terms of the Parliament's role. And at the moment, the Parliament's work is on hold, in the sense that we have voted on the initiative, and we are now waiting indeed for the European Commission to come out with a proposal on due diligence. And there, indeed, recent news is that the commissioner in charge will not only be the commissioner for justice, who tends to, in a European context, deal with issues of company law, but that there will also be involvement from the internal market commissioner. And it's hard for me to comment on that, in the sense that it's very recent that we have heard this. But what we've understood is that the idea there is to make sure from the internal market side that whatever we impose and oblige is also workable for small and medium-sized companies. The delay that we're looking at should be a delay of the European Commission said that it would have legislation ready. So a proposal for legislation ready before the summer, that will now be after the summer, potentially going into the autumn a little bit. But the idea, as I understood it, is still very much for there to be a proposal, and to be a proposal for legislation. In terms of the different elements, I'll go into those in a moment, but I'll make sure to stick also to my time, because we've got many interesting speakers here today. What has come before is a long process of negotiation within the Parliament, where we came down on as I said, a broad mandatory due diligence that would ask companies to look, of course, at human rights, environmental, and governance risks, to look at the root causes of any problems they might find in value chains. And maybe important to mention there, the approach that we've taken has not been an approach of heavy sanctions every time a company finds any issues, but rather one that encourages companies to go and find those, and to go and address whatever it is they find in their value chains. Also, for companies to do this in a way that makes sense to them, for the whole obligation to be proportionate, commensurate, and also relevant for this panel, very much in line with the OECD and with the UN. And so, of course, we're very much aware that there's been a lot of work already at OECD level, at UN level, in terms of the guiding principles. And we've tried not to reinvent the wheel, but to turn what already exists and what has been created together with companies into a workable law for companies, but one that indeed takes away the voluntary aspect that at the moment, I think, has not borne enough fruit yet. And I think that that is something many of us in the Parliament agree on, that voluntary measures and voluntary industry schemes are definitely a start. But if we really want to address the human rights abuses we read about in newspapers, or climate change, then we will need to do more. And also we will need to do more, of course, to make sure that we encourage rather than discourage the companies that are trying already and that are really doing their best to scan their value chains. Relevant also here, of course, the law would apply to any company doing business in the EU wanting to have access to the internal market. And of course, that means Asian companies also. And I think for us in Europe, that's a way, of course, for us to set standards that potentially would have a wider effect than Europe only. And I think that in terms of comparison, maybe one could think about the GDPR in terms of what type of effect that might have. But of course, we are not there yet. We're very much at the start of this process. And maybe then just some relevant elements on the content of our proposed legislation in terms of what due diligence would ask of companies to do in those value chains and on the ground. I have found it very important to make sure that we include language on engagement with stakeholders. So there's an obligation of mandatory involvement of stakeholders, including trade unions, and ideally, of course, this helps companies to understand better what goes on in value chains and for them to be aware more quickly and better of problems that are actually arising on the ground. Of course, the other advantage the ensuing advantage that would have is for companies is avoiding risks in the future, reputational risks and legal costs that can of course be significant when companies don't get it right. I also find it important that information is made available in the right format and language for local communities as needed. I think that their involvement can't happen, of course, if there's not an exchange and a real dialogue. We also explicitly refer to the UN declarations on the rights of indigenous peoples, including free, prior, and informed consent. And to me, that's important, for instance, bearing in mind the example of Rio Tinto in Australia having blown up, I believe, a site that was of importance to the Aboriginal community. So examples like that, of course, need to be avoided, hence the reference to that. Very important also, and this was a long point of discussion in the Parliament, making sure that companies give stakeholders access to a robust grievance mechanism. And if through that grievance mechanism harm comes to light, a company should cooperate to remediate that harm. And that doesn't stand in the way of judicial recourse, but I think it's important to also make sure that this is built into the system so that if harm arises, affected persons aren't immediately forced to go and resort to justice, which can take a long time, which can be complicated, but that there's an internal mechanism also. And on that access to justice for victims, they should have the possibility to hold parent companies liable for harm they caused or contributed to along their value chains based on the obligations of this directive. So if companies don't take their duty of due diligence seriously, if the right risks are not prioritized, or if a company cannot show what it has done about risks that presented themselves years running, then there's a problem and there will be liability attached. We're not there yet, of course, with this piece alone. I think that ensuring the respect for human rights, ensuring respect for the environment comes in many different forms. I don't think that a due diligence law will solve everything, and certainly not overnight. I think there's other things that, in terms of the EU at least, that enter into this puzzle. And I think they include, for instance, also trade agreements and our trade and foreign policy. The China agreement being a first test, actually. I mean, being a component here also that can make a difference. But I think it's an important due diligence, and legislation here is an important part of making sure that we use the role of companies, which is significant in human rights and in the climate, to our advantage, and that we make sure that doing business in the 21st century means doing business responsibly. I think that's my time up there, so I will leave it there, but very happy to listen to the others here and to answer any questions.
Great, thank you so much, Lara. That was a really comprehensive answer to all my questions, so thank you so much for that. I just wanted to highlight some things you said that really stayed with me. First of all, the alignment with EU internal market considerations, also the timeline for the adoption of the directive. So actually, if it would be sometime after summer, the effects would perhaps still be felt in Asia relatively soon. Also, especially how you mentioned in terms of EU internal market access or EU market access by Asian companies. And also interesting that you made the connection with the GDPR, which also, of course, has global consequences. What I also found interesting was your reference, of course, a shift from voluntary measures to mandatory measures, and on the contents of the resolution that was adopted in the European Parliament. So very promising, of course, is the mandatory obligation for stakeholder engagement, which also kind of corresponds to the criticisms of the UNGPs that about and the involvement of civil society. Very interesting also that you mentioned is this obligation to communicate with communities in the languages that they understand, which of course is very important for exchange and dialogue. The reference to the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, to grievance mechanisms, and we will, of course, everyone will be very interested to see, and I think especially civil society and rights holders, to find out eventually what liability mechanisms will be chosen in the directive. Now, thank you so much for this. Moving on, I would like to go to Rachel. Rachel, while Lara has already outlined some of the elements that the EU resolution contains, in your view, what elements should mandatory due diligence contain to help rights holders in Asia? And do we see these elements already in either adopted or planned due diligence laws? The floor is yours, Rachel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kevin, and to the co-organizers as well, and good afternoon from Australia. I think Lara's already touched on a number of points that are relevant to answering this question, so I'll see where I can supplement. I think most importantly, for all of us who want this kind of legislation to succeed, who want due diligence to succeed, we know that this can't be a paper exercise that is disconnected from results on the ground. So in this case, in the region. So we have to make that connection between boardrooms in Europe and the experience of people, workers, local communities, and other rights holders in global value chains. And we often hear that due diligence is a process and it's about how well you do it. And that's certainly true. But we need to remind ourselves that the objective of due diligence is to prevent and address harm to people. So whenever we're assessing the quality of a company's due diligence, and that's going to be really important as we move towards binding legislation, then the actual outcomes for people, so what's happening for rights holders on the ground, and how people are considered in that process, in companies' due diligence processes, how their views are considered, that's going to be really critical to our assessment. So what will this mean when courts are considering claims or when national regulators in Europe are assessing the quality of a company's due diligence? Well, I think there are three examples. We want regulators to be looking at things that connect that high-level policy and process to outcomes on the ground, remembering the objective of due diligence. So three things they can look at, for example. First, what kind of evidence can the company show that the board is discussing salient risks, most severe risks, connected to its business model and how they can be addressed. We're increasingly seeing that's really essential, that kind of strategic level discussion, if we're going to get to the root causes of harms. So we need boards engaged. The second thing we could be looking at is how does the company engage with affected stakeholders, their representatives like trade unions, or credible proxies for their views where direct engagement is not possible. And Lara's touched on this, but I think another aspect we can look at is, does the company only hear from stakeholders when it wants something from them? Or are there channels for stakeholders to raise concerns, issues, grievances whenever they need to? And how have their views, what kind of evidence, again, could the company show that their views have influenced decision-making on which risks to prioritize, and whether what the company is doing is effective or not? Is there any kind of feedback loop there? And the third area I think we want to look at is when it comes to remedy, is the company actually looking at outcomes for people as a result of remedy processes? So beyond whether or not a grievance mechanism exists. For example, we've seen a number of high-profile cases of repayment of migrant worker recruitment fees in the region recently. This is a very tangible outcome for workers. Now, it doesn't fully address all the aspects of forced labor, but it does help counteract indebtedness and the limitations that that can bring on individual dignity and economic agency as well. So that's a very concrete example of the kind of evidence of remedy outcomes we would be looking for, or we would want regulators to look for. So we need new legislation to give the right instructions, really, for what regulators should look for in assessing the quality of due diligence. And that's going to be really important in EU legislation that's going to apply to many different member states' legal systems. And so far, that element of stakeholder engagement and focusing on outcomes for people is, I think, not as clear as we want it to be in existing national laws in Europe and in proposed laws that are likely to be adopted. So it's really an opportunity and a need to get this right at the EU level.
Great. Thank you so much for those astute comments, Rachel. I'd also, again, like to highlight just a few things you said. This human rights due diligence, human rights and environmental due diligence, it cannot be a paper exercise. We need outcomes on the ground. So especially interesting I found was that we need evidence that boards are actually discussing and considering the root causes of their business model to people and planet. This is really, I think, crucial, of course. And then what you said about the stakeholder engagement, and not only if the company wants to speak to them, but also that there should be channels. And even if perhaps if it's not possible to speak to rights holders directly, for example, in case of conflict, perhaps looking at proxies to get such information. Of course, remedy that a company needs, the remedies that the company needs to implement, and your example of recruitment fees. And what I also found really interesting was that you said the legislation should give the right instructions. So in the case of the EU directive, which would harmonize rules across the EU, is to give directions to legislators. But also I could imagine these laws should give directions to the enforcers of legislation. So for example, in the case of administrative law, and of course also to companies themselves. So thank you very much for these reflections. I would now like to turn to Anita. Anita, how do you think that mandatory due diligence laws will affect governments in Asia? And how do you see them reacting to these norms? Anita, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for the invitation. And I think it's going to be a challenge. I mean, you'll see a chain reaction. And as Lara mentioned, of course, the idea would be that if a company from Asia or anywhere really wants to do business within the EU market, that it would need to comply with this new mandatory human rights due diligence regulation or directive. But I think what we need to look at is, of course, enforcement and a compliance driven model is going to rely on national jurisdictions as well. So if we think about privacy, which Lara mentioned, the GDPR, right, there is that requirement that if you want to, again, use or deal with data of citizens within the European Union, you have to comply with certain privacy standards. But what you often see is market segmentation. We even think about that with products and safety regulations, for example, that the way in which businesses will often do business is by just treating the goods or the services in different ways, depending on where a person or a customer is located. So one of the things we have to think about is if we don't want market segmentation, how can we overcome that? And there are different ways, right? One is the scope of the mandatory human rights due diligence. If it touches upon value chains and supply chains by virtue of the way it's structured, if subsidiaries are also captured, and then also businesses that are trading in or seeking access to European markets, then you're going to capture a large group of businesses. But of course, there are ones that are going to be purely domestic in Asia. So the question is sort of how to overcome that and what incentives as well as requirements will make that possible. But the second piece too is, of course, what role for national regulators? And I think that's still a very open question. In the privacy field, for example, we do have privacy commissioners in each of the EU member states, and the way in which they deal with issues of compliance is different in different jurisdictions and in the effectiveness. So I think that's another piece that we have to think through is, right, enforcement and compliance and who will do this and how. And that will, I think, be a difference in terms of what impact it will have on Asian companies and markets. And then the third thing I would say is really just that it's really important, and it's I think great that we have a representative of the leading stock exchange from Asia speaking today, is the role of capital markets, the role of trade associations, right, in bringing these standards back into the local markets. So sort of that, how do we translate? So the piece is first, you have the chain reaction. Some companies will be captured by and then in terms of harmonization, how do we bring in new standards into Asian markets? And that's where we need key regulators who will translate and think about adaptation in the local context. And so we need that as well. And I look forward to seeing how that happens. And I would say that there's a role for other regional organizations, ASEAN, APEC, right, to actually think about how we craft interoperable standards that will apply across these different geographies in a way that creates not only commonality, but also I think recognizes in the national context in Asia, things that might be specific or local as well.
Great, thank you so much, Anita. Very interesting remarks on the compliance-driven models and how to prevent market segmentation really having a wide scope of applicability of any laws that are introduced. Also touching upon what incentives and requirements do we need. But really also, if you look at the purpose of this session, and I think which we'll get into later in the session as well, was not only the role of capital markets, but how all these mandatory human rights and environmental due diligence laws can be translated and implemented in Asia. And so also, I think what we have found by research recently conducted by UNDP is that indeed these capital markets can act as force multipliers in Asia in implementing mandatory human rights due diligence and translating that into a national context. Also very interesting, of course, in this respect, your reference to ASEAN and APEC. Thank you so much, Anita. I would now like to turn to Barbara. Barbara, the question to you is similar than what I asked to Anita, but then in respect of businesses. So how do you think that mandatory due diligence laws will affect businesses in Asia, and how should they prepare for that? Barbara, the floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. Great to be here, and thanks for the question. I think there's really three ways that businesses in Asia can be impacted, and Anita and Lara already touched on the first, which is that the law actually might be directly applicable to Asian businesses that are carrying out certain activities in the EU internal market. So this was a question raised in the European Commission consultation on the law, whether it should go beyond EU legally established companies to also cover those undertaking activities in the EU. And I would say the majority of the feedback pointing to the fact that they should be covered just to ensure a level playing field in the market. But then, of course, beyond direct applicability of the law, this is a supply chain or value chain due diligence law. So the idea is that companies will be undertaking due diligence across their global supply chains or value chains, which means these expectations can be cascaded down to businesses in different segments of the supply chain. Asia has been the most important trading partner of the EU since the early 90s. So, of course, this has great implications for Asian companies as well. And we know already to date, this is not something new. So in a lot of industries, the garment sector, for example, also agriculture, EU retailers and brands that source from Asian companies are already asking that factories or other suppliers in Asian countries undertake due diligence, identify their impacts, report on them, and seek to implement standards like the OECD guidelines and the UN guiding principles. What the law might do is make these processes more relevant and I guess more demanded in non-consumer industries, non-consumer facing industries where traditionally there's been less of a culture of applying these type of issues. But I think we can expect, even for companies where the law is not directly applicable, but that are part of global value chains and European value chains, there will be an impact. And then I would say, thirdly, another important factor to consider is investors are calling for this increasingly. So Asian companies that rely on international or EU investment will also have to think about this. Beyond the mandatory due diligence rules currently under discussion, the EU also approved a regulation on investor sustainability disclosures last year and is currently working out the regulatory technical standards that will accompany the regulation, and currently has proposed that EU investors should be reporting on their exposure to companies and portfolios that do not have compliance mechanisms related to the OECD guidelines, and also that have ongoing controversies related to the OECD guidelines. So investors are going to want to understand conduct related to these standards as well. In terms of how to prepare, there's already a lot of guidance out there that the UN has developed, but also the OECD, that's sector specific. We also have a general due diligence guidance that we published in 2018 that's applicable across sectors and can help orient businesses on what these expectations are. And we've heard from EU lawmakers, including the Parliament, the Commission, that the future law will be rooted in these standards. So it's a good starting point for businesses to already be thinking about what they can do to respond to these future expectations. Things like introducing policies, integrating responsible business conduct into their management systems, thinking about ways to identify risks in their own activities, but also across business relationships, and then the activities they can be taking to actually respond to those risks and report on them publicly. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Lara. So I see actually already many questions coming in from the Q&A function, so I'll keep my summary of what you said short. So first of all, you reflected on the role of mandatory human rights due diligence in trade for Asian companies, so accessing the EU internal market, but also in terms of wider Asian trade. What I found really interesting was that you said that these laws can make due diligence more important in industries that are less consumer facing. I thought that was a really interesting reflection. And third of all, on EU investment. And again, as you highlighted, the OECD and the UN have created various guidance and standards. So for companies wanting to prepare, it would be a good time now before these laws are adopted. I mean, of course, in some countries they are already adopted to prepare. While I'm saying this, I actually forgot to mention that currently mandatory human rights due diligence law exists in France as well as in the Netherlands on child labor, but that many national member states in the EU are also already planning or adopting their own laws on human rights due diligence. So thank you, Barbara, for your reflections. I would now like to turn to Renwadi. And again, a similar question, but this time from the perspective of investors. Kun Renwadi, how will mandatory human rights due diligence laws and environmental due diligence impact investors in Asia?
Thank you. Can you hear me well? Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
Having me. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for having me to share this afternoon. And good morning and good afternoon, everyone. I think that I may share my view in terms of investor, as you point out. Before I begin, I think that at the moment or currently, there is a need and interest from the investor, especially from institutional investor, to look for investment in a responsible company. By saying a responsible company, it means that the company that focus their operation and their risk assessment in the ESG. So that the human right, if I'm not wrong, I think I can classify it as a part of the social and good governance. So that having this in mind, I'm sure that the impact of even the human right due diligence not even come to mandatory. I think investors are welcome, and it's a positive impact on that. If you upscale it as a mandatory one, I think that investors in Asia look forward to that, because they would have confidence that the company that they will invest in would have less reputational, less legal risk, and less operational risk. Because I think that all the panelists already mentioned that the due diligence is a part of like a proactive mechanism for preventing company not to breach any law like that. So that I think that I would like to confirm that investor, if they see this, they would have confidence, and perhaps would be more easy for them to make information analysis on the company. I may cite some example, even though in Asia, especially for my part in Thailand, we have not yet come up to the mandatory human rights due diligence, but only part of the reporting things. I will mention this later on. But for the SEC, I may, as perhaps Professor Anita mentioned, that would like to see the role of capital market. The SEC, we recognize the role of the institutional investor to look for making investment for the long-term value. By emphasize on the long-term value, it means that they have to look at a company that put a commitment on the ESG and the human right, so that we advocate for the so-called the I code institutional investment code, having all the institutional investor to put up a negative list, positive list, whatever you call it, to make investment in a good, responsible companies like that. And if you look in terms of the Asia in a wider spectrum, my colleague already cited the research or cite the report from MSCI. This is a very recent one. Almost 80% of investors in Asia Pacific have either significantly or moderately increased their ESG investment, So that I think that even though right now, if I'm not wrong, I try to make some brief research in Asia, I have not yet seen the trend on the mandatory human right due diligence. Perhaps, as you mentioned, that already part of the EU now. But again, I think that if it come later on, investor part or the part of demand side, they would prefer or, as I said, welcome to see the mandatory human right due diligence. So that in a nutshell, I think that what impact to the investor in Asia, I think the positive one, because I think that this kind of the mandatory human right due diligence is part of the instrumental to enforce for the long-term value of the company. I like to end my remark at this point. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Khun Ranwadi, for your reflections. Again, I have noted down some interesting things that you said. First thing that interested me was that investors in Asia are actually looking forward to mandatory measures, meaning that they would perhaps create less reputational, legal, and operational risks for investors who, are screening their companies. And that there's also already a need from institutional investors in Asia for ESG and human rights due diligence. Second, your remarks on proactive mechanisms and helping investors making decisions. And also, what I found really interesting was your reference to long-term value creation. Of course, this is a progressive conception of corporate governance, which we already see in various other jurisdictions. So I'm personally also really delighted to hear that this is, being considered in Thailand. So thank you so much for that. Now, I would like to return to Lara. Lara, we have heard a lot of reflections from the fellow panelists. Having heard all these reflections, do you think this is what the European Parliament had in mind with its proposal on mandatory due diligence? And how confident are you that mandatory due diligence will achieve these things, or will it even go further? And is there anything else you would like to add after having heard the reflections of our fellow panelists? Thank you.
Thank you. Certainly, everything that's been mentioned here today, all those points have definitely been discussed in the European Parliament in the context of the creation of this initiative. So if we're talking about, is this what you have in mind, then certainly I think the conversations on what is important, on what types of risks we want companies to focus on, but also how do we make sure that this is not a tick box exercise, as Rachel said. All of that is certainly in line with what we're trying to do here. So I think that that in that sense, we're all on the same page. How confident am I in that this is going to to achieve its goal? As I said, I think that that what we're trying to do here is not going to be solved by a due diligence law alone. I think there's many pieces to the puzzle, and I think that Barbara mentioned, the changing regulatory landscape in the EU. Also, when it comes to financial markets, for instance, or when it comes to pieces like corporate reporting, There's just a new proposal out on corporate sustainability reporting. We have the disclosure regulation for investors. We have the taxonomy piece, and I think that all those things slotting in together will go some way to achieving more transparency, more responsibility, more liability also. But as I said, I think that there's more parts to the puzzle. Some of those might be product standards within the EU. Some of those might be rules around procurement. Some of those might be trade agreements or similar agreements. So I think all of that will need to work together if we want to have a genuine impact on the ground. And I think that as Anita said, I think that's of course so important not to lose sight of. This is not an exercise we're doing just to be legislating. I think it is high time that there is that connection between boardrooms and workers, and that might not always be an easy one because value chains can be very long, and as was mentioned, not all industries are consumer facing. Not all industries are have simple supply chains or supply chains that are that are transparent. But that connection between boardrooms and what happens on the ground for workers, but also for things like ecosystems and the environment, that is so important. And I think there a very important part of what we've tried to do in the Parliament is we have said, okay, we will put the burden of proof on to companies. And what we mean with that is companies will need to be able to show how seriously they are taking their due diligence. And the way that I explain this sometimes is I say, look, we cannot, because value chains can be so complicated, we cannot say that there is an obligation of result on all companies all the way down to the very last worker or the very last piece of raw material. But what we can do, what we can do is create an obligation of means. But if we do that, then to make that obligation of means more serious, because what we want to avoid is that this becomes another CSR exercise, then we do need to make sure that there is that reverse burden of proof, and that the burden is on the company to show how in boardrooms, as was mentioned, the risks were, relevant risks were being discussed, how serious grievance mechanisms or those communication channels are, and so forth. And then what I wanted to mention, Kevin, I think you said, you mentioned that in different countries in the EU, there's laws that are being worked on, and indeed that's the case for my country. France is already there. Germany has proposed something, and so of course, for the EU also the clock is ticking, because I think that at the moment these things can coexist. But of course, if we're after clarity and legal clarity for company, it'll be so important that we have one clear piece of EU legislation that is horizontal, that countries can potentially build on, but that we avoid this patchwork of 27 different EU regimes that companies would have to deal with. I think one other thing I wanted to mention, and then maybe I will leave it there. Indeed, of course, enforcement and the role of compliance officers and supervisors will be so important, because this is an obligation that is new. I mean, this is not something that will be easy to check. I think it'll be very important for companies to have dialogues with their supervisors. It'll be very important at EU level for those supervisors to connect with each other in the EU, to talk about problems they're coming across, or maybe problems that companies are facing in applying due diligence. But I think also, if we're talking about Asia in the sense, I think that the same could hopefully be replicated outside the EU, where there's compliance, or there's supervisors that can help companies also in making sure that they get it right, or that in terms of what is expected from them if they want to sell products or services on the EU internal market, that they have somewhere to go with their questions and with maybe practical concerns. I'll leave it there for now.
Great, thank you so much, Laura. So again, many interesting comments. I think a red thread, at least one of the red thread in your answers, was the need for policy coherence. So all the initiatives in the EU, whether it's on corporate sustainable reporting, corporate sustainability reporting, EU taxonomy, EU Green Deal, and so forth, but also product standards, procurement, trade agreements. Something that I want to come back on, actually, and I have a follow-up question for you because I'm really intrigued by this. I find this very interesting personally as well. Is you mentioned that if we go for an obligation of means instead of results, so that more of the process is important instead of the actual outcome for rights holders, we risk that it becomes a CSR exercise. So you mentioned that because of this, you would have a reversal of the burden of proof. Now, if I look to Switzerland, for example, there was a referendum there, and various companies, they argued that this reversal of the burden of proof was unreasonable. And also now, I mean, what you're reading, various civil society organizations, they are saying that powerful industry groups are lobbying in the EU to weaken the proposal that is currently being, or the directive that is being developed. So what do you have to say to these companies and these industry organizations?
That the times are changing, I suppose. That I think that we're no longer in the situation of maybe 20 or 30 years ago, where due diligence was a nice to have. And in my own country, in the Netherlands, there was a recent court case a court case that obliged Shell, so the oil company, to significantly reduce its CO2 emissions, and it shifted from a ruling as the rulings that one would usually have on addressing harm done and compensation to a judge imposing behavioral change on Shell, because if it didn't reduce its emissions, there would be consequences for human rights and so forth. And I think that those are the times that we live in. I think this was a positive outcome of that case, but I think, of course, that what we need to do is make sure that we have the right legislation in place to avoid that judges need to make these sorts of calls. But those are the times we live in, and I think for good reason, because of course, people expect more of companies and governments, and people are concerned about the human rights abuses and their geopolitical implications and climate change and so forth. So I would say that this, the time is now to address these. And if companies say that they both, want to avoid that burden of proof and the obligation of means, then I would say, well, you cannot have your cake and eat it. And I think that, things need to be workable for companies, but there must be a way for us to impose serious due diligence and due diligence that requires companies and boardrooms to take this obligation seriously. And I don't see how you could have that if you don't oblige companies to make it very clear and to be able to document very, very well what it is they're doing to address risks. And I think that when it comes to, for instance, an airline, this is not a very positive topic, but if an airplane goes down, and a CEO of a big airline says, well, we were only responsible for putting the airplane together, but we cannot possibly see all the different bolts and screws that have gone into the airplane because it's just too complicated. And of course, nobody would accept that argument. The same with a children's toy. If a child chokes, then I don't think anyone would accept the argument of, well, so many components went into the toy that we cannot possibly trace where responsibility lies. I think companies are very accepting of arguments like that, and I think we need to shift in due diligence also to an obligation that asks more, because, as was said, this is about what happens on the ground. This is not if we stick to a tick box exercise, then nothing changes.
Thank you so much for your answer, Lara. I would now like to turn to Barbara. Barbara, as we have discussed today, the EU proposal contains both obligations on human rights and environment, which is already very forward-looking, of course, by integrating these two elements very explicitly. However, the OECD guidelines on multinational enterprises, they look at due diligence in a more holistic way. So they also require due diligence, for example, in respect of corruption, including but not limited to corruption. And so my question here is basically, will these adopted or planned due diligence laws also require companies to look at other issues of responsible business, including but not limited to corruption? The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Well, so from what we understand, the scope of the laws is still under discussion. In the parliamentary proposal, the issues in scope are human rights, environment, and good governance. And in the context of the European Commission consultation, it broadly refers to environmental and social risks and impacts. So what is actually included under those themes has not yet been concretely defined. There has been discussion about whether it would be useful to introduce a risk list to provide more legal certainty for companies. So really outlining specifically what the concrete risks and potential impacts companies need to be looking at in the context of this law are, versus leaving it more open. So just to say from the outset that we don't know the exact scope yet, that will be determined through the trialogue discussions and through the proposal that's tabled by the Commission next fall. It's true that under the OECD guidelines, we go beyond human rights issues and also expect due diligence across a range of different substantive areas related to responsible business conduct. So that includes environmental impacts, also corruption, also governance, and consumer interests. But I think what's important to stress is that our process, which also aligns with the recommendations of the UN Guiding Principles, is for businesses to take a risk-based approach. So that means that they really focus and prioritize on risks and impacts that are most significant, measured by scale of the impact, which means really its gravity. So to what extent is it harming people and the environment, its scope, so how far-reaching is it, and its irremediable character. And a lot of times those impacts will be those more traditionally associated with human rights issues, labor, and the environment. And we see to date that industries where due diligence processes are quite advanced have sort of focused on those issues throughout their supply chains. Not to say that that will be the case for every company. You can imagine some service-oriented industries that might prioritize due diligence based on consumer-facing issues, using that same rationale for prioritization. But that's really our approach, that businesses make that determination for themselves in consultation, of course, with relevant stakeholders, including those that might be impacted, and also within the framework of regulatory expectations. So we'll see how this is reflected in the final law, but I think for many companies, we can expect the focus to stay on traditional social environmental issues, and for certain sectors, it might involve going beyond to think about consumer issues and corruption and governance issues as well.
Great, thank you so much for that reflection. So I guess we'll have to find out what the result will be, and also perhaps how courts will interpret this, perhaps considering that, you know, corruption can be either a violation of human rights in certain ways, or perhaps a root cause of human rights abuses or violations. So maybe we can get back to this later and just move on for now. Also, I see there's so many questions in the Q&A box already, so I think we need to speed this up. So I would like to move to the next question, which is for Kun Renwadi. So my question is the following. There are already some early developments in Asia on human rights due diligence, though these still focus mainly on reporting. Do you think Asian regulators will start adopting mandatory due diligence norms themselves, like in Europe? The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess that what I can say, not as Asia as a whole, if you allow me, because I think that I can only represent perhaps the ASEAN capital market. Because 2 years ago, I remember that I was the one who tabled a topic of the business and human rights among the security regulator in ASEAN. I'd like to inform you all that we are, as an ASEAN, we look for the sustainable capital market. So that at that moment, I invite a representative from UNDP to make a presentation on UNGP on the three pillar of the protect, respect, and remedy amongst the ASEAN regulator. So that I think that if you ask whether the ASEAN regulator will start adopting mandatory due diligence norms themselves or not, like in Europe, it depends on the each country, each jurisdiction. I think that there are many factors to think about it. It could be step by step. I remember while I was working at the Ministry of Justice at the Department of the Human Rights Protection. The beauty of the human rights, if I'm not wrong, is they look for progressive development. It could not be a 100% at the day one. At least you should have a gradual or progressive development along the timeline. So that I think that in Asia, as you perhaps know that Thailand is the first country in Asia that to have the national action plan. I think that I would like to congratulate on that. And this is one of the cornerstone that we could work forward to make all the listed company to recognize and then comply with this. And I think Japan is the second country to have the national the NAPs, and my other colleagues nearby, I think that they are working on that. So that having NAP at the beginning, I think there are a lot of process to do on that. For sure, raising awareness among all, and second, it about capacity building. When you're talking about the listed company in each country, like in Thailand, we have 700 plus, and they are not all the same size. You know, you can't. There are big firm that have value chain and then have trading partner with other foreign countries like that, and they have a medium and small firm as well. So that going for the mandatory one, I think that there are a lot of process to do that. But at least to have the voluntary one, I think that is good start already. Good start already. By saying this, I do not mean that we end by only have the voluntary. We would move forward for mandatory, but this is not only the part of the capital market, but we have to look country as a whole, whether we are ready to do this, you know. For us, if I may, the reporting, I like to highlight to this. SEC, we advocate for reporting. You will see starting next year onward, all the listed company would disclose we call sustainability report in their annual report, you know. And then by having this, we encourage, we recommend, I use the word like this, encourage, recommend the listed company to adopt the human right due diligence. But I'm so happy to mention to you that all the top companies, big firm, they have early adoption long time ago. Because I think that this is also come as market force as well. If they disclose as much as they can, it means that the investor would understand their operation, and their, as I said at the beginning, that the investor right now look for long-term one, so that they would easily make decision upon on that. So that in a nutshell, again, before I end, I think that to come up adopting mandatory or not, I think that this is in the process. As long as you have a first step already by having the NAP in your country, and you analyze all the stakeholder all around that they are ready to do this, But at the end, as a capital market, SEC in Thailand, we fully cooperate and work together with our stakeholder, especially the company and investor, to make sure that demand and supply in equilibrium on that. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Kunran Modi. I think, thank you for your comments on the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights in Thailand. I think the world is indeed watching Thailand, what it will do next. And as you said also, which is very ambitious in the region, is the reporting requirements introduced by the SEC of Thailand, which will start in 2022 and onwards, which will require companies to publish a sustainability report and which will be coupled with a recommendation to conduct human rights due diligence. Also your reflections on market forces, the effect of that in Thailand, and I'm assuming that the European laws will only add to these effects. So then moving on, I would now like to turn to Anita. Anita, at last year's forum, you highlighted the need for mandatory human rights due diligence in a session on business and human rights and corruption. And you compared the future potential trajectory of mandatory human rights due diligence to the past trajectory of anti-corruption norms, laws, treaties. You also reflected on how mandatory human rights due diligence could be promoted by early adopting states through pushing mandatory human rights due diligence, for example, in the G20 or the G7. Now, 1 year later, with so many developments on MHRDD, what do you think will be the global trajectory of mandatory due diligence laws? And also a second question, do you think MHRDD will indeed be a game changer in Asia?
Great. Thanks so much, Kevin. When I talked last year, what I was really saying was that you begin with state practice through mandatory human rights due diligence, and from certain states acting, or in this case, the EU regionally, that you then begin to build a global consensus in the G20 and the G7, but also, again, ASEAN, these regional forums can help to sort of begin to develop a consensus and a baseline. We went from the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act in the United States to the OECD Anti-Bribery Convention and also regional conventions in the Inter-American system to now a broad UN Convention Against Corruption. So we may see that same thing happen, but I'm surprised to say that with mandatory human rights due diligence, the speed has been greater. We're at a different place now. So I think, though, the big challenge is how we actually solve the problem of corruption just because we have a treaty and international consensus. While we're debating business and human rights here today, the UN General Assembly is about to begin a special session on corruption, and there's a large challenge around, we still have large problems. We still have major multinationals that are implicated in bribery scandals around the world. So what would I say about that? I would say corruption and the area and compliance and how we moved forward to forge a consensus. There's a lot to be learned about what to do, especially about civil society and business working together to champion mandatory human rights due diligence. I think that's very important. So I think we can learn a lot. I think there's a role to play for organizations like the OECD. We can really see that this multilateralism is important, but then we also need to learn what doesn't work. So a couple of things, and then I'll conclude. The first is enforcement issues. One of the biggest challenges for anti-corruption is it really depends on government-based prosecution and enforcement primarily. And if it's not there, then you're not controlling corruption and bribery. So I think listening to Lara and the issues of kind of how will we create private rights of action and allow victims and rights holders to actually enforce and seek remedy themselves is going to be an important component. So I think this issue of supervision, but sort of how we enforce mandatory human rights due diligence. A second piece of that is if we want to, again, level the playing field, looking at corruption, when I was looking at I was negotiating as part of the US, the Trans-Pacific Partnership, we were really looking at trade agreements as a way of creating reciprocity around how to make sure that all markets were, had integrity. But we came to that very late. So I think the role of trade agreements are going to be very important. And then, of course, the last mile, which is how to bring in SMEs into the fold. In the corruption arena, that happens very late. I think now, because businesses already have to deal with the SMEs and the supply chain and value chains, maybe they're going to be working on that more quickly, but I think that's going to be important. But we also need things like debarment, which are going to be, again, if you lose a procurement contract because there is a human rights violation in your business or your market activity, I think it's about looking at what are the multiple ways in which you enforce mandatory human rights due diligence. And finally, financial institutions are going to be very important. Financial institutions are gatekeepers when it comes to corruption and whether we have it or whether the money's gone. Financial institutions are critical parties and have strong influence on whether or not businesses respect human rights. So they are going to be equally important. So I would say, look at what's worked in the corruption sphere and look at lessons learned as to what hasn't been and what problems linger. And finally, is this going to be a game changer? If my colleague Dante Pesce, our chair, would be here, he would say absolutely. He's a big champion, and many of my colleagues here know Dante well. He would say yes. The other person would say, well, we're going to be slow and patient. It is important, and it's a game changer because if we didn't have mandatory human rights due diligence, or if we didn't have the guiding principles, things would be worse, right? So we have a backstop from which we move forward. That's my view of mandatory human rights due diligence. It creates that wall so that we don't backslide on our commitments to business respect for human rights. And I'll leave it to Dante to argue against me.
Great, thank you so much, Anita. Considering the questions, I will move on quickly. You have mentioned too many things for me to summarize as of now. I just wanted to add, so you said that, Dante thinks this will be a game changer. You say it might be slow and patient progress, but definitely better than none. And if I then add what I've heard from Surya Dev, another member of the working group, is he said the devil will be in the detail. So it really eventually comes down to how these laws will be drafted and enforced. So I think that is a great, three great views on how this might develop. So thank you so much for that, Anita. So then I would like to return to Barbara. Barbara, my question to you now is, how will mandatory human rights due diligence affect the wider policy landscape in Asia? For example, with regard to corporate governance or trade policy or any other policy domains. And what will governments need to do to ensure their economies remain attractive or to ensure policy coherence in a wider way? Thank you.
Thanks a lot. So, I think I would just start by saying even without agreed to mandatory due diligence rules, these issues and sustainability broadly are already being integrated into policy frameworks in Asia. So we see in the context of trade agreements, we see in the context of sustainability disclosures, we see in the context of even public procurement practices. This is very on trend and something that regulators are looking at very closely as they recognize it's important both for achieving global sustainability goals, but also for enhancing business operations and their efficiency and resilience. So I think a lot of these developments won't be predicated on mandatory due diligence rules, but I think what would be important for policymakers to think about with these rules coming up is to how they can align these initiatives with mandatory due diligence rules. And one, I think, very clear and specific area is in the area of sustainability disclosures and corporate governance directives, because there's a lot of movement in the space. We see a lot of regulators introducing new expectations on sustainability disclosures. We see also governments in Asia revising corporate governance codes, most recently, Japan's effort to revise their corporate governance codes. In embedding RBC expectations and also reporting expectations that align with due diligence reporting expectations can then help Asian businesses more easily respond to potential expectations that might be cascaded down upon them from their buyers, or also if they're directly covered by the EU law in the future. So I think that this is something that can already be kept in mind by regulators to think about how to drive that alignment. And beyond regulation, I think there's really a role for governments to play in providing a facilitating framework and the right incentives to promote responsible business conduct. This is happening, again, a little bit, I would say, already in the context of recovery plans from COVID. We know the ASEAN Recovery Plan includes sustainability objectives and rewards companies that can demonstrate that they're building back better. this is a huge opportunity, I think, to promote these types of expectations across companies, because we're at a point in history when government is very closely involved in the market and can kind of step in and provide these expectations. But then beyond that, also just providing the relevant tools and training. So that might mean connecting companies to industry associations that have been working on this, potentially providing financing where needed for scale-ups, for training, for other components to make their due diligence processes effective. So there's really a lot that governments can do. I would maybe just summarize to say this is already an issue that's on the table. I think for new initiatives and new expectations, there could be some thinking brought in about how to align with international expectations, and also what governments can provide in respective support to companies to respond to these expectations.
Great, thank you so much, Barbara. Moving on to another question before we go to the Q&A soon. Kunren Wadi, do you think governments and businesses or investors in Asia are ready for mandatory human rights due diligence? So these laws that we have been discussing today, or will they be surprised by these fast developments? The floor is yours.
Thank you, Kevin. If I may, can I answer the last one? I think not a surprise to all, I think everybody, not only the government, business and investor and our stakeholder, they follow and then keep update with all the development in other region. I'm sure that they see as the EU already move forward and they're fully aware on that. But it's a matter that when is a time for each jurisdiction to do that. I think that I'd like to add from my second question that you asked me. I think that for investors, as I said, they are for sure fully welcome on this if there is a mandatory one, because it linked to the long term. This is give the confidence that the company would strictly observe, because it become a law already, right, by having mandatory one. So that they would have less risk for the company on that. I think investors love to see and wish to have if the country are ready on that. For the business, I think that if I may, I have the very immediate evidence in my country alone. I cannot compare with other. But my other fellow from Singapore and Malaysia, they also require the ESG reporting like we doing now. I think business right now, especially in Thailand, if I look at the top 50 or perhaps top 10, they already have their what you call human right due diligence in their portfolio and in their report, because as I said, they have not only the domestic investor but foreign investor, and then they have contact with other country as well. So that moving from the voluntary to mandatory for them in the big firm, I think that is not that hard. But it come as a small one, and like Professor Anita mentioned about SME, that another things that we have to think about it, But I think that business they have to be on the so-called in the process, prepare and also build up have a capacity building amongst their staff and their supply chain, so on and so forth. Come to the government, if I may. I think that they already, as I said, like for the Royal Thai government in Thailand, we have the NAP, and I think in that the Ministry of Justice as a call party. I think that perhaps they have that in their time frame, in the time frame for moving forward to a mandatory one. But again, as I heard from other panelists, 2 or 3 keywords, I think. Would you have what you call strict enforcement, compliance, if it become a law, like you have many law, but the question is, would you enforce it? Would you enforce it effectively or not? So that if I just summarize again, I think that if I can speak on other jurisdiction in Asia or not, I think things about human right, this is a positive thing to have. Coming to mandatory one or not, it totally depends on its jurisdiction and the readiness of all the stakeholders. But if you allow me to narrow down to the capital market in Thailand, my colleague and I have fully commitment to ensure that listed company in Thailand fully observe on this, and we move forward from reporting and encouraging and recommendation. If all the listed company are ready, we can go along to be a mandatory requirement for listed company for the human right due diligence. But I want to emphasize, when we are sure that everybody are ready, not only a big firm, but medium firm also, Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kunren Wadi. I think you mentioned many things that other speakers already mentioned as well. I think also, especially the issue of small, medium-sized enterprises, but I think also that connects then also to the informal economy on strict enforcement as well. And of course, it's very encouraging to hear that your comments that the Thai Securities and Exchange Commission now is working on the mandatory reporting rules and the recommendations, and that there is a strong commitment to eventually move towards mandatory human rights due diligence rules. So thank you so much for that. And then my last question before we go to the Q&A is for Rachel. Rachel, I think we have been hearing today many things that in principle, mandatory human rights due diligence will not be necessarily a silver bullet. So my question basically is, once mandatory human rights due diligence is adopted at scale, what else do you think needs to happen to achieve the UNGP goal of, and this I quote the author of the UNGP's Professor John Ruggie, with whom you have worked closely, achieving progress where it matters most in the daily lives of people. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Kevin, there are many ways in which one could answer that, but I want to focus on one point in particular because I think it's really important in any approach to effective implementation of mandatory due diligence. Now, as we know, the purpose of the guiding principles and the OECD guidelines is to incentivize engagement by business with the most severe risks to people and to planet, in the case of the guidelines, in their value chains. It's the opposite of the cut and run or the de-risk your supply chain approach. It's more like a know the risk, engage with the risk, and try to change it approach. Of course, we also want companies to look at where they may be themselves contributing to impacts through their own purchasing practices. We know this is a dynamic that influences whether or not suppliers can meet their responsibilities, and then what impacts that has on workers' rights, of course. And this requires a commitment to a relationship and honest discussion, difficult discussion in many cases. But as Kunren Wadi said, this is about taking a long-term approach. It's about committing to relationships and engaging with risk and how to address it. And if we want to incentivize that approach, if we want to prevent divestment from certain commodity supply chains or regions, whatever it may be, then we need to have this vision in mind when we design and when we enforce new mandatory due diligence regulation. So if we want to drive a majority of companies that might be nervous about this or only starting on their approach towards closer engagement with supply chain risks, then that means that we need to, as I say, work that into the enforcement approach. And companies that we talk to at Shift that are serious about the guiding principles and that are also very strongly supportive of mandatory due diligence are concerned about getting this right in order to avoid de-risking as the easy approach. And at Shift, we see civil liability as having a very important role to play in enabling remedy for those who are harmed in serious cases where companies have clearly failed to take reasonable measures. But we're also going to need to complement that, and the Parliament is very clear that this is within scope for new legislation with administrative and regulatory measures that are really going to incentivize companies to identify the most severe risks in the value chain, use creative leverage to engage and address them, and that kind of an approach is acknowledged as the right way forward in dealing with these risks and issues. So we'll need regulators that look for the right behaviors by companies and call out those who don't improve in a reasonable time frame, sure, but we'll need other incentives as well that sit around mandatory due diligence legislation. And some of those have already been mentioned in terms of access to public procurement, other forms of state financial support, and measures that bring in government-to-government discussion about fundamental enabling conditions for respect for human rights in production countries. Thanks.
Thank you, Rachel. Again, many interesting points. I think on de-risking, and I think I might borrow this from you, and this term from you in the future of the opposite of cut and run. I really like that. Also, your comments on purchasing practices, policy coherence, and government-to-government discussions. And one thing that you mentioned is the need for right behaviors by companies. And I see here in the Q&A, there's a question that connects with this quite well. So I want to pose that one to you, if I may. So the question is, do you share a concern that corporations will use paper compliance with due diligence laws to certify themselves and shield themselves against human rights violations allegations, especially in countries and systems where grievance redressal mechanisms are weak?
It's a great question, and I think a number of the comments that my fellow speakers have made go to how to address this. As I said, I think we will need to be really clear to national regulators about what they should look for that is evidence of meaningful due diligence, or at least of a company trying to go in the right direction. And so some of the kinds of examples I was giving earlier are examples of that. It's very easy to look at things like the existence of a policy or the numbers of trainings conducted or the numbers of audits conducted. But if we've learned anything in the last decade, we know that these elements are relevant, and they can all have a role to play in human rights and environmental due diligence. But on their own, conducting an audit or conducting a training is not evidence of robust due diligence. We need to build a picture that's more detailed than that. So I think giving that guidance, using the guidance that already exists from the OECD, from the UN, and other authoritative sources, and being clear that we're looking for more than what exists on paper will be essential.
Great, thank you so much, Rachel. I also just wanted to inform the audience that as you see, Ms. Wolters and Ms. Ramasastri have left the session as they have other meetings to attend, but I want to thank them already very much for their reflections. So moving on to another question, and I would like to pose this question to Barbara. Barbara, a question from the audience is are there specific provisions in upcoming laws on mechanisms to create positive protection mechanisms for rights holders in supply chains, especially in the lower tiers of supply chains or in the informal sector? And so this question was actually posed in respect of children, but perhaps I would want to make it a bit broader, say for all rights holders down into lower tiers or the informal economy. And then this person also says, again, referring to children, current mechanisms often have opposite effects of driving children or rights holders in more vulnerable positions rather than being lifted out of harmful conditions. How can you ensure positive outcomes for those vulnerable populations? Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, and thank you for the question. I'll do my best to answer. So I think that, well, I don't know if there's explicit provisions in the current law addressing this, but I think that the general objective of the law really gets to this issue. It's about preventing and, as necessary, mitigating impacts to these populations to the extent possible throughout supply chains. And I think one important aspect of this, which has been touched on, I think, a lot throughout this panel, is ensuring that stakeholders and rights holders is actually impacted by business operations across global supply chains play a very significant role in defining and implementing due diligence processes, but then also in assessing to what extent they're effective and sufficient. So I think depending on the sector you're working in, the communities mentioned, so children in vulnerable communities will and should often be those most prioritized for stakeholder engagement. There's already a lot of practice on this in the context of certain sectors. So in the extractive sector, for example, most big companies have developed, I would say, thorough stakeholder engagement programs, to date that haven't necessarily always been as effective as they would like, but it's a common aspect of business operations. And other sectors will now have to think about how to do this as well and how to do it well as well. One thing I think that there could be maybe greater attention paid to in the context of these rules and due diligence processes generally is how to ensure protection of human rights defenders in the context of a due diligence approach. Because our process and our recommendations rely so much on stakeholders actually identifying risks, identifying the appropriate response to those risks and how they'd like them to be remedied. There also needs to be mechanisms in place to ensure there's not retaliation against those communities that are raising issues and pointing out where business conduct is not aligned with international standards. So I think that's one element that could be maybe strengthened in law, and that companies will have to think about also carefully in carrying out their due diligence processes to ensure these communities are adequately protected.
Great, thank you so much, Barbara. And I also have a question for Kun Renwadi. A participant says, many companies are only looking at their own internal operations and not the extended parts of their business, meaning their supply chain or manufacturing partners, or perhaps also broader value chain. So I would kind of like to rephrase this question a little bit, but if we look at the current rules that will be introduced by the Securities and Exchange Commission in Thailand, will corporations be required to extend their ESG coverage to all aspects that they're engaged in? So not just only their own activities, but also those of their business relationships in their value chains. The floor is yours.
Definitely, yeah, thank you. Definitely, Kevin, that by asking or requiring all the listed company to make disclosure starting next year for their operation this year. When we mention about listed company, we don't mean only their internal operation. We ask them to disclose up to their value chain, how much and how far that they have been involved with their trade partner in the value chain. I'd like to what you call mention again and emphasize again, not only their own internal one, but also have to take care their trading partner and supply chain as well. So that, as I mentioned to you, that for the large company, big company, it's not that be a problem at all. But I mean, medium size, we put a template for them to follow up and then to make sure that they could have no difficulty in making the disclosure as we already put as a requirement for next year onward. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Kun Renwadi. As you see, my screen changed a little bit. I accidentally disconnected myself from the other computer, so I just have a backup computer here just in case something went wrong. So good to be prepared. So I would like to pose the final question to Rachel. Rachel, I will keep this question very short. The question is, how would you respond to critiques of mandatory human rights due diligence that it is too focused on process rather than outcome?
So that's where I think we need to go back to this point about the objective of due diligence. And it's really not possible to assess a process standard in isolation from the objective or the aim that it's intended to achieve. And as I was saying earlier, that really is to prevent and address harm to people. So it doesn't mean that if something goes wrong, a company is always responsible for it. There are situations where we'll say the company did everything it reasonably could to prevent that harm happening. Nonetheless, it still happened. But it does mean that in many cases, we are going to be wanting to look at what the outcomes were of a company's due diligence approach. And was it effective in practice? And it will be one relevant element to consider in evaluating the quality of the company's approach. And that's normal in any due diligence standard. And I would hope that it would be normal in the translation of human rights and environmental due diligence into legislation as well.
I would like to end this session. We have a very interesting discussions today. With that, want to thank all the panelists that have joined today. Big thank you to Lara Walters, Anita Ramasastri, Rachel Davis, Kun Renwadi Swamunkol, and Barbara Bielich. I hope to bring this conversation forward next time we have this forum next year. And I would like to thank all the participants for tuning in. My apologies that we could not answer all the questions, but I guess stay tuned for further events. Thank you, everyone, and have a good continuation of the forum.
Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Charlotte Ma, and it is my pleasure to welcome you to this side event on reimagining business school education with responsible management and human rights. This side event is organized by the Global Business School Network for Human Rights in the framework of the UN Responsible Business and Human Rights Forum. During the next 90 minutes, we will discuss with our guest speakers how business schools are adapting their curricula to the realities of the labor market and the growing demand for responsible, sustainable, and purposeful leadership. Before we get started, some quick housekeeping remarks. Please be informed that the event is being recorded and the recording will be made available online afterwards. We would like to make this side event as participatory as possible. So if you wish to ask a question or react to what speakers or myself are saying, please write your question or comment in the dedicated area. I will be checking questions regularly, and we will try to dedicate some time at the end of the session to addressing some of them. During the event, you will see we will be referencing some recent news reports, some publications, case studies. We've put all the links to these resources on the webpage of the side event, which is hosted on the Responsible Business and Human Rights Forum website. So today we gather to speak about business school education. Business schools play an important part in our societies as they create a bridge between the business sector on one side and young future talents on the other side. With a good set of skills and aptitudes, current business school students can actively participate in shaping a positive future for our economies and our societies. Now, in a time of change and economic uncertainty, it appears quite timely to have a closer look at how business schools are factoring global challenges and adapting their curricula to offer what we would call 21st century skills to, for sure, 21st century students. The speakers who join me today all have strong ties with business schools, either as teachers or as former students. Our experiences have occurred in the Asia Pacific region, in Europe, and in the United States, and span over a period of several decades, offering us a wide-ranging perspective on business schools and how they have changed and adapted over time. To begin, I would like to introduce you to today's panelists and ask them to help us understand what business school education looks like today, especially with regards to responsible management and human rights, and how that meets the needs of businesses around the world, but also the growing expectations of students. Dina Besuil, I'd like to start with you. You're the Executive Director of the Ramon V. Del Rosario Senior Center for Corporate Responsibility and a full professor at the Asian Institute of Management, joining us from Manila in the Philippines, where you deliver human capital management courses. Now, you have a quite important research work which you've published and presented internationally and which focuses around human resources strategy, workplace gender equality and diversity, woman empowerment, and also board governance. You are trained and engaged by international organizations, including the ILO, the OECD, and UN Women, and you are personally devoted to enabling that each organization can behave responsibly towards all of its stakeholders, and most importantly, to its employees. Can I ask you to share with us a little bit of your past experience as a teacher working on corporate responsibility, and if you have been witnessing some sort of change in growing interest of students for these issues?
So much for that, Charles. And yeah, I think at the Asian Institute of Management, since we have been in existence for the last 50 years, we have been very lucky being not just a traditional business school or offering MBA programs, but we also have a program for development management. And what that means is that in the classroom, we were able to actually have this perspectives, combining both the traditional perspective of MBA students and also more on the development side from our Masters of Development Management students. And really, it's different because you don't see those two perspectives, from the traditional MBA being more shareholder oriented, and then the development managers being more stakeholder oriented in the classroom. I didn't usually have that luxury of discussing it when I was teaching, say, in Mexico or New Zealand, or even when I was doing my MBA 25 years ago in the US. And of late, I find that the mainstreaming of these kinds of issues through the SDGs that was launched by the UN, students are becoming more aware of the expanded responsibilities that companies have beyond that of their shareholders. And I think living through a number of the aftermath of this lack of responsibility by companies, these students have become more interested in finding out how this can be changed. And I find the students who's are my students of late, who are coming from a more empowered, I would like to call it empowered, some people might call it entitled generation. They are more open to engaging in dialogue about how companies can be transformed towards becoming more responsible businesses. And at the same time, when the students exhibit this kind of interest, I think we as professors need to be ready to pick up on this and have a discourse and be able to keep these flames, or at least fan these flames of interest alive in the students until they are in positions within the company to be able to make this transition to become responsible businesses a reality. And I think that's precisely, hopefully, what we can also get out of this session, and how we can make that change possible by reimagining what business schools can do.
For this introduction, and we'll get into more detail about some of the programs that you do, and also try to think out loud about how we can reimagine the education in business schools. Moving on, I'd like to introduce a second speaker, Rajiv Dubey, into the conversation. Rajiv, you are joining us from Mumbai in India, where you serve as the chairman of several companies of the Mahindra Group, Mahindra Insurance Brokers, Mahindra Steel Service Center, and Mahindra First Choice Wheels. But apart from your experience in the business sector, you're also a member of the governing body of the International Labour Organization and serve on the board of the International Organization of Employers, which is the voice of the employers, and where you are the chairperson of the Future of Work Policy Group. Now, prior to your experience in the business sector, you also studied in a business school in the Yale School of Management, where you actually still serve as a core member of the Council of Global Advisors. When you look back both at your education but also your business experience, would you say that you were appropriately prepared to tackle some of the challenges that you faced in your company and that companies face today? I'll ask you to unmute yourself, please, Rajiv.
Sorry. Okay, so let me start by referring briefly to my experience at the Yale School of Management. Note that it was called the Yale School of Management and not the Yale Business School. And the degree that they gave at that time was called MPPM, not MBA, Master of Public and Private Management. So they were very clear that they were not teaching people how to maximize the bottom line of a private company. They were aware that there was an interconnectedness of things, that there was more than one stakeholder, and it was assumed that good people would move from the private to the not-for-profit to government and move back and forth. So in a sense, my 2 years at Yale certainly gave me a sense that all stakeholders needed to be addressed, and we were living in an interconnected world. So that's just a brief background. Let me talk. I've been very fortunate to have worked for more than 4 decades. First with the Tata Group, which also was led by purpose, and more significantly, the last 18 years with the Mahindra Group, which clearly took on the use of purpose and addressing the triple bottom line as the mother font for business strategy and behavior and culture and all human capital initiatives. So let me speak for a few minutes about my experience there. You see, it was about 2008. Now, we were founded in 1945, and they had already put purpose right at the center. I mean, I have all kinds of interesting quotations, but no time. But purpose was important. And the current chairman, Anand Mahindra, when he took over in 1997, actually reviewed the purpose statement, because to him it was clear that in the VUCA world, with pushback from all stakeholders, purpose was the North Star. Purpose was the rainbow which we were going towards. And the question in 2008, when we started this movement called RISE, was, given the uncertainty, given the pushback, given the lack of trust, how do we unleash the potential of the organization, the people and the ecosystems, so that we can create sustained business outperformance? Now, it became very clear to us that if our strategy, structure, processes, and metrics were not imbued and completely aligned with extreme care for all stakeholders and rooted in the core values, we would not be able to create the passion, we would not be able to create the meaning that would unleash the potential of our employees and our ecosystems. So the last 10 years have been spent in trying to see how can we, in a practical sense, use purpose, use the fact that we are interconnected to create behavior that runs with purpose and unleashes the potential of people and ecosystems to create sustained business outperformance. Now, you'll have to tell me how many minutes I have left, because I will
No, go ahead, Rajiv. Tell us a little bit about this experience, and because I know that it's interesting, especially in a time of COVID, when we could imagine that maybe purpose becomes a side issue. You know, we go back to the fundamental economics aspects of the company. If it's deeply rooted, let's hope it stays.
Yeah, in fact, just the opposite. In COVID times, purpose becomes center stage. Values become center stage, because that is where everything springs from. You know, the kind of decisions we take with respect to cash, for example. And I could go on and on, but let me just go back. So the purpose as we crafted it in 2008 was essentially to drive positive change in the lives of our stakeholders and communities to enable them to rise. And to do that by challenging conventional thinking and by innovatively using our resources, right? So innovation and empowerment were coming center stage, with the intention of unleashing potential to create sustained business outperformance to achieve our purpose of driving positive change. Now, we worked on this for 10 years. So first we created a framework that we call the 3+5 framework. So there were what we call the 3 RISE pillars. They were views of the world, attitudes. And we made sure that all the HR levers were aligned to these pillars. What were these 3 pillars? Number 1, accept no limits. Number 2, do alternative thinking. Number 3, above all, ensure you're driving positive change, right? So we actually worked on all the HR levers, the performance management system, the recruitment, the induction, the onboarding, the talent management, the reward and recognition, the communication system. And this was a mass movement. It was led by the chairman, Anand Mahindra, but he had a cohort of completely committed people like me and many others. And we knew that this was not the domain of the leaders or people sitting in air-conditioned rooms. It was a mass movement. And so we had to spend a lot of time connecting with the people, explaining to them what this purpose would mean in their daily lives, on the shop floor, in the marketplace, and why it would actually result in better business performance. So that link between purpose and business performance was absolutely critical. Now, I can't say we've got a 10 on 10, of course not. But let me quickly tell you what the 3+5 was, and then I'll stop. 3 were the 3 RISE pillars. These are views of the world that was seamlessly and automatically come into play whenever business decisions are taken. Accept no limits, do alternative thinking, above all, ensure you're driving positive change. Then we identified 5 behaviors which, if lived, would bring those three pillars to life to create RISE businesses that drive positive change and show sustained outperformance. What were these 5 behaviors? Number 1, use the whole mind in any situation, combining logic, intellect, and rationality with empathy, intuition, connection, whatever else you want to call it, the left and the right. Number 2, be a multiplier. A multiplier of what? Of energy, of passion, of engagement, by not being at the extreme command and control, by not being the leader wanting to show I have all the answers, I am the best, but listening to others, respecting others' views, focusing on asking the right questions, and then co-creating the answers. So this was the second one. The third one was knowing how to manage fear and leverage failure. Because innovation was at the core of this movement. You cannot have innovation unless you take risk. Risk means at least 50% of the time there will be failure. Biggest obstacle to risk taking is fear. How do you overcome fear? And because by definition, at least 50% of the time there will be failure, how can we use the learnings from failure to create success? So that was the third. The fourth one we called mindfulness. Mindfulness actually being open to all possibilities that exist and then consciously choosing which of these possibilities you want to create into a reality. It had to do with innovation, and you cannot be open to possibilities if you're a prisoner of your past. So it was a call to get away from being a prisoner of the past, in a sense, by being in the here and now. And last but not least, create trust. Trust through authenticity. Do I say what I think and do I do what I say? It is about walking the talk. It is about taking off the mask and having the courage to be who I am with my strengths and with my weaknesses. So we use this 3+5 framework to drive businesses that resulted in positive change in the lives of our stakeholders and communities. And clearly, because we were looking at all stakeholders, it was addressing the triple bottom line of profit, people, and planet simultaneously. Now, one can argue, and you referred to, I think, a case which we'll come to later on. Of course, there are problems, but it's been such an amazing passion-creating journey for the last 10 or 12 years. It has made every day worthwhile. It has given meaning to us. It has made us also be connected, and we look at the role of business to solve problems, to solve the unmet needs of underserved customers in underpenetrated markets. With that, I stop, Charles. Sorry, I've spoken.
Thank you very Thank you very much, Rajiv. And we know that, I wouldn't say there is a crisis of purpose, but we know that students today are coming into higher education with strong demands about purpose. And I think it was really interesting. We listened to you as students explain a little bit this experience from within the company. And one of the questions we have is also, how can we bring these concrete experiences from companies into the classroom, not necessarily to say that they're perfect, but at least to create discussion within students and faculty members about, how we can create new ways of management. Thanks a lot, Rajiv. Let's continue our journey. We'll now travel to Europe and join Dorothée Baumann-Pauli, who is calling in from Switzerland. Dorothée, you're a professor at the Geneva University School of Economics and Management, where you direct the Geneva Center for Business and Human Rights. Now, the Geneva Center for Business and Human Rights is the first human rights center within a business school in Europe. Since 2013, you're also the research director at the NYU Stern Center for Business and Human Rights, which I believe was the first such business and human rights center in a business or a management school. You teach business and human rights, and you have co-edited the first textbook on business and human rights, published by Routledge just 5 years ago in 2016. Now, in the same year, in 2016, you co-founded a business school network to integrate human rights in business education. That network is called the Global Network of Business Schools for Human Rights, and it's precisely this network which is convening today's side event. Let me read you some of the headlines that I've picked up from news reports since the beginning of this year. In my home country, I'm French. At elite French universities, students demand environmental action. The New York Times. More recently in the Financial Times, business schools urge to integrate ESG, environment, social, and governance topics in core courses. Now, you are in close contact with students and their expectations. Tell us a little bit more about your experience with the University of Geneva working with students on responsible management and human rights.
With pleasure. Thank you, Charles. It's great to collaborate with you, and thanks for framing this session. I'm already really excited about what I heard from Rajiv and Dinah. I look forward to discussing reimagining business education with you and Emily, but also with the audience. The fact that reimagining business education is on the agenda of the Responsible Business Forum, I think attests to the role that business schools play. So I think that's a great start. The headlines, Charles, that you were reading to me, I think they suggest that we're at the beginning of a movement that is driven by the next generation, a next generation that demands to be taught the skills that they need to tackle 21st century challenges. And this certainly corresponds with my experience at the University of Geneva and at NYU Stern. So I've been teaching responsible management classes for over a decade, for the past 5 years, exclusively focused on business and human rights. And overall, I can say teaching has become easier. Most recently, tragically, with the COVID pandemic, it has further highlighted global inequalities and the need to also integrate the social dimensions of the sustainability agenda. And I'm thrilled to hear from Rajiv that that's also the case in the companies that he's involved in. It has further put an emphasis on the need of purpose and the need to figure out how to align profits and principles. So I teach at all levels. I teach at the undergraduate level, graduate level, and in the executive programs. And one observation that I'm keen to share is that over time, I noticed that I spend significantly less time explaining to my students why human rights matter to business, and I spend more time now on discussing with them how to implement human rights in business operations. And to me, and that's particularly true for business students, that nowadays, I think our topic has reached a certain level of issue maturity. They want to roll up their sleeves and say, okay, we get it. How do we do it? Explain to us, how do we do it? And examples that Rajiv provided, are incredibly powerful and useful for students to see. Some companies are doing it. It won't kill the company. It's doable. It's not utopia. And here are ways for how to address human rights very practically. So the observation that students are more and more interested in these topics correspond to Dinah's. At the University of Geneva, I'm teaching since 2 years business human rights class in the bachelor's program. The administration assigned us a room for 30 students initially. Now we're online, but I'm currently teaching 140 students, and it's an elective. So they're not obligated to take this class, but they choose this. So again, I think it's another indication that this is something that the next generation wants to be taught on. And when I'm teaching them, I explain to them that they're privileged to be taught about human rights challenges in the safety of the classroom. Because today, I think business practitioners are still learning their lessons the hard way through trial and error, and they never had sort of a chance to discuss this in these issues in a safer context. I also tell them that the skills that I'm trying to teach them will be useful for their entire career, yet the specific human rights leadership skills might not be relevant in their first jobs. It might become relevant as they rise the career ladder in corporate hierarchies, and maybe in their 7th job. These aspects, their decisions will impact human rights. And so essentially, teaching business human rights at business schools is about teaching leadership skills, and not only for people who want to work in a CSR department, but throughout all operations. And Rajiv also highlighted that to trickle down a vision needs to affect everyone in the company. So a person in the marketing department or in the sourcing department needs to understand what does a commitment to purpose or human rights actually mean for their day-to-day job. Overall, I would say that business human rights challenges are amongst the most complex and most difficult business challenges of our time. I've heard from many corporate executives that these are the issues that keep them up at night. I don't think from a research perspective, they are well explored yet. So at the Geneva Center and at NYU Stern Center for Business Human Rights, we conduct applied research where we look deeply into the business drivers of systemic human rights challenges, for example, in global supply chains. We then publish reports that are targeting a business audience and conclude with very clear recommendations for action. And it's those publicly facing reports and also public writing in the form of op-eds, for example, that we then want to bring back into teaching. So I am assigning some of my news pieces, op-eds to my students to ensure that we close the circle from research back into teaching so that they hear directly from sort of the latest insights on how to address human rights challenges in corporate practice.
Thanks a lot, Dorothée. When I look back at my education in a business school in France, I tend to remember an approach at the time which was a bit top-down. I think that what you're describing is much more participatory, in the sense that it's true that on these specific issues, we might not have any affirmative, very strong statement to make to students, rather than invite them in the discussion and help us understand how we can build systems and strategies which are more efficient. I find that very interesting. Let's stay in Switzerland and let me introduce our last speaker. Emily Sims, you are a senior specialist in the ILO program, which works on multinational enterprises and social policy. And you're the manager of a help desk for businesses, which is called the ILO Help Desk for Business, where you answer a lot of questions from the business sector. You have been involved in drafting the labor component of various key CSR instruments and have provided technical assistance to a range of industry and multi-stakeholder initiatives, as well as providing guidance to individual specific companies. Now, aside from your work at the ILO, you also have a foot in education because you're a faculty member of the Bocconi Business School Master in Green Management and CSR, which is currently ranked #1 in the world. Now, with that dual perspective, both as an ILO technical specialist, but also as a teacher, what is your take on how students are prepared to deal with some of the complex and, I would say, very concrete issues that modern companies have to tackle?
Okay, thank you, Charles. And it's been great listening to Rajiv and Dinah and Dorothea on their experiences that are so diverse, but there's a lot of overlap. And I think you'll hear from me echoes of what they've already said. But as Charles mentioned, I'm a little bit different. One of these is not like the others, and that is me. I'm actually a human rights lawyer and an economist. I don't have an MBA, and I happen to teach at Bocconi University in their master's in green management, but that's because of my work at the help desk. So what I actually, if you were to ask me what I am, I would say I'm a translator. I take these instruments that are written, multilateral binding treaties on states that ratify them, but that happen to be what companies are using as their guidance on what they should be doing in terms of responsible business as it concerns workers' rights. And I interpret for them what these things that are directed at states, what the principles are and what the implications are for company operations. So that's my job at the Help Desk for Business. And it's from there that all this other work with companies has come about. I teach at Bocconi University, and there my experience is kind of interesting because I used to teach what was an elective for about the first 4 years. And then it moved to a requirement. And as Charles mentioned, it's the Master's in Green Management and CSR. And the CSR part was sort of like a few odd students out for the first few years of my experience. But as more and more students actually became more interested in the CSR part and not necessarily less interested in the green management part, but either there was more of a balance in the student body, or a lot of them saw the linkages between environment and human rights and other social issues in company performance. They became more and more interested, and I migrated from an elective to becoming part of their core curriculum. And I was a little bit nervous at first, thinking, oh gosh, all these environmental motivated students are going to be rolling their eyes the whole time. But it turns out they were actually quite interested. And especially, I think the one thing that really helped is a wonderful video that shows the direct link between environmental degradation of the fish stock in Thailand and trafficking in human enforced labor. Very direct, very specific link that made them sit up and realize, oh, even if I am an environmental guy or gal, and that's my motivation for being here, I need to pay attention to these issues because everything is linked. There is no separation between environmental and human rights and other social issues. So that's helped a lot. And so I can say also I've seen an increase in demand, especially I teach at Bocconi. I'm a member of their faculty, but I also teach at sessions, you know, like a 2 or 3 hour session for business schools in Europe and Japan, both business and law faculty with an emphasis on business issues. And those, I think, are really driven by a couple of factors. One is trade agreements. Any contemporary, you know, in the last 10 years, trade agreement involving Canada, the US, the EU, or even other countries, for instance, a BIT between Morocco and Nigeria, they're all talking about labor issues as part of their trade agreement, in particular the fundamental principles and rights at work. And they're referred to not only as a government obligation, a regulatory obligation, but also a government obligation to promote business compliance with those regulations. But it also shows up in CSR clauses in these same trade agreements that are speaking directly to enterprises, because these are trade and investment agreements. And so businesses are paying attention to them because it may affect their standing in international dispute settlements, to be able to bring a claim against the government if they haven't lived up to their obligations in these same investment agreements. So that, I think, is putting these issues on the map unlike never before. But there's also the issue of national action plans on business and human rights. And a lot of them are paying attention to curriculum changes in business education as part of their broader strategy to promote responsible business concerning specifically human rights as a government obligation. But there's also the ILO's own instruments. Our MNE declaration was updated in 2017 to incorporate the concept of due diligence, which I need to point out is different than general human rights due diligence. And it's really imperative that anyone teaching due diligence as it relates to labor issues has to really go and look at paragraph 10. It's really important. The 2014 protocol to Convention 29 on forced labor that also references the responsibility of business to undertake due diligence. So these elements are also likely driving an increase in requests to ILO. Just as a last observation for this question, I'd like to share with you my biggest challenges in teaching in a specialized program at university compared to my normal teaching. My day job is not to teach in business schools, it's to actually teach companies one-on-one in discussions in the help desk, but we also have our own course on international labor standards and due diligence at our International Training Center in Turin. So the difference I see and the challenges in terms of an academic setting versus people who are practitioners who take a week out to attend a course. I guess the difference between your executive business education and your standard undergraduate and graduate programs. For me, the Bocconi course is a specialized course. It is a degree in green management and CSR, and there is no prerequisite for an MBA. So it has really, really motivated students, which is a great thing. But the students rarely have business management experience, and that can be a real impediment. And so a lot of my time is spent teaching them the nuts and bolts of how a supply chain actually works. Not works as a human rights issue, but just how it works, in particular logistics, placement of orders, etc., and how it operates efficiently or inefficiently, and how you need to understand that if you're going to address human rights violations in it. But also key production processes, because the big issue over and over and over again is who pays for this? How are we going to cover the costs? And the main driver of that is productivity improvements. So if you, as a human rights advocate in a business, have no idea about lean production or other productivity improvement methods, you're going to hit a wall really quickly and not be very effective in advocating in your business. So I need to spend time with them on basic concepts like, but you can't explain lean production in 5 minutes. So these are challenges for me. Nor is it, the other issue is that they don't have much knowledge on how supply chain management fits into overall business strategy for companies. Why companies are globalizing their supply chain production. How in a post-COVID world, or COVID and post-COVID world, maybe there'll be a lot more consolidation and reintegration, vertical reintegration of supply chains, and how to understand those dynamics, anticipate them, and use them in their advocacy work within the organization. So walking them through things like root cause analysis for effective remediation, it can be a challenge. But even more so, getting them to understand the complexities of power dynamics. You cannot address human rights in business if you are not addressing power dynamics. And that means between suppliers and their workers, but also between buyers and suppliers. One whole day of my 3 days is devoted to buyer behavior and how that puts pressure on chains, and how mismanagement of chains is a problem that the buyer needs to address of itself, not put off on the shoulders of the suppliers. But if you don't understand that and how power dynamics work in a supply chain, then again, they will not be effective advocates. So overall, my experience in business school, and again, it's a specialized program, but my experience is it's a great experience. And I use, my materials are squarely built on my 2,000 plus conversations with businesses that I've had. So the questions that illustrate issues, they're really rooted in the real world. And I feed those back and my conversations with the students back into my reflections on how to have dialogues with companies going forward as I manage the help desk. So for me, it's been a great synergy and a great experience. But as you can see, I'm very passionate about these issues and sometimes very frustrated because of the silos of I do business and human rights, or I do business, but often they don't understand how they go together. And if you don't understand that, it's a waste of time and an extremely large waste of resources. Right now, my view of CSR is a huge amount of skepticism that it is actually draining suppliers who desperately need resources, of critical resources that they could be putting towards higher wages, towards better conditions of work, towards upgrading their management systems to improve productivity. But instead, they have to pay for audits and other stuff. We really need, it's not just a matter of teaching, but rethinking business and human rights to make it more responsive to everyone's needs. Sorry to be so
absolutely. No, yeah, it's great to have you in the room with us, and I mean, I'm happy that you're not providing simple answers to these issues. I mean, I think the worst thing for this side event would be to say, you wanna do business and human rights in a business school, very simple. Here is the guide, and that's what you have to do. Actually, it's much more complex than that. And Emily, thanks so much for sharing your experience on this, because it's true that, I mean, the silos you are talking about, if I refer back to my education, I spent quite some time in business school as a student, is really, I tend to think it was also a little bit a silo. You know, we would have this class and then we would move on to another class, but kind of difficult to grasp both how all of these issues connect, and also, as you're saying, kind of difficult for us to represent ourselves what the reality of the world of work is. And when you're talking about power dynamics, for example, these are topics that are not always easy to introduce in the classroom. And you know, what are the resources that are available for us to talk about power dynamics? Sometimes some of which can be, you know, sensitive issues. But let's move on in the discussion. What I keep from this first round discussion is that there clearly is some sort of a changing pattern in the way we introduce these topics to students. I mean, uh, you were saying, Emily, you moved from being an elective to the core curriculum. So this is really showing us, I believe, the trend. Uh, uh, Dorothée, you started with 30 students. Now you have 140. Zoom must be very practical right now. I don't know how you're going to fit them. You know, what is it next year? 280 students? Where are you going to put them to be able to do the class with them? So also creates a lot of new questions in terms of how we're going to be able to deal with all these issues. But let's go back to our discussion. I'd like to focus on some of the concrete initiatives that all of you are doing. In a second, we'll talk with Rajiv about a case study he's been working on. But first, I'd like to go back to Dinah. You've been working with a concrete ILO project. It's called the Responsible Supply Chains in Asia project. And surprisingly or not, this project has a whole component which look at business schools. Now, you've been doing activities to train managers and students on CSR issues. Can you tell us a bit more about this?
Absolutely, Charles. I've been very fortunate to actually be engaged with this joint project by OECD and ILO on responsible supply chains in Asia, and primarily around training future business leaders about international labor standards. And that's precisely how Emily and I met. I'm one of the students in that training that she was talking about, where we go 1 week in tour and talk about international labor standards. And I don't know if Emily remembers this, but there was one exercise where they group us into our areas of expertise. And unfortunately, I was the only academic in the room. And I was like, you know, I hope that there would be more of us who would be bringing these kinds of tools in the classroom. And fortunately, ILO had given me the platform to bring it to future business leaders. So I spent one whole day, although it took Emily and her colleagues about a week to teach us all of it. So I just kind of like, try to pick up those important pieces that I feel they're able to really use already within their context. Because like Dorothy said, you know, I mean, a lot of this standards, when they don't experience it in the near future, it doesn't really stick to them as much. And so the kind of things around, you know, decent working conditions, minimum wages, you know, discrimination when you get promoted, you know, a lot of these things that they tend to experience within the workplace. Those are the things that we do tend to focus on. And we have gotten a lot of positive responses. I actually teach this session as a complement to my human capital management course in the MBA, and it's more of a deep dive into this international labor standards, which becomes more useful if the students want to work for multinational companies. What can they expect in terms of the working conditions there, or if they want to hire, you know, international talent, because these are the kind of standards that these talents are expecting out of companies. Or if you're a company and wanted to export your products or services, and what are the expectations of buyers around your practices as you know, in terms of managing your labor. So those are things that we discuss. But the unfortunate thing is there's a trend in the business school curriculums to actually cut back more on the hours, right? I mean, we've had like, you know, our program from 16 months cut to 12 months. And so I'm really finding it hard to find ways to actually still bring these kinds of topics in, and at the same time, you know, meet the demands of my program managers telling me, Dinah, you can't like have more sessions, right? And so I find ways, you know, I find ways to just kind of, okay, when I talk about compensation, I need to bring in gender pay gap, you know? So those kinds of things are really you know, enriching the discussion, but it has to be very deliberate because I'm not given any more time. And I feel Emily's dilemma about how do I teach them the basics at the same time, you know, make them understand about these other things that are not as basic, right? Because you have to still have to do the foundations. Otherwise, all this knowledge is not going to be on solid ground, and they may not necessarily be able to use them in the right way. So those are things that that we encounter. But I mean, after like this one day workshop that we do, or two if it's with companies, we actually get more companies to ask us, you know, to actually do this with their people, you know. And so unfortunately with COVID, it has been very tough because like what was mentioned, sometimes, you know, they try to devote their time in trying to get a handle of this pandemic. But we've seen more and more companies come and approach us and say, you know, we'd love to be able for you to do this. And so that's very encouraging. And without ILO's support through this Responsible Supply Chains in Asia project, I don't think we'd be able to do these kinds of things.
Yeah, very interesting to see also how the linkages between an organization like the ILO and a business school can create these type of new opportunities. By the way, we've referenced on the website of the side event links to the Responsible Supply Chains in Asia project, and specifically to the activity that you organized at the Asian Institute of Management. For those interested, you can have access to some more information about that. I'd like to stick to this dilemma a little bit and also understand a little bit how it works concretely. Dorothée, I think last week, if I'm correct, was your last class of the Business and Human Rights semester. Last Thursday, we had the opportunity to work together on a session in April. I came with an ILO technical specialist to talk about fair recruitment of migrant workers, for example, to your students. Can you just quickly tell us what one semester of business and human rights course looks like?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Charles. I greatly benefited from you and Maria Galotti, ILO specialist for fair recruitment, to tease out the business lens on this buzzword theme of modern slavery. So that was fantastic. And it's certainly core to my teaching to make those topics real for students. And ILO material, including video clips, helped to make it real. After all, we're still all on Zoom. So the more they're exposed to actual practitioners and experts, and the more immersed we can make them in decision-making scenarios, I think the better for the teaching. But how does a semester look like? So I teach my class based on 3 pillars, and these are not the 3 pillars of the UN guiding principles. I think this is what many instructors do. They build their class around protect, respect, and remedy. I'm actually teaching my class around the 3 core skills that I want to teach students, namely identify, analyze, and resolve business human rights challenges. So I want to capacitate students to identify, analyze, and resolve these challenges. And of course, the UN guiding principles come in, but they're sort of infused throughout rather than the structural principle. And in this first part, we were talking about what are human rights, what's the role of business with human rights. In the second part, I'm then exposing my students to very different human rights challenges in different industry contexts. So we're talking about human rights challenges in the garment supply chain, which are radically different to human rights challenges in the tech sector, more focused on freedom of expression and privacy issues. And so understanding what human rights means in different industries, I think, is important to them. And then in the last part, I'm giving them sort of a number of tools for how to resolve these challenges, including discussing emerging mandatory human rights due diligence legislation, but also complementary standards that have been developed in multi-stakeholder initiatives, for example, and ILO instruments, etc., guidelines, tools, something that allows them to address how to do it once they're in practice. And for the students, I think it's important to realize that this is not a niche topic, but this is how successful business in the future looks like. So I want to come back to something that Dina said, and many instructors of business human rights are struggling with. Often it's not possible to add a business human rights class to an already very congested business school curriculum. But instead, we're suggesting to infuse this dimension throughout the core courses of a management education. So it's still fine to have an elective on business human rights for the group of students that are really interested in, but there must be a red thread throughout the entire program where these themes keep coming up. They should come up in operations management. They should come up in supply chain management. They should come up in accounting. I have a number of colleagues that really tease out the human rights element in the accounting discipline. And so as we can help our colleagues at business school to understand how to bring in these themes in those core classes, not even necessarily with an additional module, but in the case studies that they teach on a routine basis, it just has to become one additional lens that business needs to recognize as relevant for their business success.
Thank you, Dot, for
Yes.
sharing this. And by the way, when you're saying we, I mean what I understand also behind that is also the work you've been doing within the network, the Global Business School Network for Human Rights. I mean, trying to, I assume that teachers working on these issues sometimes can feel a little bit isolated. They can feel isolated within their universities. Someone earlier was talking about silos, and I think that can sometimes be true also to how business schools work. And at the same time, it's become so easy to connect with one another that you've participated in what I think is a great initiative, trying to build this network of practitioners. Not necessarily to tell people how they should do, but at least to try and map out what is possible, what is being done, what resources are available. And you've come up with a very interesting toolkit. We'll get back to that in the next part of the discussion. And I just wanted to mention to the audience that this toolkit, which is called The Case for Human Rights in Business Education, is a must read and is online on the webpage of the event. Moving on, I'd like to go back to Emily, our ILO Help Desk for Business specialist. From your experience working alongside the business sector on these issues, and you've told us a little bit about the concrete challenges. How do you think the ILO can participate in the effort that we're looking at to bring business and human rights issues into the classroom more effectively?
Yeah. Very good question. ILO, I should clarify, we're very committed to supporting training of future managers, but we don't have the resources or the mandate to really do that systematically. And the CONI is a bit of an exception, which I'll explain in a moment. Part of that is because our main commitment is to support our tripartite constituents, governments and employers and workers organization. And that is our focus that we cannot lose. But at the same time, we realize current and future business leaders are really vital for actually achieving the objective of the ILO, which is the promotion of decent work and inclusive economic growth. But it's also a matter of us not being the best positioned. None of us run a company. There are some that have MBAs and have a lot of experience working in companies, but they're few and far between because that's not really what we do. We're focused at the macro level, not the micro level. Even though I myself am located in the enterprise department, we're a mixed bag of MBAs, but also development economists, a few like me, human rights lawyers, because we're coming at this from a more inclusive perspective that's focused not just on business and human rights, but broader enterprise development in a macroeconomic policy environment that will allow that to flourish. So we focus on our technical expertise and our convening power, but we are still there and committed to support building future generations of responsible business leaders without competing with universities at all. So it's in the context of development cooperation where we work the most with institutions such as Dinah's institution, the Asian Institute of Management. But we also work with government training institutions, in particular entrepreneurship development centers and productivity organizations. I spent 5 years as a researcher before I even touched the subject of CSR, just working with the Asia Productivity Organization. And it was a wonderful experience learning in great detail what is productivity improvement. And I use that extensively now in my training. So we work with a variety of institutions, not just universities. But my teaching at Bocconi is a very particular, it's an actual formal partnership between the university and the ILO. And as part of that partnership, each year Bocconi sponsors a business school professor who participates in my lectures so they can incorporate the materials into their school curriculum. And the students in turn can also hear about labor issues that are particularly salient in that guest professor's country. As well, we help facilitate linkages between the guest professor and various faculty of Bocconi who are working in the same field to build a broader institution relationship. So it's kind of contextualized in a broader partnership. And we actually report every year to the ILO's governing body on this partnership. So far, we've had professors from Colombia, Argentina, Uganda, Vietnam, Thailand, and Hungary. And our own constituents are involved. Like, for instance, in Uganda, it is a business school professor who works very closely with the Ugandan, the Federation of Employers of Uganda. So, there are linkages there. And as part of my course, the students are hearing from ILO constituents. Every year, I have a guest speaker from a government institution, whether it is a national institution, like this year it was the Minister of Justice of Peru, who was talking about his role in developing stakeholder dialogue around developing their National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights. It's been the European Commission, the DG Trade of the European Commission has spoken to the students. So they always get a government perspective, they always get an employer perspective, they always get a worker perspective, as well as a guest speaker from an actual company. So part of my role is promoting the ILO as a whole so they understand our constituent perspective, and then applying that and then conveying back to the governing body and other governments or other ILO institutions, lessons learned from having worked with business schools. So I'm sort of a bridge, if you will, between the ILO and business schools. Yeah, so that's a really important part. But just to highlight to you the training materials, because we do have materials that are available for business school professors. anyone is welcome to use my training materials. The only caveat is there are no notes because they're my materials, so I don't need notes. And anyone who's ever tried to write out notes for their slides for someone else to use, it's a very labor-intensive process. But I don't know if Dinah was involved in a package we developed in the Responsible Supply Chains in Asia project. It's funded by the EU, but that is a package for business school professors and others training SMEs on labor issues in responsible business conduct that has a special focus on due diligence. And the purpose is to help SMEs to meet their expectations of buyers, but also to help them understand when buyers are getting it wrong, because buyers don't always get it right, and it causes a lot of confusion and grief for suppliers or actors in the supply chain. So that is available, and that is an actual package with lots of notes and exercises that are, so a trainer could pick that up and use it, and it's a public good. So everything the ILO does is public goods that are available to anyone. So we have other tools also that could be of interest. They're all done in development cooperation contexts or partnerships. Like, for instance, we have a partnership with Tokyo 2020's Olympic Committee. And so in those various projects and partnerships, we develop short good practice notes on various labor issues, in particular around forced labor, trafficking, child labor, safety and health, that can provide examples. And they're from around the world, in particular developing countries. We realize that there are tons and tons of resources out there for what Apple and I don't know, pick a company, are doing that are companies that you'll find in the Financial Times. But small companies, there are a lot less case studies about good practices about what first-tier suppliers that employ 200-300 workers are doing that make it really feasible for others in that bracket to be able to be inspired by. So that's where our strength is, because they come out of technical cooperation projects. We have a lot of good practice notes from the supplier end, which buyers actually can use in engaging in conversation with suppliers to help them imagine what they could do concretely and how they can live to tell the tale. They can survive. I think it was Dorothea was explaining that you can do these things and still be a company that's going to be there in 10 years and maybe even stronger for it. So those are the kind of tools we have, but they're not, we're not set up for business schools. So there's no business school entry point on our website or whatever, but we're happy to share all those resources with the global network or anyone else. And you can use them as you wish. As I said, they're all public goods, so more than welcome.
Thank you, Emily. And it's true, as you were saying, most of this work comes out of technical cooperation. We see that the linkages often happen during the technical cooperation project, but it's good to know that these resources at the end are available for whoever is interested. And just also to mention, I think your point about how you've been bringing people into the classroom at Bocconi from outside. I think one of the fascinating things we've seen trying to cope with COVID and education is how easy it is for us to connect. And I think it would be really interesting, maybe in another event, to look at how technology can also participate in helping educators introduce these topics, because it's true that sometimes these issues feel like they're very far away. And also connecting students with one another. That's also part of the silos that we have. Once we enter into the labor market, we're going to cooperate with people all around the globe, and we're studying often with many people that are just like us. I would say this has changed over time a little bit, but it's something that we could encourage much more. Now back to some concrete tools to help teachers. Rajiv, the Mahindra, the company where you spent such an important part of your career. As you've said, and you've talked to us about the 3+5 equals success. Mahindra is very engaged on this question of purpose. Now, recently, you have worked with the Harvard Business School in drafting a case study on this experience. We've put it on the website of the event as well. Can you tell us a bit more about this work, this case study? Why should students read the Mahindra case study?
Yeah, well, I think that first Harvard itself is doing a lot of work on the relevance of purpose. And there is a very long relationship between the Harvard Business School and Mahindra, which started with Anand Mahindra being a student there and being on the Dean's Council. But more than that, we have a lot of engagement. So they know us very intimately over the last 15, 20 years. And I think that for them and for us, it was an opportunity to better understand how you take something which is potentially fuzzy, poetry, philosophy, and convert it into the nuts and bolts of decision making. What are the dilemmas? What are the trade-offs? What are the choices? How do people who have to run to metrics, or many of them very short term, how do they build purpose, in fact, use purpose to get better metrics? So these were the kinds of issues that were sought to be surfaced in that case study. It was worked on over a 2-year period, roughly. And my role really was in the initial stages to help the professors who were writing the case study, along with, it was not just me, there were Anand Mahindra himself was involved, on why, why we took up this drive, what it meant to us. And then, of course, what and the how, and then the who and the when and the where, and the problems that were encountered, the dilemmas, so that it became something practical. Now, of course, I'm not for a moment suggesting that there are answers there. As I think it's been mentioned several times, there are no easy answers. It's a difficult world out there, full of conflict, full of people who are coming at any one subject with very different points of view. But to say that there is a corporation that has actually used purpose, who's actually looked at solving the problems that go beyond the boundaries of the firm and using those problems to create good business, just was a very, very exciting prospect. So this case study actually has come out on the 10th of April, 2021. For me, it is something which I hope will help us to review what we are doing and to make us better and to actually do a lot of communication within the company. And I hope it will help Harvard and any other business school who is looking at the role of purpose, because I think it is absolutely central. And in fact, when there is a crisis, especially the COVID crisis, far from purpose and values going into the sidelines, actually they are center stage, whether we like it or not. All the decisions that are being taken with respect to cash, with respect to supply chain, how you deal with labor, do you let people off? Do you not let people off? Whose salaries do you cut? Are there sources of cash outside of labor? Is labor a short-term cost to be minimized? Or is it really one of those rare appreciating assets, which, if invested in properly over time, can give you benefits that far outweigh the cost? There are very fundamental issues. And I think what the COVID-19 has done is to highlight the interconnectedness of things and to highlight how important philosophy or purpose or values are to hardcore decision making. We tend to think that there is something called business and there is something called purpose. Whereas the two just go together, whether you like it or not. You may not articulate it as such, but at the core of every business decision is a philosophy and a view of the world and a purpose. And and I certainly belong to the tribe that would like to think that purpose and good business and innovation need to go together. And the more case studies that we develop, the more we bring real life into the classrooms, so that the business school students till now have just automatically assumed that they have to pray at the altar of the shareholder. Is that the reality? Is that true? Have people challenged that? In practice, what does it mean? I think there are so many issues that are coming up, and I just hope that this Mahindra case study will be one of many, many cogs in the big, huge wheel. I see a big movement that is going on in the world, And it would be good if Mahindra can contribute to creating a view of the world that does not necessarily see purpose and values and doing good as being very different from doing good business. And really what it is throwing up is, what is the purpose of business? So I think these are some deep questions that are being raised, no simple answers.
Yes, thank you. And I mean, it's when we speak with educators about these issues, you know, they often refer us to case studies, you know, as a central part of teaching. So it's really interesting. And as you suggested, it was published just a month and a half ago. So it's really interesting to see that case studies are coming in. Dorothée, I cannot see your video feed anymore, but I think you wanted to react to what Rajiv was saying. If you can hear me?
Yes, I can hear you well. I don't know why my video has disappeared. I'm sorry about that. Rajiv, I wanted to congratulate you on this case study because I think it's incredibly powerful to have these examples. At the Geneva School of Economics and Management at my center, we've also started a case study series focused on companies that are trying to align profits and principles, as we say, in different industry contexts. We've put out a case study on Decathlon. We're working and soon finalizing one with ABN AMRO Bank. So in different industry sectors to understand how companies are figuring things out. They're not perfect, but they're pioneering innovation, business model innovations that I think are worth highlighting. Another thing that I wanted to bring up is that I think for our field, it's really helpful if the business school itself has strong values. Rajiv, you mentioned the strong values of your company, but at the Geneva School for Economics and Management just a few years ago, they really defined 3 strong values, namely rigor, relevance, and responsibility. And the Geneva Center, of course, feeds and embodies these values. And that really helps us to make the case that our work needs to be core to business education because it fits those values. And business school accreditation organizations increasingly want to see that these are not just words in a mission statement, but that they're actually being put into practice. So that gives you another argument as an instructor to say, you can't just put out beautiful vision statements, but we also need to deliver on them. And one way to deliver on rigor, relevance, and responsibility is to bring in responsible business courses into the core, not on the sidelines, but as core teaching commitments. Thanks.
Thank you, Dorothée, for sharing this, and I absolutely support your message. I think it's true that business schools, at the end, are businesses as well in some form, and the more they are capable of being transparent about their purpose and their mission, the better, most probably. Before we move on to the last part of the discussion, I received a question for the audience that I wanted to ask to Dinah and Dorothée maybe quickly, and then I see Emily's raising her hand. Very quickly, someone is asking us, when you're working with your students on these issues, what are the most common questions concerning human rights that students bring up to you? Most probably they ask questions when they come into the classroom. And the question also was whether there was maybe a difference between Europe and Asia. So quite quickly, and then Emily will take your comment. Dinah, Dorothée, what are the most common questions you get from students with respects to human rights?
If I may start, Charles, I think here in my classroom, I get also managers of local businesses, right? And I think the main questions that they pose to me is, look, I mean, it's wonderful to be responsible businesses, Dinah, but if our suppliers are not expecting it, the government's also not expecting it. I mean, really, why do we need to actually invest in these kinds of practices, which, you know, I mean, needs us to really spend valuable resources, like we said, sometimes here in during COVID now, it's you know, a matter of survival. And so those kinds of questions are very real questions from businesses, and that's why it's good to have a project like Responsible Supply Chains in Asia, where the bigger companies, the bigger buyers who actually come to the Philippines and, you know, procure the services and products of the Philippines would hopefully support these small businesses and how they can align with their principles around responsible business, because that is really, really important, that kind of expectation. Of course, I mean, we can also say that it is important for them to have good practices around labor, because employees who are treated well will definitely be more productive. But at the same time, it's an employer's market, right? I mean, there's not a whole lot of jobs going around, and so it's hard for the employers to sometimes see that kind of incentive, right? And I think it's very important for a lot of the stakeholders to provide certain incentives similar to what the suppliers are also trying to do with their buyers, with their small suppliers, right?
Thank you. And Dorothée, in your experience, would it be the same type of questions? You know, why should we invest in this, or do you get other questions from students?
No, similar. They have many, many questions. I think many questions are really focused around the how to do it, but also, as Dinah and Emily pointed out, how to sell it internally. So how can students be the intrapreneurs within their organizations to advance these topics? And this is particularly difficult in businesses where you cannot show an immediate so-called business case for engaging. So it doesn't pay off in the short term to improve labor standards, but investments even might be necessary. But then making the case that medium and long term, it just makes the more robust and more successful. I think that is what some students are struggling with in terms of how can I explain this to my superior? How can I convince them if my incentive is to show are based on key performance indicators that have a much shorter time horizon, 6 months, 12 months. And so that disconnect between short-term success and the longer-term vision we need for the implementation of human rights in business, I think that's something that business school students are struggling with. And I get a lot of questions about how to tackle this specific aspect.
Yeah, absolutely. It reminds me of a student asking me once, you know, if I see a human rights abuse in a company, should I take the risk maybe of denouncing it and risking my own position within the company? And I think that relates also a lot to the environment in which we live right now, which is sometimes, students arrive in the classroom reading news and watching how sometimes human rights defenders are treated, and they're concerned about abuses, but at the same time, they are looking at their own individual career, which most probably each and every one of us can understand, and finding how those dilemmas play out, and having the possibility also to discuss these dilemmas in the classroom is something really interesting. Emily and Rajiv, I saw you raise your hand. Emily, you wanted to react. Go ahead. You're on mute, Emily, please.
Sorry. It was before on the discussions about business schools as businesses and case studies. I just wanted to make a commendation for the Yale School of Management. My brother was actually from the class of 1990. I don't know, Rajiv, which year you graduated. Maybe you're a colleague of my brother's. But that they have a beautiful case study on Cadbury and child labor. That it makes a wonderful case study because there are so many other materials I put together from when it's been bought up, because it really helps to draw out the contrast in management styles, because when Cadbury was bought up by Kraft, anyway, I won't get into it. But anyway, their case study was for free. And when I called them, I contacted them, I said, can I use this case study? And they said, oh, yes, it's a public good because these issues are so important. We made this case study available to everyone. It would be great if Harvard and other business schools that don't make their case studies free, and most business schools don't, and I appreciate that. Business school case studies, there's a lot of effort goes into developing them, but if they could make them free or at reduced price, not for necessarily students at Bocconi they can pay, but at other business schools, especially in developing countries. One reason I don't use Harvard case studies or anything else is not because of the Bocconi students, but remember, I'm also inviting professors from developing countries who are hopefully going to integrate those tools into their local curriculum. And I cannot use $200 case studies that their students just can't afford. So that would be my one pitch as a contribution to business and human rights that business schools can make, at least in the area of human rights issues, make their case studies free.
Thanks very much, Emily, for this suggestion. I think it's a very good way of putting purpose in practice. Also, when we talk about having a strong statement, that's a good way of showing it as well. Rajiv, I saw you raising your hand. Please go ahead.
Yes, so I just wanted to react to what several of my esteemed panelists have been saying. I think that unless the leaders have, their own view about how important purpose and environment and other of the factors are that we've been talking about, I'm afraid it won't work. So, most business schools have to do a lot of executive education. And I think that that is the platform that business schools must use very aggressively. But to do that, they first have to be convinced themselves that, for this is an era where you have to have a relook, even if you assume that the success of a firm is critical. What is the time frame that you look at? And the word, you cannot, I think, assume that a person, a leader, only looks what happens inside the firm and can assume that the outside world will continue to sustain everything else that it has been doing till now. That's not going to happen. And climate change and COVID, for example, has brought that about so powerfully. So I think the leaders have to have a shift of mindset. Many leaders, some of them have it. And what is the role of business schools through leadership education or executive education in making that change? That's very important. The second one is, we talk about supply chain. Yes, of course, a lot of work has to be done, but the supply chain behavior is driven by the buyers. And I think Dinah mentioned that. It is so important for the buyers to also know what kind of behavior they are forcing on their supply chain. So really, you can't just point at the supply chain and say human rights issues is a problem of the supply chain. It starts with the attitude and the behavior of the buyers. So I think that is important, that we must always keep looking at what is it that I have to do. Yes, what is it that others have to do, but a lot of things start with myself, and you can't, of course, boil the ocean all at once, but we have to start somewhere. And I think, a good question to ask leaders is, if not you, who? And if not now, then when? When the planet is destroyed, when there is revolt and rebellion and bloodshed all over, is that when business leaders will wake up? Sorry to sound like Che Guevara, but I thought that would be my two bit.
Thank you, Rajiv. And I'm keeping an eye on the clock. We just have 7 minutes left, and I wanted to give all of you the opportunity for some concluding observations or recommendations, a little bit, very concrete recommendation like Emily suggested, case studies on human rights accessible for all, or at least at reduced price. That those are great ideas and very concrete. I'd like you to focus maybe your concluding remarks on the way ahead. We've talked a lot about the situation that we went through as students ourselves, or in the past as teachers, what's happening right now, these interesting innovative initiatives that all of you are working on. What's next? What would be your concrete suggestions, requests, recommendations? Do we need to look at a common effort to develop some sort of standardized training material available for free or at reduced price so that we equip as many teachers as possible to be able to teach these issues? How do we make sure also that when Emily, you stop teaching at Bocconi, what you've started to do keeps on going. So how do we make sure that all of these initiatives don't just rely on the passion that all five of us share, but that they are transferable and sustainable? Emily, let's start with you. What would be your final recommendation?
Yeah, I would suggest to a good first start would be warehouse. I don't know about other people. I can never use someone else's materials. I'm just too pig-headed. I need to be and to really understand the logic of what I couldn't just pick up someone else's materials. But other people that can, you know, they're welcome, and we can maybe workshop a set of materials that is sort of the good of all of them, without being too obnoxious. I'm pretty sure my materials are the strongest on accurately conveying international labor standards principles and how they relate to business, because that is my job. But ILO doesn't know much about remedy, for instance. You know, what does an effective remedy in a private sector look like? I don't know. You know, I can read stuff, but my guess is other people have. So maybe workshopping and taking the best of the various different perspectives to have a sort of base of materials that doesn't look necessarily like a course, but here's half an hour or an hour on this, or this is an exercise on this point, and to create a little library, but especially of case studies, because as much as I put a lot of effort into trying to find case studies from a developing country perspective, the vast majority of case studies are very biased towards big buyers, not small buyers and not suppliers. So having a better balance of case studies from around the world would be extremely helpful for me. And I can offer, the ILO would be happy to workshop, you know, if people can pay their own way, or if we try and get a grant from a government like the EU, because everything's so linked to trade, you know, from DG Trade or something, to have a set of materials that we workshop together and make it cover people's travel costs. But that's my concrete suggestion. I'll stop there.
Thank you. Diana, I see you nodding your head. Do you have another suggestion as well?
I think those are wonderful suggestions, but I'd like to just bounce off what Rajiv had mentioned about, you know, everything starts with you, with each of us individually. And so, like for me, what I have done in terms of, you know, using the kind of training that I've gotten from ILO and using my center's platform to actually really try to reach out to companies so that they can incorporate these principles around responsibility, right? I mean, and really doing everything that we can do, you know, as a consumer, as an, you know, team leader for my employees, and as an employee myself. So we can do a lot of things, and hopefully we can start from there and become, like Rajiv said, a multiplier, because for some of the companies that we have been working with that are really the leaders around incorporating a lot of these principles, what we try to also ask them is, are you cascading it down to your suppliers or to your industry peers, right? I mean, how can they actually become more like you? Because these are things that are really, really important. And as long as we don't have that kind of minimum expectation that what it is like to behave responsibly as a business, then there's always those few that will try to get around and not want to do it, right? And really, we need to have the power of numbers behind us in order to really drive this kind of change. So, but again, it starts with you as an individual.
Thank you, Naina. And Rajiv, you're representing the International Organization of Employers in this discussion, the voice of the employers of the business sector. What would be your recommendation to participate in reshaping and reboosting business education in the future?
Yeah, well, I would say that at the core is making out a business case for responsible business and human rights. And doing that through case studies, through lots of interactions with the industry, and then using the power of networks, of coalitions and partnerships to drive this. And not
Thank you,
trying to do it
Rajiv.
on the
That's a good segue to Dorothée. Dorothée, the power of networks. Does that inspire you?
Yes, perfect segue. Thank you, Rajiv. I actually want to I have a wish for the audience, namely to join our network, the global network of business schools for human rights, and advance our work as a powerful collective. I'm also keen to follow up with Dinah and Emily to figure out how we can work together on pooling teaching resources, but also probably co-developing them, putting them at the same place. And the easier it is for instructors to pick up teaching materials, the more likely it is that they will use them. So if we have ready-made material in one place that can be easily accessed, as you said, Emily, and that fits into existing programs, then I think we have the best chance for uptake. And last, I also have a wish for Rajiv and other business leaders, for business school deans. It's incredibly powerful if they hear from business leaders that skills taught in business human rights classes are demanded in practice. So if you could speak up even louder with your peers that these are 21st century leadership skills that you want to be taught at business schools, it would really help all the business and human rights instructors at business schools to do their job.
Thank you very much, Dorothee. And we're just on time. I know it's late in the Philippines, and I don't want to take any more time from Dinah. Some of us in Europe have skipped lunch to do this side event. So we're going to stick to the time. It was a great pleasure to have all four of you. I think your passion for these issues is really visible. I do hope that those within the audience who are interested in these discussions, we can continue the discussion afterwards. Some of us are active on social media talking about these issues, and hopefully some of the ideas that you've come about, workshopping, networking, will come into effect in the future. I hope you've enjoyed this side event. I look forward to meeting our speakers in person sometime soon. And I hope also that our future students will enjoy their business school education and will make the best out of it. Thank you very much and have a nice day.
Thank you.